your favorite gear now at shop.dallascowboys.com. The Cowboys' official pro shop, a Fanatics experience.
Come on!
This is the Dallas Cowboys Pepsi postgame show. Pepsi, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Now, here's Zach Wolchuk and Bryan Broaddus.
3rd and 16. Dart back looking. And here comes pressure. And he has to dump it off at the 30. 2 tackles missed. Bellinger to the 20, 15, 10, into the end zone. Touchdown Giants.
And that's how the 2025 season ends. 7-9-1 is the final record, as 34-17 the Giants moving to 4-13 on the year. They snap a 10-game winning streak for your Dallas Cowboys, as the Giants getting the win today. Cowboys, though, when you look at what's going on across the rest of the National Football League, with the Falcons having defeated the Saints, and congratulations now to the Carolina Panthers.
Panthers in, yeah.
They will be your NFC South champions. The Vikings beating the Packers today, who sat a lot of players at 16-3. Cowboys are now going to be sitting with the 12th overall pick, and they've got a chance to go as high as the 11th overall selection if Miami can upset New England. So right now you're sitting at picks 12 and 20 because Green Bay moves a spot down with the loss to Minnesota. So for those of you that were coming in like, hey, what are you playing for anyway? Just go ahead and lose the game. The draft pick's what really matters. There you go. Cowboys were able to get up to the 12th pick there with the loss. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl winning scout, Bryan Broaddus.
It might get to 11 depending on what happens, as you mentioned, with the Dolphins, who are playing pretty well right now. Maybe they want to go out on a good note here. There's some questions about their head coach. Fired the general manager earlier in the year, but yeah, New England might be in a situation too with everything kind of locked up, right? Am I right about that? They still need to determine who the...
I think the 1 seed is still up for grabs there. So they're going to be playing for possibly the top seed there in the AFC.
Yeah.
Unless they'll be monitoring what's happening in the Denver game because it's them, Denver. I think Jacksonville's still in play for the top overall seed. So New England certainly has a lot to play for.
New England does have something to play for.
They're not going to be sitting there, guys, but hey, maybe we're turning to the DFW kid, Quinn Ewers.
Yeah.
Can you go ahead and pull a rabbit out of your head, as Jason Witten would say?
Rabbit out of your head for sure. Well, if that's the case, then sitting in the 12th spot, you're probably in pretty good shape. And then what's going to happen with the Packers are in the playoffs? Likely going to have to go to Chicago or to Philadelphia.
Yep.
With that being the case, I mean, heck, have a better chance of probably, But that means if the Packers were to lose in the playoffs, well, we'll see, because now all these things are popping in my head. Carolina has a worse record, at 8-9 with that, right? So if they were to lose in the first round of the playoffs, they would probably be ahead of Green Bay.
Yes, they'd pick 19. So the highest it could be is it's probably sitting there at 20, where the Packers are right now. So best case scenario, I think you're looking at picks 11 and 20 if you can get lucky and Miami can upset New England. But right now, 12 and 20, you're sitting with 2 top 20 picks, and we'll see what happens with Green Bay in the postseason as they rested their starters today in a loss. But 34-17, Giants end the Cowboys season at 7-9-1, first losing season, back-to-back losing seasons since you were working with the organization back in 2002. I believe it was the Dave Campo years, where it was 3 straight 5-11 campaigns. Official postgame show brought to you by Pepsi, made for Cowboys watching and want to use what the pros use. Jack Black is the official men's skincare brand of the Dallas Cowboys. Visit getjackblack.com today. Gosh darn it, I made it through the majority of the season.
How about that?
And that one didn't trip me up, but it tripped me up last year quite a few times. This year was pretty strong. All right, 877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text in the official postgame show of your Cowboys, 877-881-1053, as we put a bow on this season. One final ride. Thank you so much for hanging out with us throughout the entire season. But obviously, Bryan, just to put a bow on this game, for the defense, it was much of the same. A lot of missed tackles, a lot of silly penalties that extended Giant drives. You had their first 100-yard rusher in 23 games. So that was Tyrone Tracy Jr., who ran for $103. There was big chunk plays in the air. Jackson Dart able to get that shovel pass for a touchdown right before the half. Dak did not play in the second half. It was the Joe Milton show. And you saw a little bit of some struggles there with the interception, but the running game was good.
To be honest with you, I don't know if Dak playing in this game that the Cowboys win, how poorly the defense was playing today. And Jackson Dart, once again, give the rookie quarterback, a lot of credit here. I mean, he was good last week against the Vegas Raiders, but Dallas's defense is just horrendous, and the way they tackle, the way they play the scheme. And listen, there were a lot of starters out there that were getting pushed around by an offensive line that, overall just not very good. Kenny Clark getting pushed around. We saw the problems. Yeah, Logan Wilson playing a lot at linebacker. Finally had enough of Kenneth Murray playing, but hell, I don't know. Dallas might have been in a situation defensively. It might have been another one of those shootouts that they had earlier in the season with the way that Dallas's defense was playing. So there was really no guarantee if you had to go find a way to win this game. It's been this way all year long with this defense. They just do not fit well. They do not tackle well. They do not cover well, and they get absolutely no pressure. So now what it turns into, and Babe Laufenberg said it, you might have to go out and get 6 or 7 new starters. And it's just not going to be, okay, let's show up and draft and hope for the best, with those picks we're talking about with 11 and 20. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to do more. This season and how bad your defense has been is likely going to force you to go out and spend money.
Yep.
And try, and I'm not talking about bottom fishing money.
No, you got to get starters.
Yeah, you got to go.
Players
yeah, you got to go
plug and play.
You got to absolutely go. So yeah, that's where I kind of feel like that. That the Cowboys say if they roll back into this and it's okay, we tag George Pickens and we're just going to worry about the draft, then we're going to be in the same spot next year. You have got to make massive changes in the personnel with the defense, and you're likely going to be making a change at the defensive coordinator spot as well.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and I think it's a change that probably needs to be made, and maybe for Matt Eberflus, that'll benefit him. Maybe the year off will also be something that he needed. I know there's been a lot of conversation about that. The way things ended in Chicago for him was certainly difficult, and he just jumps right back into it. We've seen some other defensive coordinators, Dan Quinn being one, which I know you've referenced as well, was able to take a year off, comes back, kind of reinvents himself a little bit. But certainly this was a bad fit all the way around. Yeah. Flus, the way the players played today, I saw some chatter on social media. You're going out there and you're trying to fight for maybe your coach's job. And I don't know. I think that I've stressed it all year. I think that it is very a talent-deficient defense. I don't think the personnel is necessarily good enough right now, but the coach certainly didn't help things at all. We didn't see an improvement from anybody on the defense, and really, what were your 2 best players, Quinnen Williams and Jadeveon Clowney, and they weren't even here when the season started.
Not even when the season started, yeah. And folks on the text are asking us to hammer Jerry about the offseason and spend money. I think you got Jerry Jones's attention. I think Jerry Jones looking at this season right now at 82 years old, not guaranteed tomorrow. And I know that sounds morbid in a way to say, but if, in fact, he has got to do something different, and he has the capability of doing that. He could tell Steven and Will, hey, this is what we're going to do. You find ways to spend the money. Let's evaluate the players. But if they don't, then absolutely, Jerry Jones needs to continually get hammered. And I think that we do hammer Jerry Jones on things. I think there are a lot of questions that he was responsible, him and Will and Steven responsible for the hire of Matt Eberflus. And they thought Matt Eberflus was going to do a really, really good job. And Matt Eberflus has, for the most part, before and previous stops, has done a good job. Maybe that should tell you that your players that you have are not good enough too.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a combination of the two.
And you better go out and fix that. And I think this season got his attention for that.
Yeah, and Jerry's saying, before the game, don't blame it all on Flus. This took 5 or 6 years to get here. I can make a case for you that we haven't had a satisfactory defense for 5 or 6 years, really. I think if you look back at some of those 12-5 seasons, 2022 the 22 season, that defense, with Micah and the turnovers they were able to force with Bland and Diggs. Yeah, I think that one was certainly very competitive, but what's hurt them now is you look back at the 2020 draft, and now it's just CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
And this is a team that is draft and develop and then re-sign your own.
Right.
Well, unfortunately, they have not gotten the reward on a lot of second contracts with guys.
Yep.
And now I think that, maybe that has changed a little bit of how they want to look at this moving forward. And we like to re-sign our own, but hasn't been good enough. And we do need to go out and probably get some free agents now.
It's nice to re-sign your own when you draft well and do those things, but as you just mentioned, they don't have that luxury anymore.
No.
If you go back and look at how they've, some of the guys, the first round picks that they had, they have a lot of them they haven't given, second contracts to and kind of moved on from. So, drafting and development is one thing when it's working. And right now, at least for this season, defensively, it has not worked.
And you've got an offense right now that's ready to go.
Yeah.
I think that's probably your biggest positive from where we ended the season a year ago to today, is going into the offseason last year, you were dealing with Dak coming off of injury. You didn't know how he was going to look.
Yeah.
You had no idea who the play caller was going to be. You didn't know what the offense was going to look like. And, we were all kind of expecting you're going to have a new head coach after Mike McCarthy would go. Well, now, Bryan Schottenheimer in the offense was pretty darn good for the majority of this year.
Yeah.
There's certainly things that we have, gone ahead and nitpicked here and there, and rightly so, whether it's the lack of touchdowns in the second half, the red zone efficiency, third down efficiency at times. For a period, it was all right. They'd start the game slow. Then they went on and went ahead and said, okay, we're going to fix that, but then we got the second half stuff that's popping up. So certainly not perfect, and I think Shotty will be the first one to say, I need to look in the mirror, and we'll assess things, but you're in a pretty good spot offensively, you're feeling like, but defense, gosh, this whole thing needs a total rebuild. Tear down and rebuild.
Yeah, and like I said, you have to go in there. You can't get rid of everybody, but my gosh, you could sure try and replace most of them, and they're going to need, defensive tackle. That's probably not an area they'll look at, but linebackers, the edges. We talk about it a bunch. This is a team that just does not get any type of real pressure. They don't finish. You've allowed offensive linemen who are not really NFL caliber offensive linemen to block you. That's unfortunate right there, that you can't, you feel like that your pass rush is good enough to be able to win, and you're not winning nearly enough. So the corners, the safeties, the linebackers, I think everything, the coordinator, I think everything's up for evaluation.
Every single level of this thing, and Steven told you guys, G-Bag Nation on the flagship 105.3 The Fan, identity. Yeah. They need to find an identity on defense. It does not. Nothing's official. I'd be pretty stunned if Matt Eberflus was back. It does, just kind of reading the tea leaves. Yeah, I would probably say that he won't be.
I don't think he will.
Nothing's been officially decided. But yeah, because people are texting like, did you hear that he's gone? Nothing's official, but I think that most likely he's not here.
How can you look at this with your own eyeballs and think there's a disconnect here? There's nothing, as you mentioned. They didn't get better in any real area. Nobody really improved. Clowney came off the couch, one of your better players. You had to trade, you had to basically trade your best player to get a chance to draft, Quinnen Williams. This thing needs a complete overhaul. And if they don't overhaul it, then they're in for the same thing that they were this past season. You can't go into this 2026 season just thinking everything status quo is going to be fine. You just can't do it. Starts with the coordinator, starts with the position coaches on the defensive side of the ball, and work from there.
Yeah, and I'm with you. In game, I think you and I are pretty similar in this, Bryan, where when the Cowboys are playing, we want them to win.
I want them to win. I want them to win today. And that's a team that talked about optics and how things were going to look and all that. And the more I watched that game, the more I thought, hell, there's a chance if Dak would have had to play that whole game and they were going to go get a win, that might not be the case today. You just didn't. You let the Giants, who have not had a 100-yard rusher in 23 straight games, have a 100-yard rusher today. You commit stupid penalties. You get teams in third down. You can't get off the field.
Donovan Ezra-Rocker gets ejected.
You just do. We talk about things, and again, this goes on Bryan Schottenheimer too. You talk about discipline and things, and defensively, this team does so many things that's just ridiculous that causes them not to win games.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of penalties today, you had 9 for 94, and there were some that directly led to Giant points.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, the one with Kenneth Murray was just unforgivable on the sideline. I mean, it took away, you had it down of an Ezeraku sack. You say, all right, we don't want to take that because of the tripping call. And then the next play, basically, it's, oh, well, here's Kenneth Murray just giving that one back. Maybe that's why you didn't see him a lot in the second half, possibly. And the one thing, and I like a lot of the discipline and some of the stuff that Schotty's tried to do building the culture, because I think over the last, and I think this is 4 years you and I have done this together in the postgame, there has been a lot of conversation about lack of accountability, about a lack of discipline and people just being able to do whatever they want.
Well, they got
country club mentality.
They got rid of Diggs. They got rid of Diggs because of that.
And I'm for that stuff.
Yeah.
But the one question that I then would have is, okay, when do we see the culture reflect on the football field? And I don't.
What is the culture right now?
We didn't see it today, at least.
No.
I mean, it was not a very inspired effort on the field whatsoever. You got completely punked by a bad Giants football team.
Yeah.
And during the game, it made me sick to my stomach to see as a Cowboy fan. Yeah. Post game, we can have all right, hey, you got the 12th overall pick in the draft. Let's go ahead and work this thing and draft it up. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But as somebody, when you watch and you're invested as a fan and you want to see your team succeed, it was really a disgusting performance all the way around.
All the way around.
We got a little positivity from Jaden Blue today. Yeah. Nice to see him, and hopefully he can carry some momentum next year.
And what's unfortunate is the fact that he didn't want to be a football player until week 18. He didn't want to do the things necessary to be a guy active, on game day.
Glass half full, maybe that's one. Maybe that's where we can see the culture reflected.
Yeah.
And maybe Blue learned some things about how to be a pro. And he was able today.
I think he had to play because of necessity. It was nice to see him get out there and run the way he did.
No, you're probably right. If Williams and Malik Davis are able to play.
If those guys, you're probably like finding a way to run the football with those guys until you make some changes and stuff. But it's disappointing that he's found ways to move on from guys. He did it with Diggs.
They
moved on. So hopefully that they can do more of that.
All right, 877-881-1053. We'll get your calls and texts on the official finale, the final post-game show of 2025. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl champ Bryan brought us the official Pepsi post-game show. We'll also hear from Bryan Schottenheimer, the voice of your Cowboys, Brad Sham, and more. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
Miller Lite.
proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the Dallas Cowboys. And by Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys.
57. Kicks away from 57. And the kick is no good. Missed it to the left. He has missed 6 field goals, and 5 of them have been of over 55 yards.
Wow, 5 of those 6 55-plus yard misses for Dan Bailey. Oh man, that's a throwback.
Bailey,
that's a throwback right there.
Yeah.
I think that's the second time I've done that. Second time. No, for Brandon Aubrey here on the official post-game show of your Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by AT&T. Connecting changes everything. He's the man that kicks all the long balls, 50-plus, 60-plus. He's Mr. Automatic, basically. But certainly towards the end of the season, things have gotten a little bit, not automatic for Brandon Aubrey. And I know some of the numbers. Aubrey, he'd missed a field goal in 5 of his last 9 games. He'd missed 5 field goals in 7 of his first 42 career games. Here's my thing when it comes to Brandon Aubrey. 13 different teams in the league this year had to use multiple kickers.
Giants use 4.
Right, by themselves.
Yeah.
So if you want to get nervous about Brandon Aubrey missing 55-plus yard field goals, be my guest. But to me, I'm paying the guy. I think it's foolish to tag a kicker. I think you're going to use that tag most likely on George Pickens.
Sure.
With the hope that that's just a placeholder and he gets a long-term deal done, or maybe he plays out the year on the tag. We'll see what happens. We know who his agent is in David Mulligetta, so that can be a whole other conversation. But to me, we're talking about, $6 or $7 million? Hey, maybe the misses, maybe that brings the price down a little bit if you want to be positive about it. But I'm not going to be freaking out over Brandon Aubrey and those misses. It is. I get it, if you want to be concerned, but it doesn't change my opinion on him and his future with the club, especially when they kick the 3rd most field goals out of anybody in the league. They attempt the 3rd most per game of any team in the league. They're asking him to do a lot.
Yeah.
If you kick a lot of field goals, law of averages, you're probably going to miss some. So to me, they're not chip shot field goals that he's missing here. He's still historically good from 50 and 60 plus. There's too many other things that we got to worry about here. I'm not worrying about the kicker.
Yeah, but how much you said you're going to pay the kicker, right?
I'm going to pay the kicker.
Yeah,
I want the kicker here.
Yeah.
I don't want to be searching for a kicker again.
You're saying, though, the reason why you've had the misses is because every one of them is over 55 yards.
Yeah,
right?
They're trotting them out there. I mean, maybe don't have to settle for a 58-yard field goal.
Yeah,
maybe not. Maybe don't have to kick a 50.
He's raised that bar.
Yeah.
He's raised that bar.
And he has. And he's probably now a victim of his own success with people that are now wanting to jump ship on Brandon Aubrey because you see him miss a couple. Because you'd think anytime he's going to go out there, he's going to make it. But I don't think there's clearly, in the history of the game, there's not a kicker that's been more successful than him when it comes to the distance of some of these.
Yeah.
And like I said, if he was missing, we're talking under 50-yarders consistently now. Mm-hmm. Like if these were all under 50, I'd feel that. Also,
we saw that with Brett Maher.
Yeah.
They started missing.
All of a sudden, the extra points. Now we're missing. You can't trust him to go out there and kick an extra point. Right. But 55-plus yarders for the majority of these that we're talking about, I'm not going to be overly triggered and say we need now you got a kicking problem. Now, hey, the opening kickoff, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
You got to fix this. And going into next year, hopefully he just got these out of the way. Yeah. But I know that's another topic tree from the outcome of today's game and the way that Aubrey finished the season. I get it. I'm going to defend him.
Different kicker indoors and outdoors?
I think absolutely that's been proven. Washington has been an issue for him. Yeah. Kicking at FedEx Field or whatever it's called now, Northwest Stadium.
Yeah, Northwest Stadium, yeah.
That's been a problem for him.
Every one of your division games are outdoors.
Yeah.
You got 10 home, depending on what the year, you get 8 or 9 home games.
And Washington's going to move into an indoor stadium, I believe, eventually here in a couple of years.
Yeah, but you are dealing with
you're right.
some outdoor stuff. I just wonder if there's something to that.
That could be. That absolutely could be. And yeah, not perfect, and definitely a takeaway from the game today, but I'm still team Brandon Aubrey. Now, am I a little biased? Is he a fellow playing a Wildcat? Am I going to have my guys back? You're damn right I am. All right, and I'll take that, and I'll wear that. 877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text. Let's get out to the phones. You've been waiting patiently. The final ride here on the 2025 season. All right, let's start off with our buddy, line 2, Jim in Round Rock. Big Jim, what's going on, man?
Fellas, I want to congratulate you on some just stellar programming this entire season.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
that. Your play is much better than that of the team.
Yeah.
Look, I think there's just a lot of things. Earlier today, I was sitting there. I picked up a pair of old boots, and I needed to polish them. But I picked up that boot, and I had to get me a big coarse brush and get a bunch of mud off of it, and then do some saddle soap and all that. That's what you got to do with this defense before you. I think we've been putting a little polish on things, getting a few players in here. But, man, if you polish boots with mud on them, you run the leather. And they just need to brush off all this mud and get clean house, get some new guys in there. And, look, you got to get a guy in there who has a history of taking good or decent players. I know we got some bad ones, but taking decent players and getting them to play above their ability, and that's just not what we've had, and that's what we got to get. And I'll be happy. And I'll tell you, I think Shotty's got some work to do in the off season too. He's got some work to do, but very pleased that we lost today because I know y'all wanted to win, but I want to get that draft pick up as high as we can get it.
Yeah.
And you got to scratch your head, Brian. We've talked about this.
Yeah.
The whole front office needs to look at it. We got 2 backs that we drafted. There are guys drafted after our 2 backs that played much better this season. Yeah. Much better. Krosky Merritt being one of them.
Yep.
And there's others. So, listen, love you, fellas. Thank you. And we'll get on this horse again. Oh, gosh, in the preseason. But we'll talk before then, of course. Appreciate you, fellas.
Appreciate you, Jim. Thank you for the call, man. Thank you for riding with us all year long. One of the real ones. So is our friend Laura in Philly, who's also become a staple here on the Postgame show here on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network. Laura, how are you?
Hey, guys. Well, I'm doing okay. That was not a very aesthetically pleasing game.
There you go.
As they would say.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Well, listen, I'm super pumped to listen to you guys do draft coverage with Aisha. That's going to be an awesome show.
Thank you.
Very
Appreciate
excited to
that.
listen on Crown Global. Great team there. I guess as a Cowboys fan, guys, I got to imagine Eberflus is out of here. They're talking about identity. That's a telltale sign. When should we start getting nervous if they haven't made a move? Like, I know Brian Flores is in the mix, but, he's going to be on head coaching interviews and stuff like that. When should we start getting nervous and really kind of wringing our hands about this, guys?
That's a good question because if you look at the last coordinator that they let go was Mike Nolan, right? Everybody else,
just a few days after the season.
It was the game was played on the 3rd of January, and then he was released like 3 days later. So I have a feeling this is going to be. And listen, the Joneses don't have a great history of moving on from things unless their feet are held to the fire. But I want to believe that Jerry wants to get this started the right way. And then that way they can, we'll see what happens now that Tampa's out of the playoffs. Do they do something, down there with
Todd Bowles?
Todd Bowles.
And it sounds like from some league insiders that he's going to be safe. But, hey, they collapsed at the end of the year.
Yeah, and maybe they don't want to
reevaluate.
Maybe they don't want to pay him off. But
Jim Schwartz, the Kevin Stefanski stuff seems like it's going to happen quick.
Exactly. And then you start to talk about you're going to have to be in a window if you want to talk to Jim Leonhard because he's in a playoff and they only give you a certain time period to be able to talk to these playoff coaches.
And it might be, if Denver gets the 1 seed. That might be something you got to act on. Yeah. That might be the window for you when they get to bye.
Yeah, so we got to figure out when that window is to be able to talk to these playoff coaches. But I want them Laura, I want them to take an extensive look here. I don't want this to be like, oh, wow, we're going to come in, handshake and all. I want them to interview and then figure this out. Now, you might be in a situation where some teams are like going, well, wait a minute now, we need to talk to some of these defensive coordinators too. And you have to maybe react a little bit quicker. But I think they're in a mode right now where they've already identified potentially who they'd like to talk to.
How much do you think the Brian Flores interest, because a lot of people are texting, I know the 405's been texting that in, like how legitimate do you think that is?
I think there is interest there. I think he's going to get some opportunity to talk to some teams as a head coach.
Which he deserves.
Which he absolutely deserves. Yeah. Now, this whole thing with the lawsuit against the NFL, how's that going to play? Josina Anderson is adamant that why would Brian Flores take a lateral job? Mm-hmm. Why would he leave Minnesota to go? Well, the reason he would do it is because J.J. McCarthy over Dak Prescott. Or, you know what I'm saying?
If I want to win, if I want to be a Super Bowl caliber defensive coordinator.
I've got to hold everybody to a certain amount of points playing at Minnesota, whereas in Dallas I have a little bit of an offense. That might be the thing. But Brian Flores, though, let's be honest, too, Brian Flores does it with some veteran players now.
He does, yeah. That's something.
And now here's a potential of a 6-7 player rebuild with two of those players likely coming from the college draft. So there's things you have to know about Brian Flores going in. His defense is pretty intricate the way he plays it. And is he going to want to have maybe a big, massive turn? Now, he might, because it might be a situation where he's like, yeah, I'd like to have this guy, this guy, this guy. Obviously, he knows how to coach defense. Obviously, they have a good group of players up there, too.
Yeah, and I think that the other, area is special teams.
Yeah.
How do they evaluate the special teams this year?
I do feel like that they're going to change special teams, too. I don't think Nick Sorensen's very long for this. And Stephen Jones was talking about it on our show on Friday.
He did mention special teams.
He says we have not excelled in two of the three areas that you need to.
Yeah, I mean, they came into today and credit Saad Youssef for this per True Media Sports, but they were dead last in the NFL in average starting field position.
Yep.
Now, Cavante did lead the NFL in kickoff returns with 62. He was 20th in the NFL in terms of average yards per return. Now, today, obviously, he racked off the big one, so that might be better. But when it came to punt returns, he was tied for 32nd with 10 returns, and he averaged 5.5 yards per return. So that's just the returning units. The coverage units were pretty darn terrible this year. And I know we were, Bones Fossil was always a topic of conversation. It wasn't because the units were poor, though. It was, does he have a little bit too much of a voice to be able to go for it and do this or be aggressive here where let's send a block unit out there where it's like, why? Why are you trying to rush and block the kick? You're fine. You don't need to do that. But Bones' units were always really, really good. We haven't really had to look and complain about the coverage and return teams here with the Cowboys for the last handful of years, but I think defensive coaching and special teams coaching both on the table.
Phil Maffa was in the game today. First time he was activated all year, had 2 special teams penalties.
Yep. I mean, Marquise Bell was a guy that got a lot.
Bell was another guy. Yeah, they've had a lot of problems on that special teams.
They have. They certainly have. We'll be kicking the names around and all the options here on the official postgame show of your Cowboys. Season ending today, 34-17. Giants beating the Cowboys. They fall to 7-9-1. Cowboys right now sitting with the 12th overall pick. We'll monitor what's going on with Miami and New England. If the Dolphins are able to beat the Patriots in upset fashion, Cowboys could move up as high as the 11th overall pick by the end of the day. Packers currently with the 20th pick. We'll see what happens with them in the postseason. We'll hear from the voice of your Cowboys, Brad Sham. We'll get back to your calls and texts, 877-881-1053. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
Cowboys fans, here's the game plan. Touchdown.
to learn more.
SWBC Mortgage Corporation, NMLS number 9741, an equal housing lender.
Handoff inside. Blue pops it to the 5, streaking into the end zone. First professional touchdown for Jaden Blue, and the Cowboys have their first lead of the game.
Congratulations to both rookie runners, Phil Maffa and Jaden Blue, running for their first career touchdowns today. 5th rookie duo in franchise history to have a rushing touchdown in the same game. Last 2 Cowboy rookies to have a rushing touchdown in the same game. Dak Prescott and Ezekiel Elliott did it 4 times in 2016. Special year that was, as Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl champ Bryan brought us here on the official postgame show of your Dallas Cowboys. 7-9-1. The final record on the 2025 season as the Giants beat the Cowboys 34-17, and we bring in the legendary voice of your Cowboys, the great Brad Sham. And Brad, I believe it was 511 points, the most in franchise history the defense gave up this year. How happy are you now to not have to see this version of the Cowboys defense again?
Yeah, I'm very happy. Very happy. There are a few players on there you like, and that stayed after it and played hard, but as a unit, they were just bad. Now, it's funny because that number is a real number, and I don't know if Bryan will agree with this. The gut feeling I have is it's not as bad to look at as the 2020 team.
Yeah,
and the one that Monty Kiffin coordinated, whatever year that was just awful, and this one was bad. It didn't feel worse to me than those two, but that's pretty bad territory. It's a bad neighborhood to hang out in, and I mean they've just got to fix that, and it starts with players.
Yeah.
The coaching wasn't good, and I think there are people they can get who can do more with whatever they have. I really do. And I've always thought highly of Matt Eberflus. But
yes,
it starts with players. They don't have enough good players, and they've got to fix that.
Yeah, Brad, I heard you and Babe talking in the post, and I agree with you guys. And Babe talked about it might be 6 or 7 different players just on the defense, and people on the text are going, "Are you serious? 6 or 7?"
Yeah,
and I'm like, yes, I'm serious. 6 or 7. Now, it really needs to be that drastic of a turnover on that defense.
Yeah, I mean, I do think now that we didn't really see Overshown this year because he was getting his legs back under him, and then he got hurt again. And I think you can say the same thing about Rebel. We never really saw who he is, and I don't think we really saw who Logan Wilson is. I'm not saying he's the answer to anything, but I do think that Overshown and Rebel can be very – I think if those would be 2, but you've got to have several cornerbacks, and you've got to have, I'm going to say 2 ends at least, and that's presuming re-signing Clowney.
Mm-hmm.
I think you got to have at least 2 ends. You got to have 2 or 3 cornerbacks. Maybe Rebel can be one of those. And then when you get it's 5 or 6 at least players, and then you can get to who's going to coordinate what and what scheme can they find for those players. I do like the idea of having. Kenny Clark with an off season in the system, and whatever the system is, and having Quinnen Williams for the full year. I think there's a lot they can do with that, but you do need about a half dozen different contributing players, not just fringe, contributing players. And now some guys can jump up and improve from one year to the next, but they need a few.
We've talked a lot about the defense throughout the year, Brad, but when you go back and think about the special teams, how would you evaluate how they performed this season? And now are you concerned at all with Brandon Aubrey with some of the misses? I was saying no to those that were pushing back, but maybe I'm being a homer because he's a fellow Plano Wildcat.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're being a homer, Zach. I'm not concerned. Hey, Aubrey missed 6 field goals this year, and 5 of them were of 55 yards or more. The one he missed today was 57. And that missed by inches. He missed 1 or 2 other 57s and a 59. And I'm sorry, I don't hold that against a guy. I believe that now I do want to see him get a little steadier on knowing how to handle the kickoffs to help maybe reduce some of these returns. I thought that, and I've been very vocal about it. Anybody who's listened,
yeah,
I thought the kickoff coverage was poor. And I know the statistics don't say poor because their average opponent drive start was like 15th, 14th, so it's right in the middle of the league, so it's average. But you can't let a team start at the 40-yard line. And that doesn't sound like a lot of difference between the 35 and the 40, and the rules are encouraging short fields because it leads to more points, and that's what they want. But I think there's ways to be a little more consistent with maybe seeing if you can find a way to have the starting point be the 20-yard line, and you don't have to allow these 25-yard kickoff returns that get you out near the 40-yard line. So that part I thought was poor. The punt return game statistically wasn't good. I didn't feel like it was awful, but you'd really have to go back and look at tape and see how they were blocking differently. Certainly Turpin didn't have as good a year as he's had in the past in the punt return game. But so, I mean, I would give them a C, Zach. I think they can be better, and I think that there are some areas that they can be a lot better, but Brandon Aubrey is not even on the radar of problems.
Yeah, the things that I think about, just go ahead and kick the ball out of the end zone. Let them start, where you better having it there than trying to. I think sometimes we're overthinking this thing. I think we're trying to get too
the
cute.
Landing zone.
Yeah, I think we're trying to, and you do not have guys that are covering well enough to pin guys down.
Well, it's the penalties on special teams as well that's been really bad.
So now there are two things. Each of you has made a significant contribution here to what part of the problem is and why you might not want to just kick it out of the back of the end zone.
Yeah.
If you reduce the penalties and improve the coverage, then you can if you kick it into the landing area and the ball's caught at the 5, you may be able to stop them at the 25, 26, 27. That's a first down. That's a whole first down from where they've been starting.
Yeah.
And I think that's possible, and I think that's a reasonable goal.
Brad, Shotty talked a lot about culture all year, and that's what he's trying to instill in year one, and I'm all for the discipline and the accountability. But like in your experience, how do we see the culture that he's building reflect on the football field? Is it just as simple as winning games?
It doesn't translate, Zach, in my opinion, directly. Where it translates, the accountability winds up resulting in winning some games that you're not winning. Culture is not having guys be away half of the off-season program. Culture is having everybody buying in and working together and not being selfish, and then doing things that we never see and only can hear about, like not being late to a walkthrough, not missing or being late to a meeting, paying attention in those situations. That is a big part of the culture that the public never sees. Now, when you have people dotting the I's correctly, I think what winds up is attention to detail pays off. And then you wind up winning some close games that you weren't winning before. And you wind up covering kickoffs better. Maybe you save a first down on every one of those things. And maybe you run routes better. Maybe things are happening with more accountability in not missing tackles and things like that. They're subtle, but I think that's what is meant by culture, and I think that is a worthwhile goal, if that's an answer to your question.
Absolutely.
Brad, and we've talked about really with the coaching situation with Schottenheimer and with Eberflus. Is this something that if in fact it is done, do you feel like moving on from him, do you feel like it's something that they're going to do much like they did with Mike Nolan, or is this going to be one of those things where the Cowboys tend to drag things out?
Well, I hope they won't drag it out. If they have decided, I mean, they do. It doesn't mean it has to happen tomorrow.
Right.
I mean, I don't like an overly hasty, emotional decision in football or in life. So you got a couple of days, stew on it, think about what you have been thinking about doing.
Right.
But if you have made a decision, then you can take a week, but you don't have to take more than that.
Yeah.
And I'm not qualified to say how the rest of the defensive staff has performed. My understanding, Brian, you might know a lot more about this than I do, is that White Cotton, the defensive line coach, was basically someone Schottenheimer brought on.
Right.
And that everybody else came with Eberflus.
Right.
And if that's the case, then I think you have to really examine those things. My personal preference would be, if they decide to move on, that first of all, I would want Schottenheimer to have a large say in who that coordinator is.
Yes.
I would like him to have Schottenheimer able to convince that guy to keep White Cotton if that's what they want to do, because I do think that his people perform pretty well. Mm-hmm. And then you've got to let the new coordinator present to the head coach the list of guys he wants to bring with him to coach all of the other positions. And that the sooner you can do that expeditiously, the better. Now, there are some guys that I hope they'd be looking at who are in the playoffs. So I'm going to throw a name out that, Zach, you and I have both thrown around on Twitter, and that is Jim Leonard.
Yeah.
I've been a Jim Leonard fan since I did some Cotton Bowls that Wisconsin played in when he was coordinating their defense. And so I would watch a bunch of tape, and I would say, wait, Jim Leonard, I remember him playing in this league, and holy cow, look at the way those guys play. And that would be somebody you'd like to have. And he's currently the secondary coach in Denver. Mm-hmm. So if they want to interview him from coordinator, then you can do that. But I don't think you can do it until they're out of the playoffs, and they might very well be in the Super Bowl. But if that's the guy that you lock in on, there's ways to know that so that you don't have to wait a full month if that's the guy that you want. And if that's the guy you want, then, there's ways to talk to agents, and Brian, you know this better than I do.
Yeah.
You can talk to agents without talking to the guy and say, that's our guy. As soon as he's done, bring him to us and have his list ready. And so I think you could do that expeditiously whenever that candidate becomes available. If it's not Leonard or someone else who's involved in the playoffs, then if they decide to make that move, I would hope they would move on to the next guy as soon as they can. Schottenheimer made a real good point, I thought, on his pregame show today, and it was like right at the end, so it was easy to miss. And that was, if you don't make the playoffs, you really have to take advantage of these couple of weeks, because you now have some evaluation time that's not available to playoff teams. Yeah. So you've got to take real good advantage of this time that you have and don't want to make sure that you are a step ahead on your evaluations, and that means of everybody and everything, so you can get going real fast. So if they don't have their eyes on, if they move on from Eberflus, and if they don't have their eyes on someone on a playoff team, then let's not waste time. And if they do have their eyes on someone on a playoff team, let's line the ducks up in as much of a row as we can, so whenever that guy becomes available, they can move, because they need to have a very clear idea of what and who they want and why. And if it is Eberflus, by the way, my opinion, he's going to have to convince management, including the head coach, that he's prepared to be more flexible than he was this year. Yeah. I don't know how to get away from the conclusion that he was more insistent on playing the players in his scheme than he was in fitting a scheme to the players. I don't know how to avoid that conclusion.
Right.
And that, to me, is backwards coaching in a team sport, and especially this team sport. So if they decide that they're going to stay with Eberflus, hey, he's still a good football coach, but he's going to have to handle it differently than he did, and they're going to have to give him different players, and everybody's going to have to be on board with that. Now, that sounds to me like long odds against all that happening.
Brad, thank you so much. Safe travels. It's always a privilege and an honor to get to chat with you, my friend, and hopefully we'll be doing it again next year.
Yeah, amen. You know where I am, Zach. You guys, during the week, I don't change my phone number.
Perfect. All right, we'll certainly be chatting then during the off season.
Right.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much, Brad.
Have a good night, fellas. Thanks.
You too. There he goes, the voice of your Dallas Cowboys, one of the best ever, the great Brad Sham. And if you're ready to learn a new game and invest like the pros, well, don't worry. Even the pros were rookies in crypto once. Blockchain.com makes buying, selling, and trading crypto easy. Invest like your icons with Blockchain.com. Let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station identification across the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
How many times are you going to be fitting the 6-7 into the broadcast here, Brian? You've been doing a good job just kind of slithering that in there.
Did I do? You've
done it twice. I've been counting two so far. How many are we going for?
I see.
5, 6, 7.
Now, you know what is? I'm just listening to Babe and Brad put a bow on there, from the booth, and I don't disagree with them about that, about the number of players. Now, I mean, you've watched it all year. They've got to get it, and it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be tough to find 6 or 7. Here I did it again.
No, but you're right. I mean, I think it's going to be
tough.
Safeties, the linebacker group,
you just the
edge group.
Take a position.
Corner.
Just take a position. And Brad's right. You could add 2 here, 3 here. This is going to be an interesting. I say interesting, but it's an off season that has to happen. It has to happen. You can't sit here and just, okay, we're going to bring back. You've got to make some big swings at this thing.
I'm ready for the gambler to return.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go, Jerry.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen. All right, the phones are full. We're going to go ahead and unload. Let you guys go ahead and chime in. The official postgame show here of your Dallas Cowboys. We get phones, texts, also hear from Shotty. A lot more as the postgame show rolls on. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
You hear that? That's the sound of Pepsi Zero Sugar, the better tasting, more refreshing Zero Sugar Cola. Listen to that endless pour. Pure refreshment. If it sounds this good, just imagine how it...
is the best in Texas. Blockchain.com. Invest like your icons with Blockchain.com. And by DallasCowboys.com. Keep track of the boys with daily podcasts and up-to-the-minute blogging at DallasCowboys.com and on the official Dallas Cowboys app.
All right, Milton steps up and throws an interception to the 40. He was looking for Span Ford, but he threw it right in the arms of Bobby Okereke. I mean, right to him.
Yeah. 34-17, Giants defeat the Cowboys here in the 2025 season finale. Cowboys 7-9-1. Joe Milton starting the second half goes 7 of 13 for 73 yards. He had that interception, but he did have 4 carries for 43 yards. So he did run the ball well, but certainly there wasn't much offense to speak of in the second half as the Cowboys were not able to do much of anything outside of the Phil Maffa touchdown run on what was a good drive there. And both rookie runners finding the end zone, Blue and Maffa, that might be something to look into as the Cowboys have to evaluate what they want to do with Javonte Williams, who had an outstanding season, resurrecting his career. Hopefully, they're able to work something out there to bring him back. I think the pass protection element is something that is so undervalued at times when we talk about these runners. Zeke was great at that, but Javonte Williams this year was one of the best in the NFL.
He was, and when I think there was one time he did give up a sack, and it was surprising. It's surprising. You could usually look at his stat line when he's on the field for pass protection. He have 7 pass snaps and no pressures. A lot of times he will do that, and he's very aware of where he needs to fit. He doesn't get in the way of the offensive lineman. He does a really nice job of kind of sorting things out when things break down. There's been plenty of times where Dak has thrown the ball and he's saved the day because maybe a tackle got beat or BB got beat. He's there to kind of clean things up. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Very, very underrated in that regard. And it's very underrated, in the National Football League. You see these really good offenses have guys that are really good at blitz pickup.
Absolutely. I mean, certainly another positive as you reflect back at the 2025 season. Him and Pickens, those additions, but with Clayton Adams and the running game were able to do, with Schotty, they took a big stride in that regard. And we'll see, what they decide to do with the offensive line with Tyler Smith at left tackle or left guard. Does Guyton continue to play left tackle? Do they decide to make a move to free up some cap space with Terrence Steele? Do they have a competition at right tackle? What ends up happening there in the running game moving forward as well?
Listen, you could even consider an offensive tackle at 12 if you wanted to. Now
that would be a right tackle for me. Yeah. It would be Malinois from Miami or Fanu from Utah.
Absolutely. You can consider this if you have the type of offseason that we as fans should hope for, that you do address some things at edge, corner, linebacker. But if you just, as we've talked about, tag and bottom fish, you have no flexibility. But you could absolutely look at Malinois, that Miami right tackle, and say, okay, this is a type of guy that we want if you address everything. But if you force yourself to have to take 2 defensive players, heck, there's yet to be a mock draft that I've looked at that has Dallas taking an offensive player. Every mock draft has them either taking a corner or an edge. And then maybe even a linebacker on some of the early ones. But now it's got to the point where edge has been more prevalent than even the corner. Yeah. So you could look at a situation where, you could take a guy, you could take maybe Baines there from Miami, maybe Bailey from Texas Tech. They need somebody that could be a legitimate pass rusher. They do not have an edge presence rushing the passer that can finish.
And maybe you get lucky, and the guy that I think is the best player in this draft in Caleb Downs, because he's a safety, and we've seen a lot of these safeties start to slide. Derwin James slid to 17.
He sure did.
Was he a guy that could be there at 12 because of the position value? To me, it'd be well worth it. I think that we were listening in the pregame show. I think Daryl Johnston was talking about it. Some of these safeties like Kyle Hamilton's, like the Brian Branches, like the Emin Warries now in Seattle, that can also match up with slot players that can really be a chess match piece for you. Caleb Downs is that guy, in my opinion. I would fight anybody for that guy. I love him to pieces. I don't think that they've had a safety nearly anywhere near the talent of him.
Well, how about, I think the one thing that's killed Dallas this year, and you mentioned the safety play, they never had a legitimate nickel.
No, the loss of Jordan Lewis, we probably didn't highlight enough.
When you start to look at cornerbacks, you need to start to think about a legitimate nickel.
Well, is Deron Bland that guy?
See, is he
just a better nickel corner? And we're trying to force him as an outside player.
I just worry about his foot now, and I know the injury that he's dealing with is that we're going to go in and probably replace the screw that's in his foot. But, man, this is now becoming a little bit like
concerning.
Very concerning.
You don't want him to go down the same path as Diggs did, unfortunately.
But I am all with you on Downs. I am also now. You and I have done enough drafts together to realize this. We've seen who our best corners slide.
Yeah.
And we've seen, like, whether it's Porter, whether it's our guy Arnold, we've seen some of the best corners in the draft slide.
Yeah. Quinyon Mitchell.
Exactly. I wonder if Dallas is in a position where all of a sudden they're looking at this and they're saying, all right, maybe there are enough corners on this board, and if the pick does end up to be 21, maybe
the Green Bay pick.
Yeah, the Green Bay pick.
Could it be Delane from LSU?
It could be
McCoy from Tennessee.
Do you move back? A few spots and pick up a second day pick?
Which is the ideal situation.
I think so too. If you move back and say you have. This could be the possibility. I love McCoy from Tennessee, and now I know he has the knee and all, but that happened it's a year removed.
Yeah, I think he could have played this year if Tennessee was fighting for a playoff spot.
If they were fighting for a spot, absolutely. So to me, I'm going to probably address if everything stays the same. Probably going to address the edge at 14, or excuse me, at 13 or 12. And then turn around and think about, okay, are there enough corners there to where maybe I could trade back?
Yeah.
If all these corners kind of fit the same, you could take the best one on your board, or you could say, man, we can move back a couple spots, pick up a day 2 pick.
And with that day 2 pick, can I then address linebacker if I haven't already in free agency?
Exactly. Yeah.
You just cheered for America's team on the field. Now see them on the reels. Cowboys-themed casino games developed by Aristocrat. Now at a casino near you. Aristocrat, a proud sponsor of the Dallas Cowboys. And do you have a gambling problem? Please contact 1-800-GAMBLER for 21 and over.
I disagree with the 9-7-2. Offensive tackle, end, cornerback, these positions all need to be wait till the 5th and 7th rounds. I disagree with you totally.
I don't know how you.
I don't know how you can watch this team and see what's going on at defensive end and think that you don't need one before that.
No.
Yeah.
No. I mean, defensive end and corner.
And by the way,
100%.
We've talked about this before. Your most expensive positions to have to pay in free agency are what?
D-ends
and corners.
Yeah.
Draft those cats.
Sure.
Draft those cats and then sign everybody else.
All right, let's get back to the phones. A lot of you have been waiting very patiently, and we appreciate you. 877-881-1053, the number to call, the number to text. We will get to Bryan Schottenheimer and some of the audio postgame. But let's go to line 6. We've got Ron in Dallas. Ron, how are you?
Hey, man. How you guys doing, man? Thanks for taking my call.
Good.
Hey, but listen, all right, so I just want to know, man, like, I know what the priorities are to try to get these guys signed in offseason, as far as Pickens, Javonte, and whatnot. I know they're going to be a high dollar tag on those guys. But I'm wondering, like, is this organization, are they savvy enough to look at Pickens? Because you look at a guy like Flournoy, and he could easily be your number 2 receiver from what we've seen. But I'm looking at Pickens and thinking, like, maybe, hey, can you draft him? I know we own his rights. Is there a way we can still – like dangle him out there for picks after franchising him if they do not want to sign him? Because I'm looking at like this team needs so much, right? And let's just try to get more draft capital versus just trying to get DFAs like on the day of the draft, because we never know what to expect on the day of the draft. So I'm just thinking like, hey man, let's just.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Why I got you?
Yeah.
Why I got you? How confident are you in them drafted?
That's the part.
No. I'm asking this question because you're leading me down a path about we need picks and this, that, and the other. If you're confident, if you're going to come out and tell me, hey, Broadus, Wolchuk, I am 100% confident this team will take the picks that we get and make a difference, then I'll dance with you all day. But I don't know. I think there's a little bit of apprehension about this team drafting right now.
Exactly, and I do agree with you on that part, man, because, like, yes, they can hit it in the first round, but after that, man, they kind of, like, seem like they don't know what they're doing after that. But that's what I want to know, man. Like, is it possible we can dangle Pickens out there for more draft capital? That's pretty much what I want to know.
I appreciate the call on it. It definitely is.
No, there's all kinds of possibilities.
I'm sure somebody would offer a high pick for him.
Yeah, I mean, well, what the thing about
the Cowboys traded a 3.
Now think about this again. When you start to talk about a high pick, and I like what you're trying to do here, but it's what did the Packers do to get Micah Parsons? They paid him and they gave up the picks.
Yeah.
And that was because Brian Gutekunst is sitting there in a situation where he's like, maybe I can make this. I mean, Brian Gutekunst is in a situation where there's a brand new president of the Packers. Guy didn't hire him. So now he's going to have to, if I have to give these picks away to go get a player, that's somebody else's problem. That's not my problem anymore. So what you have to do is if somebody's going to give up a high pick, they're going to have to be willing to give Pickens $35 million plus give you a first-round pick.
100%.
Yeah.
And you might have a team, Buffalo is the first one that comes to mind. Now, in my opinion, I would rather just keep George Pickens. I agree. You've got, to me, you have a window here. I don't know how long it is. Some quarterbacks can now play. We've seen it late into their 30s and be very successful. But I'm trying to maximize this Dak contract window. You saw at times how good this offense can be. CD goes down, Pickens steps up, you don't skip a beat. I think the same would be if Pickens goes down and you still have CD. It causes a lot of problems. I understand you look at Cincinnati, and they have not done a good job. They've paid their 2 receivers. Their defense is terrible. They're looking to be in a big-time issue right now. Yeah. Do you end up being Cincinnati if you do that? The Eagles are paying less because they did this few years ago.
Right.
But they're paying solid money to A.J. Brown and to Devontae Smith.
Right.
Well, it got them to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, and it won them 1. So to me, you're trying to put together the best roster possible. I would like to do a shorter-term deal with George, ideally, which maybe you could sell to the agent, and you get him back at the negotiating table quicker.
Yeah.
3 years maybe. And the Cowboys they like the 5 years. They like to be able to have, the void years at the end. They might have to just start doing some things differently. And it does sound like, and it could be, hey, I'm being foolish in a belief here. But it does sound like, listening to Jerry and Steven, that they're open-minded to being a little bit different and having to go back to the drawing board with how they've done things, the status quo, because it hasn't worked.
It hasn't, and I really believe this with my heart. They got too many people involved. Seriously, let Will McClay handle this. Let Will McClay handle the personnel stuff, and take all the opinions out of this thing. Take all the opinions of the coaches, and take all the opinions of the Joneses, and take all the opinions of the scouts. Let this thing. That's the biggest issue. Jerry, when he's going to hire this defensive coordinator, he's going to call Belichick. He's going to call Parcells. He's going to call 100 different people, and it works this way sometimes with the player evaluations. Will has to try, and Will McClay at times wants nothing to do with me. I'm not sitting there trying to cape for him, and say, oh, yeah, Will McClay and I don't always get along great, but the one thing I do know is how damn hard his job is. Because I've seen it. I've seen how you have to make everybody in that organization happy.
Amen.
And it leads to poor decisions in a lot of ways.
Yes.
It leads to the Tristan Hills. It leads to the Taco Charltons.
Yep.
It leads to the Mozzie Smiths. It leads to
Kelvin
a boss man Fat. Whoever else you want to throw in there. You just throw them all in there. It leads to trying to find a consensus when it needs to be 1 or 2 guys saying, this is the direction. Howie Roseman doesn't have to deal with that.
No.
Les Snead doesn't have to deal with that with the Rams.
It's one person with a vision.
One person, one idea. Take the information, be with your head coach, and kind of figure it out.
Preach. And Jerry even used the word like a bunch of different philosophies with the defensive struggles. Well, the philosophy needs to be, I would lean on Will. I just say, Will, and Schotty. Hey, if Schotty is a guy that is somebody that they trust, and he's all about the culture here. So
Jason Garrett,
those are your guys.
See, this is what I'm saying. I think Jason Garrett was a really good evaluator. I didn't like him as a head coach, but I appreciated the way he evaluated. If you could make this circle extremely small, they're not going to change the general manager. They're not going to change the director of player personnel.
Oh, that stuff's a pipe dream.
That's all a pipe dream. But what they need to do different is not listen to every single voice that comes up with an idea.
Yeah, 100%. And it's something that, I mean, I've been saying for a couple of years now. And I think that having you, who has been there and worked in that room, and you can tell us exactly kind of the ins and outs of how it works. Yeah. I agree. They have to do something different. And I hope that moving forward, hey, you reflect, you do self-scout, and maybe that happens. All right, that opens up a couple of lines, 877-881-1053. More of your calls and texts. We'll also hear from your head coach. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
From retirement planning to insurance, SWB.
from the 31st and 10.
Oh, no.
Prescott got stepped on. Did the ball come out? It sure looks like it. And the Giants have recovered a fumble.
Yep, that was part of the ugly from today's 34-17 loss in the season finale to the Giants. That was the Cowboys' opening drive as they had that fumble. I think Dak was kind of trying to change the play there late. Baby's like, I got to snap this thing, and you end up having the miscommunication as Cowboys were down 16-10 at half. Dak did not play in the second half. It was the Joe Milton show. They go on to lose 34-17. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl champion Bryan brought us here to the official postgame show of your Cowboys as they finish 7-9-1 on the season. They currently have the 12th pick in the NFL draft, monitoring what's going on with Miami and New England. New England up 14-7 right now over Miami with 2 minutes to go in the half. So that one's still, within reach for the Dolphins. If they win, Cowboys can move up to the 11th overall pick. Green Bay sitting with pick 20, which of course will be the Cowboys pick as well via the Micah Parsons trade. But let's hear from Bryan Schottenheimer, who took to the podium following today's game.
Yeah, I thought they played hard, man. I thought you saw how important the game was to us. I thought, you could feel the hitting, and really pleased with the way we ran the football today. And, this group, I've never doubted that with them, though. It's always been a group that they're going to answer the call, they're going to play hard. And I just told them, I said, hey, look, I'm proud of you guys. I'm disappointed in the way the season turned out. We didn't clearly win enough games, but every week they laid it on the line. And, I'm proud of them for that.
Talk about momentum going into next year, but you finished the year losing 4-6. How can that be a possible momentum build?
Yeah, we got to look at it, and see what those issues were. Now that the season's over, we'll go back and we'll look at everything with a, fine-tooth comb, if you will, and we'll break it down into all the different areas that you need to in terms of offense, defense, special teams, running game, situational football, third down, red zone, all that stuff. And there'll be things. There's always things, and things that we have to address. We'll prioritize those, and we'll focus on getting better.
Clarence Hill, as Cowboys, can you use this bitterness as a motivation?
Always. I think, anytime you come up short of goals, there's motivation. I think these guys are hungry. We have the right type of guys. There's no question about that. We did some good things this year. We just got to figure out the things that we need to improve and address those issues and coach those things up better, but always, and again, it's a long season, and we'll start the process immediately, though, of trying to figure out the areas that we can improve.
You already talked about first thing Monday morning, that your mindset, we got to get and make a lot of changes and make decisions on changes, coaches, players, is that your mindset?
Yeah, it starts immediately. There's no time where, you get into it. I'll study the film tonight and look at it on the way back, and, we'll have the exit interviews. We'll go through the process. I love that process. I think that process is important, where you talk to the players, you talk to the coaches, you evaluate everything, and I think, like I said, there'll be some very clear things that we need to address.
So much been talked about Eberflus in the defense. Can you just assess how he's done, and what do you want him back at this point?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, as you look at the way the game went today, we put him on a short field, and the time of possession got kind of flipped around. But again, we're going to look at everything, and at the end of the day, we didn't win enough games, and that starts with me. I'm responsible for that, and that's where we'll start.
Ryan, Todd Archer with ESPN. You mentioned you'll prioritize things in your mind. What are the priorities for this team?
Again, I think there's going to be a number of them. But, again, at this time, I'm going to, think about the guys in that locker room. I'm going to go love on them some more and tell them how much I care about them, because I appreciate how much they put into this season. And then, we have time to get into that, and like I said to Clarence, we're going to start that on the plane. And but there's a number of issues that we need to address, and we'll do that.
You had the quarter stretch there where they were backed up. Murray got a penalty, remained on the field. There were other times where defensive guys, linemen, Solomon Thomas came off after penalty. Other guys came off after penalty. Kenneth stayed on the field.
Yeah, the big thing is when it's a combative penalty like that, Todd, you can't see exactly like what happened and what, was it real? Like, was it him? Was it something that maybe we didn't see? So the jumping off sides and stuff like that, that's an immediate, hey, come on out. We do it in practice actually, but we didn't have a great shot of it, quite honestly, of what happened over there on their bench.
There's Bryan Schottenheimer after a 34-17 loss to the Giants, 7-9-1 in his first year as head coach of the Cowboys. Shotty and the tape from the locker room brought to you by the all-new National Medal of Honor Museum in Arlington. It brings the stories of America's greatest heroes to life through virtual experience and exciting interactive technology. Plan your visit today at mohmuseum.org. Now, maybe not totally fair on Shotty, but here are just some of the other turnarounds and how some of the first-year head coaches fared. You have 5 playoff teams that came off 11 or more lost seasons last season. New England with Mike Vrabel.
Yes.
You've got Liam Cohen in Jacksonville.
Yes.
Ben Johnson in Chicago.
Yes.
You've got, of course, Carolina and San Francisco. Those are not new head coaches. You've got 4 division winners that are coming off 12 or more lost seasons. Those would also include New England, Jacksonville, and Chicago. Carolina being the other. That's Dave Canales, not a first-year head coach. 3 worst of first division champs, New England and Chicago. 2 13-win teams off 13 lost seasons. So just his peers in the same coaching cycle that got hired. You've got Vrabel, Liam Cohen, Ben Johnson that have done a fantastic job in year one and have their teams now going from worst to first in their division and will be now playing for postseason play. Now, hey, defensively, you can say they were not nearly as bad as what Bryan Schottenheimer had to deal with. But I think, if you're evaluating just him as a year one head coach, and he'd be the first one to say it, I think he gave a C to himself when Brad asked him about that.
You know what? I'll tell you what, and I'll say this about Shotty, and he is a very likable guy. And he's gonna, the media. I mean, Todd Archer asked, I thought, a really good question, like why are certain guys staying on the field and other guys coming off the field? Yeah. And Shotty's going to stand up there and he's going to give you an answer and he's going to be really personable and he's not robotic like Jason Garrett or like a jerk like Mike McCarthy. He's going to give you like this answer and he's going to be a likable guy. And that's, sometimes, the likable guy is like, I know myself when we were 5-11 the 3 straight years, and I admit that now here as when I'm doing media work.
All the time. You tell Dave Campo anytime you see him, you apologize to him. I apologize to Cowboys fans for not doing a good enough job.
And I mean that with all sincerity. And I wonder sometimes with these coaches that tell, well, it starts with me. Well, of course it does start with you. And you need to evaluate why you weren't very good in the red zone. Why were you guys so bad on defense? Were you trying to tell, why? And Brad Sham even brought it up. Why didn't you, as a head coach, walk into Matt Eberflus's office and say, hey, listen, we've got to play more of this. We've got to blitz more. We can't play soft zone coverage and give up big plays. Where's the, he says the accountability starts with him, but I wish there would have been a little bit more of that, that we would have seen him like saying, "Oh yeah, it's my fault, this, that, and the other."
Yeah.
But did he really ever do anything about it? Sure. That's the thing that always worries me when you try and be nice guy and be very cordial to the media and all that, and then really what did you do when you get the tough question? Then it starts with me. Mm-hmm. I have to do better. Mm-hmm. I have to. Okay, well, go do better. This defense never got better the whole entire year, and there are things you probably could have done. You probably could have gone there and told Matt Eberflus that, hey, we need to do this differently. And if Matt Eberflus didn't do those things, the next week, fire his ass.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Make a change. To me, I appreciate the nice guy Schottenheimer thing. I don't know if that necessarily fixes what you need going forward, though.
No.
You could be the, hey, I'm wrong here, But man, it just seemed like the whole year he could have probably done something about the defense, and they didn't.
Well, and did the defense, and I get it, like statistically you're one of the best offenses in the league. I understand. You had a 1,000-yard receiver in Pickens. You had a 1,000-yard receiver in CD. You had a 1,000-yard rusher. You had a 4,000-yard passer, most passing yards in the history of the Cowboys in a single season for Dak Prescott. But where do you win games, Brian? Red zone success.
They were not. Yeah, that was.
You've got to score touchdowns. We're complaining about Brandon Aubrey because the guy attempted 16 50-plus yard field goals.
Yeah.
16. Yeah. So how bad the defense was, we've got to evaluate this thing as a whole. And it's not like, I can't believe people are complaining about the offense. Did you see how bad? No, it's a team game. We've talked about the special teams today. Wasn't good enough. Well, a big reason why you also did not win some of these games is you did not have red zone success. And at times, you were a poor team on third down to stay on the football field. Yeah. And when you're the head coach and the play caller, some of that stuff also has to be pointed to. Yeah. And I do think maybe some of the criticism that would have been received on offense is because of just how historically bad this defense is.
Yeah. Oh, no, he caught a break. He caught a break on that. And the 817 asks, can he throw Flus under the bus when he's a Jones hire? Yeah, absolutely he can. Absolutely can. I don't know. You think Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones sat up there and watched what was going on defense and felt good about that? That's probably why Flus is going to be out of a job. But to me, I think you could have done some things. I think you could have done some things differently on defense. But you're absolutely right. There's things offensively they could have done a lot better. And that fell through the cracks. And some of the things that we didn't notice about a first-year head coach was because of how historically bad the defense was.
Yeah, I mean, Shotty, I know he mentioned he feels good about the clock management. I think there were stuff with the timeouts, that we would point to when we did some of our halftime shows. And again, I mentioned in the open, I'm feeling so much better about the direction this offense is going now compared to a year ago. I think there were so many positives. But ultimately, when you're 7-9-1 and the season was not a success, now we've got to look and critique and evaluate everything. And I think that Bryan Schottenheimer knows that there's things that he needs to evaluate as a play caller and to make this offense better. And the defense really needs a total overhaul. And it's unfortunate that there are players that they were counting on now that you just have a big question mark. The health of Deron Bland moving forward. Yeah. Diggs was supposed to be a piece of this thing. He's gone. Osa. I mean, I've mentioned this in other postgame shows. I did not really notice Osa a lot this year.
Played the whole game today. Not a factor.
And that stinks. Like, I've been a big Osa fan. I think Osa he cares. He's an effort, attitude. Like, he's a player that you want on your team. He's a captain for a reason. But outside of a couple of game stretch when you first get Quinnen Williams, I didn't see him maximized. Maybe that's on the defense. Very fair to counter that. Linebackers. I mean, what are you going to do there? Is Shamar James your guy moving forward? Maris, this coaching staff didn't seem to like too much. I mean, there's a lot of questions. And then when it comes to going back to the front office and criticizing them, it's because you have a massive sample size of the way they do it, and they want to do it their way, that it doesn't work. So when we sit here on the postgame show, for certain fans or others at the Star in the building, and they think like, this is just you want to go on a viral rant, there's nothing to do with that. No. It's because I, speaking for myself, care. And I want nothing but success in a Super Bowl for the team that I fell in love with, my first love, that I wanted to do this job to get as close to as possible. Right. And it stinks to have to do these shows every year, and we're talking about what they didn't do right. And there were things that they did right, but it's just not enough. Yeah. And we need to, I feel a responsibility for the fans that listen to try and put as much pressure until we can celebrate them for finally hoisting another Lombardi trophy. And if I'm not doing that, then I'm lying to myself. And if I'm doing that, well, then I might as well not do the job. Yeah. So, and there might be other people that they hate the way that we speak about them. Well, sorry, but I guess you're cool with just being an average football team. Yeah. And that's something you probably need to go ahead and reevaluate. All right, let's get back to your calls and texts. A lot of you have been waiting patiently, and we're going to get right to you. Plus, Javon Clowney, Dak Prescott, a lot more from the locker room. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network, so you can talk college football with...
the Dallas Cowboys. Brought to you by
AT&T. Connecting changes everything. Pepsi. Whether tailgating at the stadium or grilling at home, on game day, Cowboys fans deserve Pepsi. Blockchain.com. Invest like your icons with Blockchain.com. The islands of the Bahamas. It's not one island. It's a lifetime of them. And by Miller Lite, the only beer of the Dallas Cowboys.
At the 1, there's a handoff. Maffa plunging at right guard, and he's in.
Wow. How about that touchdown for one, Jaden Blue, as he went ahead and finally got it in. First time getting to play since I want to say the Denver game. It's the first time he's been active, and he gets his first touchdown of his NFL career as the Cowboys do fall 34-17 in this season finale. They're 7-9-1 on the year, currently with the 12th overall pick in the draft, and that will stay at pick 12. They'll have the 12th pick back-to-back years unless Miami can come back and knock off New England, in which case they'd move up to pick 11. Green Bay currently at pick 20. We'll have to wait and see how the Packers fare in the playoffs. But Jaden Blue actually catching up with the media post-game in the locker room.
Obviously, first NFL touchdown. Just how did today feel?
It felt great. Just to be back out here again. It's been a while, but I felt great to be back out here and get to showcase what I can do.
It had some jump cuts, showed some bursts. What was the mentality kind of going in today? It looked like patience was something that was there for you today.
Really, man, I was just hungry. I feel like I haven't played in a while, and I knew this was the last one of the year, so I wanted to seize the opportunity, and I've been working super hard and practicing, making sure I'm doing the little things so that I can perform whenever the time was needed.
And you put a lot of good on film out there. Just talk about what you can take away from that going into the offseason, kind of build going into year two, and just what have you learned from year one?
Yeah, man, absolutely. Like you said, there were some good things I did, but there's also things that I can take and build on going into next year. So, like I said, man, I'll meet with my coach and see what I can get better at going into next year.
What have you taken from this year, just learning the transition from college to pro and being a professional? What has that been like for you this year?
Just staying patient, man. Just leaning on the vets, making sure I'm staying, as close as I can to them, trusting my coaches, and, just making sure I'm working, man, because, at this level, talent isn't everything, so I have to make sure I'm putting in the work so that I can continue to have those opportunities.
There's Jaden Blue, and he, acknowledging that he needs to do a better job this offseason, to be able to consistently have those opportunities. And look, I hope that Javonte Williams is back. If he's not, you've got two young backs. Who knows? Maybe they find another veteran that they liked in free agency to come in and have more production. Maybe they can find a home run on day 3 of the draft. Who knows? Because right now you don't have a day 2 pick. And I don't think that Jeremiah Love is going to be under massive consideration in the first round. I could be wrong. That's a heck of a back.
There's a couple positions. There's the tackle. There's the running back. If you absolutely do everything in your power to add as many players as you can through free agency, and I'm not saying you have to sign every $20 million player, but you got to find a way. You just can't bottom fish.
Yeah, go tier 2 and 3.
Yeah, you got to just, pick some guys out, address a couple positions, give yourself as much flexibility in this draft as you can. If you want to make picks, if you want to move the pick back, just don't sit there and just sit on your hands and expect things to be better.
Because they won't be.
Because they won't be.
No,
they won't be. They will absolutely not. And, you got to give yourself the opportunity to have that flexibility. So if, in fact, you can take a runner or you could take a tackle or you want to trade back to where it makes sense, you could do all those things with some good certainty.
Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl champion scout Bryan Broaddus. Let's get back to the phones here on the official postgame show of your Dallas Cowboys. As let's hit line 7. I believe Ty has been waiting a while. Ty, what's going on, man? How are you?
Yes, Happy New Year. Thank you for taking the call.
Happy New Year.
I can't recall, did Jerry let all of the defensive coaches go before he hired the head coach? And based on your answer, I have another question.
Yes. I believe that it was. Now, I think Flus was actually, if you listen to, he had an interview with, I believe it was Ed Werder and Matt Mosley, that he was hired to be the defensive coordinator before technically or at least had a verbal conversation before technically Bryan Schottenheimer was named the head coach.
Right.
Okay. So listening to you earlier, you said that there was some conflict between Schotty and, because I'm an Al Harris type of guy.
Yeah.
So is it because Harris has a little swagger to him? Because if I recall,
no, not at all.
Okay.
No, it has to do with how they're blaming Al Harris for coddling players, and Schotty wasn't on board with that. And you could go back Carson, you could go back with Diggs. There were things that they were trying to get done with those players, and they couldn't get it done because Al was standing in the way of that. So I don't think there's, and I haven't had anybody tell me different, because I've said this on several different platforms, that I don't think there's much love between Schotty and Al Harris. That's what I'm understanding. And nobody's texted me or called me and said I'm absolutely wrong about that.
Okay. Then but I just couldn't understand why Harris is always at the top of the list of a DC, and they have this conflict. So that was the reason I was asking the question.
Now they could be dead wrong about him, but if you talk to people in the organization, I haven't heard Al Harris's side, but there's belief that the reason why that Diggs and Carson even now have kind of there've been some problems with those guys. It was because Al Harris coddled them the way that he did.
Okay. Thanks for clearing that up.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Ty. That opens up another line. Let's go out to Jay on line 8. Jay, what's up here on the official postgame show of the Dallas Cowboys?
Zach, Bryan, how are you? Listen, this is no disrespect to Zach. I just want to give Bryan his love.
Oh, for sure.
He's Cowboys royalty. He absolutely belongs in the Ring of Honor. He's a legend. He's the voice of the fans. I mean, I know Bryan's a humble dude. He doesn't like taking this kind of stuff, but I tell him all the time, him and Vach together, great chemistry. Didn't have to take Vach under his wing. And he does so much for the entire fan base. He's what connects us. He is outspoken. I mean, there's just so many things I could go on about Bryan, but I only called in to give him his love. And one more thing, I say it every friggin' off season, Jerry, spend some money or we will be spinning our wheels yet again. God bless.
Thank you for the kind words. And you talk about me taking Vach. He's the one that he took me. I mean, seriously, I've wanted to work with him for a long time. I'm really excited to be able to work with Zach and Aisha again on our show called The Stack. I'm really happy about some of the things that we're putting together for Cowboy fans overall. And but thank you for your very kind words. Appreciate it.
No, you're right, Ty. I mean, Bryan's the best, man. You've been able to build a little army of media scouts here.
Yeah.
I've been lucky and fortunate enough to have you allow me that opportunity, and Aisha.
You're good. You're good at it. You and Aisha and
Crushes. I mean,
Jeff,
KT. Yeah, man.
Dane Burglar got to start with us.
There's a lot.
Yeah, there's
a lot. This little Bryan army here that you're kind of putting out there, and we
got a lot of work. We got a lot of work coming up.
We do. This is going to be a big one. But you're right, Ty. This is an off season where the Cowboys are going to need to go out there and certainly try and earn make some moves happen in free agency with some money, and they can open up some cap space. I had I think it was an Eagle fan troll. I'm like, well, right now they're negative. They're under the cap. Look, you can definitely fix that. That is something where they got a lot of moves that they can go ahead and
flipping some switches,
flipping a lot of switches. Whether that's you're restructuring Dak's deal, you're doing an extension with one Quinnen Williams or Kenny Clark, or you could outright release Kenny Clark, who doesn't have any guaranteed money left. That saves you $20 million.
You save $11.5 on Diggs being claimed.
And then Steele is another guy you can save money on. Logan Wilson you can save money on. So there's a lot of ways to free up money, and that's not even, hey, these players are necessarily gone. Like in Kenny Clark's case, you can just go ahead. They did this with I believe it was DeMarcus Lawrence several years ago, where it was kind of they just renew a deal. They just go ahead and we're going to go ahead and recreate that thing or add an extension here. They can open up. They're going to have a lot of money to play with. Don't let the cap stuff fool you here.
But they need to find a way to do something with it. Once they start flipping these switches, don't sit back and talk about carrying things over and all these things. Go out there and make your team better. If they don't do that, then listen, we need to go after Jerry and Steven with even more venom when it comes to that. You just can't sit there and expect that 2 draft picks, because they're both first-round picks. Sure, they can make an absolute difference, but this team needs so much more than just those picks.
Yeah, there's so many holes. You're not going to be able to go ahead and just and even a better defensive coordinator who can actually maybe get the most out of your players.
Yeah, and they're asking us on the text if we're going to get Hellman and Dane Brugler on the stack. Absolutely. We're going to have a lot of guests.
Can't wait. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. All right, let's go to Charles in Greenville, line 9. Charles, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I wanted to hold on because I wanted to say my piece in a complete different area.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm thinking that we're talking like everybody wants to come to the Cowboys. And I have a feeling that for 30 years of failure, there's coaches, college players, free agents that don't want anything to do with us.
Why would that be, sir?
Because half the country hates our guts. That's why.
In what way, sir? They hate our guts because of what we are as a team or as an organization? What do you mean by that?
All of it. They don't like the organization. They know we're losers.
Okay.
And I've been watching the Cowboys since the first kickoff in 1960.
Yeah.
And I know
I was with you 8 years later. I was there too.
I was in a place that wasn't blacked out, so I could watch it on TV.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, everybody, we assume that because we're the Cowboys and we're so arrogant that everybody's killing each other to get to our team. And I don't believe that. I think some of these college players are actually not real thrilled about coming here. I know it's about money.
Yeah.
But there are people that I see other teams, and every year they just keep on bringing in good players. And our team, we don't get bad overnight. We've been getting bad for years.
Well, Charles, here's where I'd counter what you're saying here. Yeah. That's not players don't want to come here.
Yeah.
That's the team's not going out and signing those players.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy. He was living in Dallas in the offseason. Jerry was told we don't have the money to go and get Derrick Henry. So they didn't.
I'm talking about everyone, not one player.
No, I'm just giving you one example. Reuben Bain Jr., one of the best college players in the draft. Afterwards, Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, interviews him. How would you feel about playing for the Cowboys? What did he say? He'd absolutely love that. Myles Garrett just broke the sack record today for Michael Strahan, local kid. He was campaigning to be a Dallas Cowboy.
Von Miller?
There's just not any facts to support that players don't want to come to Dallas because of the 30 years of not winning a championship. I get the frustration. I think this is more of Jerry and Steven haven't gone out of their way to actually want to sign other players. That's why the Cowboys aren't getting players in the offseason. They're not going out and signing them.
That's the other reason. They know they have to deal with the Joneses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Three reasons right there.
All right.
Well, I appreciate the call there, Charles. Thank you. Let's go ahead and pause 10 seconds for station identification across the Dallas Cowboys radio network.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
All righty, let's get one more in here before we break. We got Darren calling in Michigan. Darren, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm okay. Thank you so much for taking my call. I'll try to be quick here. Boy, after that last call, I wonder why he's even still a fan. I got to be honest. It's like, the guy sounds like he needs to be talked off the edge of a building, unfortunately. But, I want to tell you guys something. I live an hour and a half from Detroit, so I'm smack right in Lions country. And at the beginning of the year, I didn't have any rose-colored glasses. I figured, the Cowboys would probably end up 9-8, 8-9. So I was pretty close. I certainly didn't know their defense would be nearly as bad as it was, but, no one did, I don't think. But, I want you guys to know how much I thank you, Zach and Bryan and all of you, for just the beyond outstanding. I can't come up with an adjective to describe how much you guys mean to Cowboy fans, and I mean this. Because
appreciate that. Thank you.
The best I can say is you make me proud to be a Cowboys fan. I mean, when I compare your pregame and your halftime and postgame and your draft coverage to say what the Lions have and what other teams have, and certainly I don't listen to everybody, but, I mean, you are so far above and beyond what the teams I see, particularly the Lions, are doing. It's just amazing. So I thank you for just your knowledge and your experience, and I thank you that you do try to put pressure on the Cowboys front office to get better, because somebody has to. Now, the one thing I did want to ask you about is, and I think it was Bryan that made this comment, or maybe it was Zach, that, they hired Eberflus before they got Schottenheimer in, and they,
Yes.
One of you mentioned earlier, you said, well, did Schottenheimer go into Eberflus's office and say, hey, we need to make this change and that change, and next week if he didn't, well, then fire him. Well, did he have that authority? Because I'm not sure that he really had any authority, and maybe you can tell me this, Bryan and Zach. Did he have the authority to actually have a supervisory role over Eberflus, or was it pretty much, okay, this is your defense and I can't say anything?
No. This goes back to Stephen Jones, and thanks for the call, by the way.
Dan. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the kind words. It means a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate it. By the way, the Lions have one of my best friends up there, and John Dorsey helping him with
drafts. He's doing a hell of a job.
He's really good.
They're drafting well.
So, and we like talking about all the players. But Stephen Jones, we've asked Stephen Jones on a Friday about that. I remember I asked him the question about the authority of Matt Eberflus, and say, hey, we'll do anything we have to do to support the head coach. Mm-hmm. And so I believe that. I've worked with him. I think that if a coach wanted to make a decision on somebody on staff, the head coach wanted to make he would absolutely have the authority to do so. He go into Stephen and Jerry and say, hey, I would like to do this. These coaches have a lot more power with this organization than a lot of organizations I've worked with before. Jacksonville, Philadelphia, Green Bay, a lot more authority to go in and do what they need to do if they want to make a change. So, Stephen Jones was adamant if they wanted to make a change, or he wanted to make a change, that he would be
Schotty's decision.
It would be Schotty's decision.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope that it would be moving forward. But then again, I guess the one thing that I think Ed Werder pointed out that their special teams coach, Nick Sorensen, was a Schotty hire. Yeah. So that one maybe not hit as much. We've given him a lot of praise for the offensive staff additions, but I do still think he needs to be the one here to ultimately make the decision on the defensive coordinator that he wants to build really the identity and the culture and the vision that he has for this football team.
There's people agreeing with Charles. I'm just interested about this because I think it's the 336 there. Is that right? Did I get that?
360, yeah.
360. She says Charles is spot on. Players aren't going to say anything bad about a team when they're asked if they want to play with, so on and that kind of stuff. Text in and tell me if you really believe that players don't want to be here. Because I've never, and trust me, all my scouting days, I've talked to players a lot about when you say, hey, Bryan brought us Dallas Cowboys. Oh, man, hey, yeah, nice. Yes, sir, that kind of thing. Yeah. I think if you pay players, and show interest in them, they're going to want to come play with you. No matter. I've never really talked to a player that wanted to go to Dallas. Now, I've talked to other players that didn't want to go to other teams because of conditions, weather, whatever. But Dallas Cowboys, I don't think that's the case.
I have heard other players say, in the draft process, like, I'd prefer not to play so-and-so. Hell, Eli Manning said, I'm not playing for the Chargers. Yeah. And got himself traded to the Giants. It's not like it hasn't happened. Yeah. I just can't think of an example of that specifically when it comes to the Cowboys. All right, more of your calls and texts. We'll also hear from Javon Clowney, Dak Prescott, and more. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
Bell Nunley has been committed to serving their client.
Choose Barberi Law Firm for a masterful defense. Call 682-LAW-STAR.
And here is Sauls kicking it off to Turpin at the 5, coming left up to the 20, looking for a hole 30, found a hole 40. Good night, Nurse. Keep running. Turpin left sideline, 25, 20, 15. Oh, they caught him at the 15-yard line.
Cavante Turpin's 84-yard kickoff return, his longest kick return of the season, second longest of his career. He has the single-season franchise record in both kickoff returns and kickoff return yards, as that was our What a Play of the Game, brought to you by Whataburger and the Salvation Army doing the most good. 2 plays later, you had Jaden Blue get his first career NFL touchdown, but the Cowboys fall in the 2025 season finale on the road to the Giants, snapping a long winning streak against the G-Men. 34-17 the final. They fall to 7-9-1 on the year. Zach Wolchuk alongside the Super Bowl champ Bryan brought us here on the official Pepsi Postgame show. Thank you so much for rocking with us. But speaking of special teams, here was Brandon Aubrey postgame.
You don't figure some stuff out. Yes, sir. Yep.
This season, reflecting back now, I know you'll have some time this offseason to do it, but wrapping it up, what do you look back and remember about this year at this point?
From a personal standpoint, wasn't quite up to the standard I want to set. Obviously, as a team, that's pretty apparent since we're sitting here not in the playoffs. But I think you got to look at it as a team and as an individual. So for me, towards the end of the year, started missing more than we like. So got to refocus and figure out what we need to change, and then come back and be better next year. I think from a team standpoint, it's the exact same. And if everyone does that as an individual, then it's pretty easy to do it as a team.
I've had a lot of fans reaching out asking about your future and all that. How do you approach that? How do you approach this offseason?
Yeah, I keep my head down and just focus on kicking balls. So now it would be time to look at that. I have no idea what's in store, but I love being here.
What has this place meant to you?
Yeah, it's my hometown team. Love being a part of it, and hopefully we can keep it going.
Yep, there's Brandon Aubrey, who certainly I'd be stunned if he isn't a Dallas Cowboy next year.
I always love when he gives us the analysis of what the team needs to do,
Yeah.
It's not about the kick and stuff. He's like, well, we're not in the playoffs, obviously. We need to kind of focus
We got to get better.
I love when the kicker, he's done it a couple of different times. It's like he's taken the approach like he's the cornerback or the linebacker.
He's a football player,
He's
man.
a football player.
He sure is. I mean, he made a tackle this year on special teams. That's my guy. All right, I'm gonna go down swinging for my guy, Brandon Aubrey. 9 for 9, field goals 20 of 29. 5 for 5 from 30 to 39. 10 of 10, Bryan. 40 to 49. Missed 1 PAT. 45 of 46 this year. 11 of 16 from 50 plus. All right, and we're saying he's a problem. I get it. We missed a couple here.
11 of 16 from 50 plus.
50 plus. You're kicking 16 50-plus yard field goals.
Man, that's a high bar right there.
There's a lot of trust in him.
That's a
lot. And he's earned it.
That's a lot of high bar.
How many games did he come in clutch for you? Sending it to overtime or winning a game?
People are thinking that he got nicked up when he ran the fake field goal.
Maybe
against
they're onto something.
Remember the Dan Bailey back problem?
Yeah.
I wonder if that's probably not the issue.
I don't know. Maher
that was 11 of 16.
11 of 16, 50 plus.
Yeah, come on.
It's going to be Cam Little. Maybe you can say Cam Little surpassed him as the best kicker in the league.
Cam Little had a 67 a day.
He did. Cam Little's been great, but I mean, we got a short list here. You got a top 3 to 5 kicker in football. I don't want to be one of those other 13 teams that are just going through a bunch throughout the season. There's nothing worse than having a kicker you can't rely on. Maybe just don't have to kick so many 50 plus yarders. Let's not have so many stalling drives. Yeah. You don't have to worry about it. All right. Wolchuk and Broadus here, and we did get some texts. I guess we have one example being Dallas Goedert, who said that he never really wanted to be a Cowboy once he got drafted by the Eagles.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you do have former players that will leave, but you got to wonder, is that like a player scorned, like Dalton Schultz? If the Cowboys had have offered Dalton Schultz a contract, he'd have stayed with Dallas. He would stay. Then he goes to Houston, and he wants to make the comments about, like, the zoo.
The facility and stuff, the zoo and all that,
That's fine.
I understand.
Other players will do that. I mean, as soon as Micah and Diggs leave, but I think that they also, you always got to wonder there when players are saying are they burned? Do they feel hurt by the organization in some sort of way?
Jordan Lewis? Was he a little mad at you for...
J-Lu might have been. I mean, they did give him a second contract. They just didn't give him a third one, and he had a hell of a year for Jacksonville. Fortunately, had to have season-ending surgery, but he got a good. I think the Cowboys wanted to keep Blue. So they didn't feel like they could pay him $10 million a year.
Yeah.
Now, hey, if you ask him now, maybe they'd say we'll find $10 million.
Yeah, they could have done that.
We'll find a way to pay you.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I mean, they're with all the players, there's probably going to be a handful that grew up hating the Cowboys. Yeah. But I'd be willing to say if they actually offered them a contract, they'd probably say, okay, we're going to come and play. And there's also so many benefits that come with that. I mean, just look at some of the other players, Jalen Smith, with all that's a knock, right? Is it a business? Is it all about building your own brand, or is the focus on football? I understand that, but there's a lot of benefits that come up with
I think Ashton Jeanty was disappointed that he didn't get to Dallas.
Yeah. Local kid. Yeah. I mean, Tyler Booker was thrilled.
Yeah.
Grew up.
How about Tyler Smith?
Micah.
Yeah.
Micah grew up a Cowboy fan.
Yeah.
There's tons. I mean, obviously, Dez, it was one of the most memorable. Of course, Lufkin, Texas. I grew up in the area. So I think there are some people that would agree with Charles. I don't. I think it's more so the Cowboys don't sign those players.
I think the Cowboy fan that's older, like me, probably feels that way. They probably, because they're probably really bitter towards Jerry. And listen, when Jerry bought the team, I was bitter that he fired Tom Landry for a brief time, but the team was awful. The last, 87, 88, 89, 89 was Johnson's first year.
Yeah.
But it needed to be changed. Something needed to be changed. And everybody's like, oh, they can't believe he fired Tom Landry. Honestly, change needed to be made. 28 years of doing that, there needed to be a change. If they were going to get better, they were going to have to make a change.
All right, let's go back out to the phones. 877-881-1053. We got Bill in Dallas on line one. Bill, what's going on? You're on the official postgame show of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hi, guys. First of all, congratulations to y'all for having a winning season, whatever else happened. And it's been great. Been hearing you guys. And I am also, by the way, I was at the very first Cowboys game at 60. I disagree completely with what that guy said. But
Charles, yeah.
But I want to ask you, and I think Zach touched on something really that I was going to say. So thanks for that, Zach, because you touched on the offense also. When you have what's supposed to be one of the best, if not the best offenses in the league, they've got to come through for you when it counts. So I'm just going to give three quick examples, and then you guys can talk about whether I'm wrong or not, because I hear other people argue with me about that. Yeah, I agree 100%. Defense, painful all year, no question about that. That was the way it is. But let's go back to the Minnesota game. 4 field goals and 2 missed field goals. Sure. And like you were saying, and you said that, Zach, if you make a couple of touchdowns, you win the game. What about the Raiders? 17 points? How many wins are you going to make in the NFL with 17 points? Okay, the defense let them score a bunch, but if your offense is supposed to be the best in the league, you got to do more than 17. Okay. Let's go back to the Green Bay game a long time ago. Into the Green Bay game, we're ahead. We're winning the game. We got the ball. 4 minutes to play. If we drive down the field and score, good chance we win the game. And I remember that well. I remember what Dak said after the game. He was going to trust the defense. I'm 75. I don't trust the defense. But anyway, those 3 games to me, again, you're not going to do everything all the time. But when we keep saying we got the best offense in the league, yeah, we do. I agree. I love them. But at times like that, I don't know if it's the play calls or if it's whatever. You got to pull it out. You got to pull it through.
Mel, is there a deeper thought of? Is there some particular thing? You gave 3 good examples, but I think you're troubled about something else. I think you're troubled. Do you have a problem with the quarterback? Do you have a problem with the play caller? There's got to be something deeper here with the offense than what you're leading on to.
Really, honestly, I don't know, because I trust. I think what you said earlier, Brian, is very accurate. We all like Schotty.
Sure.
We like him, but they hadn't pulled it off. I don't blame. And yeah, I think I'm sure he has the authority, but I wouldn't have expected him. And he did, by the way. There was a time during the bye when he went in and talked to Eberflus, and they did started blitzing more, and it didn't help him. So yeah, we got to do something about the defense. I don't know about the offense. I don't know. In previous years, I felt uneasy about Dak, especially because of the Green Bay, playoff game 2 years ago.
Sure.
So that made me feel bad. And I think as far as Schotty goes, give him a year. This was his first year. I like the guy a lot. And so I'm very hopeful that he's going to learn. He's going to see what happens. I don't know, because you tell me. And again, offensive line guys got hurt, but other teams' guys get hurt. So, I don't know. I don't know if there's any specific problem or what it is, or if it's overall, maybe it's just some aspect of the football gods don't like us for some reason.
That's fair. That's fair.
I appreciate the call, Bill. It could be a combination of all of the things there. I think
Bill was his name?
It was Bill.
I said
was trying
Mel.
to mouth it to you.
Why did I say Mel?
I was trying to be like Bill Jones.
I was thinking the LL.
And with Mel. I thought you wrote out the B.
No, I wrote M. I'm sorry,
I thought it was a B.
Bill, my apologies.
I can't read the air writing.
I couldn't see.
That's my fault.
I couldn't see his name. I looked at it. Mel.
I know.
Like that. But anyway, Bill, thanks for the call. You know what? I thought there was something deeper there. I thought he was going to turn around and tell me I just don't like Schottenheimer that much.
I just don't believe the guy.
I don't believe in Dak. I was looking for something a little deeper, but he gave 3 legitimate answers for somebody that might not be too happy with the way the offense was this year.
He did. He sure did. All right,
Bill,
let's
right?
Yep, Mel.
Mel?
No, it's Bill.
Bill.
We love you, Bill Mel. All right, we'll get to more of your calls, Tony. I see you've been waiting. Christy, we'll get to you. Hakeem, our guy in Frisco. Hakeem, I know you've been waiting patiently. We'll go ahead and empty the phone lines, plus hear more audio from the locker room in our defensive stop of the game. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
Hey, Cowboy fans. Keith Davis here, former Cowboys.
solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Oil, the official oil of the Dallas Cowboys.
Second down, about 10.5, and the snap back to Dart. Pressured, hit as he dumps it out for the right side to Tracy at the 35, and he makes his way down to the 25-yard line.
Now the ball's out.
The 24 and a first down, but now the ball is out, and the Cowboys have recovered a fumble.
Heck yeah, they did. Unfortunately, there weren't a lot of turnovers this year. That's what was resulted in a 7-9-1 finish. The Cowboys did not win the turnover battle the majority of the time, and today they did. 2-1. They won the turnover battle. In fact, they lost the turnover battle because I am reading that the Cowboys had 2 turnovers. The Giants had 1. They fumbled once, and they threw an interception. They forced that 1 fumble. And Clowney, I mean, that was like back-to-back plays. Clowney had a strip sack fumble. He thought he recovered, and then it was like, nope, sorry, he's down. Then the next play, that got over to Clowney. So that was our defensive play of the game, brought to you by WinStar. As the casino of the Dallas Cowboys, WinStar delivers thrills worthy of America's team. With over 10,000 of your favorite electronic games, the 2-story WinStar Spawn Cascades, their luxury pool complex. WinStar is a world of wow. Please game responsibly. Zach Wolchuk alongside the champ Bryan Broaddus, our Super Bowl winning scout, here on the final postgame show of the 2025 Dallas Cowboys season.
Something they will win every week is the number of missed tackles in a game.
Yeah.
It's just alarming to watch a team play the way that they do.
Last week was probably one where maybe you played against a team that was just as bad in Washington.
Yeah.
But it is, I mean, the angles they take.
It's crazy how many times today did they have a chance to get off the field on third down and just 4 yards from the sticks, bad angle, as you mentioned.
Valentine missed one. Donovan Wilson missed a couple.
Yeah, it just.
we can go down the list.
It's just giving teams opportunity after opportunity to convert. Just so bad on third down.
Yeah.
Just the whole year bad.
Yeah, I mean, you're allowing teams to then extend drives, and that was a huge issue.
Here's people, and you know what? They said not to mention Dak had the turnover on downs.
Yeah, fourth down.
And also, too, how about the missed field goal? You know me, that's...
Yes, the missed field goal.
Missed field goals always, to me, are like turnovers as well, especially when you give them the ball right there.
Give them in good field position. Right. Update, it looks like New England, barring Quinn Ewers, really putting it together here. New England's up 24-10 on Miami.
So that's
in the third quarter.
So that's going to mean probably Dallas locked into the 12.
They'd be locked in at the 12 spot. If Miami can rally, the Cowboys can then get the 11th pick.
As we speak, with no quarterbacks evaluated yet, I've got 14 first-round grades.
I'm feeling, if it can be like last year and you end up having a rookie season of the quality that Tyler Booker just gave you, because this is back-to-back years, they'll be picking 12th overall in the first round.
Yep, I think you're going to get somebody.
Good display. Good place here.
I think you're going to be able to get some. I think you're going to be able to look at the corners you want. I think you're going to be looking at one of the edges you want.
Linebackers. Probably your pick of the bunch, outside of maybe Arbel Reese.
Kind of feel like you're in a good spot.
Yep.
And I don't expect Green Bay to do anything in the playoffs. So
I hope not. And then you'd be sitting with pick 20.
Yep.
So 2 top 20 picks.
Go for it.
I mean, hey, last time 11 and 20, your last draft.
Yep.
DeMarcus Ware, Marcus Spears.
That's right.
Can you find a way to replicate that?
2005. Yeah, long time ago.
That would be that would be fantastic. All right, we do need to hear from Dak Prescott, though. Then we'll rip through the rest of your phone calls. Here was what Dak Prescott had to say in the final presser of the 2025 season.
Tough season. Frustrating in the sense, I think I've alliterated this before. One of the first seasons, if not the first, in my career, right? I can't directly correlate my play to the wins, the loss, or the end of the season or overall success of the season. So that makes it frustrating. One of the best offenses in the league, explosive. Now, sure, not always to our standard. Didn't play like that every week in and week out. But put up a lot of points. Unfortunately, right, just didn't win all the games that we should have, and didn't finish out some of those one-score close games on our end, and ultimately leads us to a 8-9-1 record. It sucks, but it's the reality. A lot of good in this season, but unfortunately, it's not, as you said, right? It's not the destination. It's not the end goal. It's not where we wanted to be. But thankful for the experience, thankful for the men in the locker room who gave it their all, the coaches each and every week. I don't think effort or lack of focus or intensity was ever our problem. So appreciate everyone, giving it their all and leaving it all out there.
Assuming you have a good relationship with Jerry and others in the front office, how much will you talk to them about the plan going forward?
Yeah, I mean, as it comes up, I mean, be blunt, yeah, there's going to be conversations. I'm sure they're going to reach out, and if there's going to be other topics where I go to them first, right? And so there'll be a lot of communication, and I know I heard Shotty just say it at the end of it, this is the time, now that we have the time for that, right? You not only do your evaluations, but from there, you decide how you're going to move forward and what pieces change and what pieces stay the same and what team you're going to put together for next year.
Clarence Hill, Dallas Cowboys. Offensively today, did you know you were going to come out at halftime, or what was the process with that, your thought process on that, and did it affect your offense at all? Because you guys weren't as productive normally as you were in the first half.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily know when I was coming out. So for me, it was just play the game to win, and gave it my best when I was in there. We didn't obviously convert on that fourth down try right there in the red zone, which would have led to points, and I feel like made a huge difference in this game. We settled, or actually we didn't settle for 3, right? We had a turnover on downs, and they went down and scored immediately, and so that sucks. But yeah, I mean that the plan for me coming out wasn't necessarily defined. So yeah.
How tired are you having this bad taste in your mouth in the season, using it as motivation? I mean,
it's frustrating. Tired of it. I've got to deal with it. Yeah, sure, tired, right? But it's up to me to control, and that's why I say this year was as frustrating as anything. Is right. There's been a number of times being up here talking to you guys and right saying I need to fix this, I need to get better at this, and to have a season where it wasn't on my play, or I can't say I should have fixed that or I should have fixed that. I mean, I take accountability. Don't get me wrong, in so many ways, and the leader I am, I'm frustrated, always trying to figure out what could I've done better. If there was, whether it was conversations here or talking to this guy there or whatever it may be. I do still put some of it, on myself. But unfortunately, we just didn't get it done. And yeah, I'm tired and sick of it, but it won't change the way that I approach this offseason, the way that I lead, and me just giving this game everything that I've got to try to change it.
There's Dak Prescott, and you can hear some of the frustration, certainly. And, I mean, he's talked about wanting to be a little bit more involved. I don't know if he will be. I mean, as you've said, Jerry certainly does like to take in a lot of opinions.
Yep.
I'm sure Dak would be on the top of his list of people that he would listen to.
Yep.
So we'll see. Maybe Dak has some say in what goes on this offseason. But I'm willing to say now the Cowboys are going to have the 12th overall pick, Brian.
Okay.
You just had a long touchdown run for Ramondre Stevenson.
Okay. If that's the case, Mark C. wants to know Bailey, Edge, Texas Tech, or Downs, Ohio State, available at 12. Who are you going to take? I'm running to the podium and taking Caleb Downs. There's not a single player in this draft I would take over Caleb Downs. That's your favorite player? That's my favorite player. One of my favorite players I've ever evaluated. So when you stack, number one player on the board. He's going to be your number one player on the board. Yeah. I think that I don't think he has a weakness. I think he can do literally everything. Yeah. And I do love David Bailey. David Bailey might be the best pure rusher period in the class. Yeah. He understands leverage, angles. The only question I have is him in the run game, but honestly, they need so much help when it comes to getting after the passer. You got 3 dudes that could play against the run on your defensive line. You got Ezra Rocco, you got the 2 defensive tackles. Bailey's awesome. He's an outstanding player, but Caleb Downs is something that they've never had since Darren Woodson retired. Are people going to freak out, though, if Dallas trades down from 12? I think there'll be some panic, but you might be, can you pick up a second for doing that? Yeah. So, see, that's what I'm saying, though. I think that the value you're going to get for your pick is likely the one at 12. Yeah. That's the one, because I think you're going to be right at the end of maybe some first-round grades. So if people are going to elevate to come up. Maybe they're going to get a tackle. Yeah, people are going to freak out when you move that 12, but it's probably going to have more value than your 20. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think that would be, and yes, I do. I like Caleb Downs over Arvell Reese. Now, I'm an Arvell Reese is going to be an edge. Yeah, I'm not wasting time with the off-ball stuff. I think he's at his best when he's going after the quarterback. I think he could be very similar to Micah Parsons. Downs over Bain too from Miami, right? I do. Yeah. Now, Bain, so that would be like if you're going to have him at the top of your stack, you're going to have him over all those people. I'm taking him. I'm not taking. There's nobody I'm taking over Caleb Downs. I think he's fixing a lot in your back end, and I also think he can come up and play some nickel for you if you need to. All right, let's go to line 2 as we get back to the phones. Try and knock out a couple of these, and we will have a post game show coming up. It'll be the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. We will also have Will Chambers as well hosting that. So if we don't get to some of your calls and texts,
Williams, then don't worry. They can carry that over for you on the flagship 105 through the Fan. If you're out of market, you can listen to that on the Odyssey app and on Twitch and on YouTube.
See, people are already saying Cowboys should not drop down from the 12th pick.
Hey, and I get front to back. I understand. They got Quinnen Williams. That's your piece in the front.
Yeah.
So
you're bad up the middle. You need linebackers and safeties.
Yes, and
you're not wrong about that safety.
Like
you're
Caleb
not
Downs
wrong.
is one of these. Like I don't, and that's why he can slide to you because you're not alone. 502.
Yeah.
Other teams are going to say that. But do you think the Chargers are upset they took Derwin James? Do you think the Ravens are upset that they took Kyle Hamilton? Do you think the Lions are thanking the NFL gods that Brian Branch fell to them in the second round?
No question.
Caleb Downs to me is the safest player. Period. In this draft, and he can do a ton for you, including be a guy that can come up and be a downhill player.
As led Alabama as a freshman in tackles.
Yep.
From that, and
he walked onto campus at Tuscaloosa and became a leader of that defense, and that says a lot.
A lot.
You want your Dak Prescott of the defense? That dude going to be Caleb Downs. I absolutely love him. All right, Tony on line 2. What's going on?
Yeah. Hi. Thanks. I have 2 moves I'd really like to see the Cowboys make, and then an under-the-radar free agent. First move, I think we need to sign Clowney, and before free agency, I think we need to be aggressive and offer him a 2-year, $22 million deal. Or if we need to do 3 years, same deal as DeMarcus Lawrence, because I think he's that type of player, a two-way player, a starter that doesn't need to come off the field. I'm tired of seeing us play rotational players, Fowler as passing situation. No, we have Clowney. He's a two-way player. He's going to get 8 to 10 sacks next year if we play him and we sign him early. Sign him for 2 years if we need 3 years. The next thing I think we need to do, we need to go hard after Max Crosby. I think he's out there. Sure. We have the 12th pick. I'm really glad we lost. The 12th pick is valuable. I would trade the 12th pick. I'd trade Osa and next year's 3 or 4 for Crosby. You do that, you have the best two-way defensive line in the league. You don't have to have anybody come up the field. You can spell people with younger players. Let your second-round pick.
Can I ask you a question?
Tony, Brian's got a question for you.
Tony, got a question for you, buddy.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you for pick 12, and I'm asking you for pick 20 on Crosby.
Oh, gosh. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say next year's.
Well, then I don't want you telling me what I need to do right now. If you don't, I don't want to.
Why?
I don't want to hear it because you're not committed to it. It's an idea that you have, but you're not committed to it. I wanted to see how committed you were, and you're trying to give them Oso Digizua, and you're trying to give them a next year's 3. You're not committed
to
this.
The 12th pick in the first round this year.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That's what you're going to have to do anyway. But if I just asked you how committed, and you're not committed, you're really not.
The 2 first-round picks this year for Crosby?
Yeah, if they say, hey, take it or leave it, it's the 2 ones, and you're not getting Crosby.
I wanted you to tell me.
I think the 12th is worth a little more than, a 20 for if we had ended up 16.
Both. I need both.
Okay, then I think we need a corner with our second first round.
We're not doing it.
Man, you're not committed.
I like the call, Tony.
You're not committed, Tony.
I know. It's a tough one because I do think the Raiders are probably going to try and hold you up for the 2
Hell yeah,
ones.
they are. I would. The Raiders, have you seen them play? They're awful.
But they're also so bad that maybe maybe they'll cave.
Nah, I love Tony. I'm not trying to embarrass him or anything like that. I wanted to see how committed he was.
Yeah,
and
I'm not doing the 2. I love Max Crosby.
Yeah,
I don't think that at this stage, at 29 years old and possibly having a surgery, like he's worth it for a 1 and something.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like Micah Parsons, you trade 2 1s for. He's in the prime of his career.
Sure,
Crosby still is, but he's more on the back end of the prime. Instead of entering the
I might not sign that guy in Cincinnati, by the way, too, with the back injury.
Yeah, Henderson scares me with that. I mean, like, if you're throwing money at someone, it might end up being Jalen Phillips who you're trying to trade for.
Yeah.
Or could you circle back on Bradley Chubb in Miami?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe there's something else you could do here. All right, we will try and get to more of your calls. We'll put a bow on this one. We'll actually hear from Javon Clowney, and we'll get our player of the game. You're listening to the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network.
Whether you're in the courtroom or on the field, winning matters. As a
Come invest like your icons at blockchain.com. Bill Nunnally, behind every great company. United Ag and Turf, the official Ag and Turf equipment supplier of the Dallas Cowboys. American Airlines, proud to be the official airline of your Dallas Cowboys. Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. And by DallasCowboys.com. Keep track of the boys with daily podcasts at DallasCowboys.com and on the official Dallas Cowboys app.
At the Dallas 21, play action. Dart rolling right. Clowney chasing. Clowney diving. Clowney got him. That's going to be sack number 3 for Jadeveon Clowney, and he's got a fumble recovery.
Jadeveon Clowney, what a game it was for him, as he will be a free agent and turned into one of the Cowboys' best defensive players on a defense that gave up the most points in franchise history, as they averaged giving up over 30 points a game. But if you're looking for bright spots, it would be Clowney. He recorded a single-game career-high 3 sacks, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery today. Only Cowboy since 1982 with at least 3 sacks, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery in the same game. I don't have that player, Bryan, which is unfortunate. I'm reading the Cowboys PR notes, and thank you for them for sending those over. He also tied a career high with 4 tackles for loss today, and his 12 tackles for loss are the most in a season since 2018 when he was with the Houston Texans.
So it's 3 sacks, 1 fumble recovery?
Yeah, 3 sacks, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So we got to go to 1982. I mean, maybe it was Randy White. I don't know. The Manster.
That sounds like a good guess.
Could have been Randy. But let's hear from Jadeveon Clowney, who talked to the media postgame.
Obviously, the season didn't end how you guys wanted it to, but, I mean, that was one of the best games that you played recently just in the NFL. Just talking about your mindset going into a game like that and your mindset coming out.
It's always the same. Go out there and play hard and finish. Finish where I started. I never quit on nothing, like I said. I don't care about the circumstances. The ball was hiked. Like I said, people out there coming to watch. Got to play for them.
I don't know if you know this, but that was your first 3-sack game you've ever had in your career.
I know. Believe me, I know. I keep up with all of I ain't gonna tell you. Man, you ain't gonna tell me no, it's not. Yeah, man. It's cold out there, big boy. Yeah.
What's that mean to you?
Oh, for sure. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna keep playing. I feel good. Yeah. Why would I quit?
What about here? How much this place meant?
A lot, man. A lot. I enjoyed this season more than I have in the past few years. It was a blast. Even though we didn't win like we needed, I met a lot of great dudes in this locker room, man. They with a great mindset, especially in that D-line room. One of the special groups I've been with in my career, so I enjoy them guys.
You said you want to start earlier this year with the team, so are you looking to sign pretty quickly?
Right situation, right, all about that. I got to let my agent do whatever he going to do, but yeah, I want to go a little earlier than I did this year, of course, get in there, because I felt rusty when I first got going. I was missing plays, missing sacks, and I just want to get going early.
We see a little bit of the bond with you guys.
Oh, yeah, I love them boys. I got a lot of respect for them because the way they come to work, and they hold me to a high standard at practice. You know what I mean? It's hard to find guys like that. Just, hey, bro, you ain't on your today. All right, bet. Let me tighten up. That's why I like this group. They hold everybody accountable. And no matter about what round you win, what pick, how much money you made, we hold each other accountable, and we go out there to work and work extremely hard. And I hats off to this D-line because, man, it's been like that since I got here. Man, extremely work hard, and this stuff ain't came my way yet. And I feel like we keep working the way we working, it's going to eventually come our way, happen the way we need it to.
You've spoken about just the impact you've made as far as leading by example.
Yeah.
A guy spending long hours in the building.
Yeah.
How much does that part of it mean to you now?
I mean a lot, man, from him because he's right. I spent a lot of time in that building when I got here, late hours, just trying to make sure I get right for this team, man, get myself together. I was staying late, taking care of my body, trying to get right before stuff got going for me. But I'm blessed to be here. I thank God every day for allowing me to play 12 years. This could have been over. I had microfracture my first game of my career back in 2014. They gave me a 50-50 chance to playing after that, and I done played 12 years later, and I thank God every day for that.
Wow. So Clowney certainly welcoming, possibly, the opportunity to come back to Dallas. We'd love to see him. It'll probably just depend on the price.
I just wonder if, by the way, hats off to him for the way. Okay, Micah Parsons had a 3-sack, forced fumble, and a recovery in a game against the Jets in 2023. DeMarcus Ware had 3 sacks, 3 forced fumbles against the Carolina Panthers as a rookie. Jim Jeffcoat in 1985 had 5 sacks in a single game against the Commanders, at that time the Redskins. So you're saying 3 sacks, forced fumble recovery.
Yeah.
They're saying that Micah Parsons did it against the Jets in 2023.
Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Micah, but unless PR just missed that one, that's what they put in their post-game notes. First, the only Cowboys since
Scott
82
Chigolnik on the job.
At least 3 sacks, a forced fumble, and a fumble recovery in the same game.
Yeah.
It definitely wasn't my guy, Braun, because he's a fellow North Texas Mean Green.
Braun ain't going to make that mistake.
He's not going to mess that one up.
I would have thought, when you said 1985, okay, Jim Jeffcoat does seem like a good name.
Yeah.
You mentioned some others, but you said it went all the way back to 1982.
82.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, hey, if Mike is always a good guess for a lot of those.
When you said it went that far back, I was thinking, well, Micah or Ware had to do this, right?
Ware would be. I mean, I thought, like, for a second, I immediately thought David Irving in that Packers game.
Oh,
like,
God,
he
that
had
was
a
crazy.
crazy stat line with like 16 snaps.
Yeah.
It was freaking nuts what he did that day. I think that's the last time the Cowboys have beaten the Packers, and they'll be going back to Lambeau next year.
Yeah.
Maybe getting some revenge. All right, we've got a couple of minutes left with you. Let's get our last caller for the 2025 post-game show here on the official post-game show of your Dallas Cowboys on the Cowboys Radio Network. Let's go out to line 5. We've got our guy Hakeem in Frisco. And for all the rest of you that are still waiting on hold, don't worry. We'll have Chris Arnold and Will Chambers on the post-game show, and they'll be looking to take your calls and texts as well. So carry on over if you want to talk some Cowboys football, just up against it. So Hakeem, what's going on, man? Thank you for your patience. Good to talk to you again.
Guys, thank you for taking my call, especially being the last call of the 2025-26 season. By the way, Broadus, I'm trying to get my gumbo brew right. The darker, the better. I'm just trying not to burn that bad boy. So
Patience, low heat and patience. Go ahead, man. What do you got?
Hey, so for today, I guess the biggest frustration, number one, was just a lack of mental IQ and just the ability to play professional football. You see Kenneth Murray getting a 15-yard penalty that could have stopped a drive. You had opportunities where they miss open tackles that could have stopped drives. And I know we've always talked about these guys don't have the talent. I get it. But if these guys don't have the talent and mental fortitude, then why in God's name is Kenneth Murray still on the field? I feel like at some point, I think they did take him off the field because he was just awful like he's been all season. And so to me, yes, coaching. I mean, yes, the players. We don't have the talent. Because, Broadus, when we talk about the talent, I'm looking at we need 2 new safeties, at least 1 or 2 defensive backs, at least some guys on the line or whatever. So, Broadus, I really would like you to talk about this though. My question to you guys is: so we've had 2 losing seasons in a row this year, and you heard it from Dak. Dak basically said, look, y'all, I balled out of control, and we still lost.
Yeah.
I balled out, and we still lost. Usually it's me up in here talking about, hey, I had a bad, playoff game, but I balled and out, and we still lost. And my thing is, Bryan, is that I don't know if Jerry and company can sustain if we have another losing season next year. So I guess my question to you, Brad, is talk about the pressure, and I feel like there's going to be a lot. There is every year, but a lot more. You can't have 3 losing seasons in a row, especially everybody on the offense was pretty much healthy.
Yeah, good call, Hakeem. Sorry to cut you off. We got about a minute left, Bryan.
Well, it's asking about the pressure. Probably
3 straight losing seasons. I mean, that'd be the first time since 2000 or 2002. And guess what he did? He went and hired Bill Parcells.
Yeah, absolutely he did. Yeah, you can't go through that well. You can't do that again. No.
I mean, I love the call. I think you're right. I think that would be the ultimate pressure cooker. Because, I mean, for people that say, like, the Jones family doesn't want to win, they absolutely do. They want to win. And you can hear the frustration when we interview Jerry and Steven. They just, they might want to do it their way, but they definitely want to win. Big thank you to Peyton for another great year producing for us. Dylan Moore, Trevor Beck, crushing it as well. Jet Nelson, who I think was in here doing some games with us. Of course, Tim Collins, Gavin Spittle. Douglas, best in the business. We love you, Douglas, back in Master Control in Frisco. Douglas Barraclaw. Eric Chiafalo, pregame, of course, Brad, Babe, Christy, Tim Parker, everyone who's been a part of this one. Bryan, love you, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
I'm Zach Wolchuk. Until next year, hugs and ham pounds, everybody. Post coming up next. Dallas Cowboys football will continue in a moment.
Crown Royal and the Dallas Cowboys are bringing back the...
17. Still with a great record against the NFC East this year, but this was treated really more like somewhat of an exhibition game. Dak Prescott not playing in the second half. Joe Milton coming in the third quarter. The Giants, boy, the last two games, they really screwed up their draft position, didn't they?
Yeah, they kind of did. They were kind of locked in for number 2, and now it's free falling.
They had a chance to get number 1. They had to go in and beat the crap out of the Raiders, and then with the win today, they helped secure Vegas with the number 1 draft pick. I wonder how that's felt in the New York metropolitan area with Giants.
They got mixed emotions because, as you know, they hate the Cowboys. The Cowboys had beaten the Giants 9 straight times. Dak Prescott had beaten the Giants 14 straight times, and both of those streaks are gone. Again, Cowboy fans, we got the 12th pick. Maybe it could go up to the 11th. We're going to talk about where those picks may be, and they also got Green Bay's pick. We'll let you know a bit later in the show what those picks are going to look like. But, team building is a sport, and as lackluster as that game was, 34 to 17 the final score. Nobody really cared. Just want to make sure a lot of players didn't get hurt. You're able to get some things out of it, and let me explain what I mean by that. And it's not just the draft picks and losing. There's so many different angles to this because team building is a sport. So if you're team building, guess what? The season has just begun. There's so many people who like to look at tape just to pick out draft picks. There's so many people who like to look forward to free agency to see what kind of players the Cowboys could go after if they actually choose to do so for the first time in years, let alone, wait for the second week and great value Walmart specials. And then there's those who love the combines and all. I mean, I could go on and on and on about how team building is a sport. So even if they lost this game today and it was lackluster, you take away some things as you can say, well, you know what? We're able to see this guy should come back. Maybe that guy shouldn't. Guess what? Clowney was better than I thought he was going to be. Got to keep him for. Oh, wait a minute. Got to make sure we sign Pickens. But do we do a tag or do we give him his money? These are the things that fans love to discuss because team building is a sport. It's projection. And when you project, everybody can play.
There's a couple of things that I was thinking about as I'm watching the game today. One, when you've got 2 pending free agents, or I believe Kevontae Turpin is a free agent. Let me double check on that.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I never heard that.
I'm wondering, Bobby and I were talking about it the other day on what, on some maneuvering that could happen. I mean, there is a way for them to, maybe not a free agent, but cutting him and saving money. I'll look into that and make sure I have it totally correct. But 84-yard kickoff return today. I think this was something that we expected to see a little bit more of from Kevontae Turpin throughout the season, just because you do have the new NFL rules when it comes to, kickoff returns, and how they're done. And we saw how much those new rules helped returnees and teams returning the football off kickoffs, and you would think the Cowboys, a year removed from having Turpin as as a Pro Bowl player in that, would be one of the teams that would take advantage of it, and they did not all year. But he did have an 84-yard return today. Javon Clowney, the mercenary that he is, and I know that, in hearing from, Cowboys brass with Steven and Jerry and about Clowney, that it looks like it's a good possibility that he'll be back. Nice game for him today. 6 tackles, 5 of them solo, 4 for a loss, 3 sacks. A pass defended. He was awesome.
That was his best game as a pro. Now, we know the circumstances. It's the Giants. His last game, nobody really cared. But for him, he was making a statement, and he actually said after the game he wants to come back to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So, Steven, you know what you need to do. Back to Kevontae Turpin real quick. I always look at, how he returned his kicks and stuff. I always look at the fact that Bones Fossil's not there. Okay? So that had a little bit of something to do with it. Also, his trying to wave a fair catch or not, that kind of BS was going on in his head. I don't want to give him excuses. I'm just saying some of the parts were different. And it's no different than, it's a little bit slighter degree, a little bit different than when you change your defensive coordinators and you got to learn different schemes. They came up with different rules. They came up with a different special teams coach who actually does things completely different than Bones Fossil. So that's part of the equation.
The other part of it to me was just in watching the running backs.
We got a Tolo text in and said Turpin got his extension, so he's good. He's not a free agent.
Right, but they could cut him and save some money. I'm going to look this up here, exactly what that contract looks like, because Bobby and I talked about it yesterday. Or what day is this today? Today's Sunday? That was Friday.
It's a blur because
it's still the same.
Christmas and New Year's threw everything off.
Yeah.
Those were on Thursdays. Today doesn't even, yesterday felt like a Sunday. It was crazy.
So Jaden Blue today getting the bulk of the carries, 16 for 64 yards and a touchdown. Phil Maffa, the other rookie running back, with a touchdown run himself. This was the first time since 2016 to have two rookies in the same game get rushing touchdowns. Dak and Zeke did it 4 times back in 2016. But
for legitimate reasons.
But I think you saw a little bit from Jaden Blue today. Whatever that means, we'll see. But there's a bigger thing to me and a bigger element to it. And it goes with Trayvon Diggs. Bryan Schottenheimer, and this started in training camp because we heard a little bit on him going after the team and accountability. That for as good of a guy he is and everybody really likes him, we had heard that this is a guy, he can be tough too. He can be tough on these guys. Mm-hmm. And at the end of the day, we had a lot of, debate going on whether or not, they should be playing Trayvon Diggs. It can't get any worse. We got to get him in there to see him. You have to be able to prove yourself first off the field and on the practice field in order to get playing time on this football team.
Exactly.
And I really, really like that because we haven't seen anything from Jaden Blue all year, and it's because of the fact that he has not shown himself worthy enough to get actual touches. But this being, the last regular season game of the season, you don't have anything that you're, really playing for, and he was able to get out there. And so that tells me something more.
Put it like this. Shotty answered that question. I don't know if it's a press conference or it was Sean and RJ, but he answered that question early on. He said he's been so inconsistent. And he pointed out pass protection. You can't get the quarterback killed. You follow me with this? You can have, and we already know about the shoes. He had these designer shoes that messed up his feet because they, I don't know if they were Gucci shoes or whatever. It was something that was not a traditional football shoe. And we could talk about how hard he practices or not. But if you're inconsistent, coaches can't trust you. Mm-hmm. And when it goes to Trayvon Diggs, well, Shotty saw how he was acting with Mike McCarthy the year before. He wasn't around. Shotty wasn't around for when Trayvon, had the 11 picks and made All-Pro. He was just around after Trayvon got his money. And if he's going to have the message as the new head coach that you got to practice hard or you got to do the things like that, it's got to be consistent so everybody can say, well, how come so-and-so's got favorable treatment? Especially if Shotty wasn't there for when so-and-so made All-Pro. The bottom line is he wants that consistency. And he even mentioned that today they had a defensive tackle. What's his name? He stepped out. He was out. He was offsides, and he immediately pulled him out of the game. And Shotty talked about this in the press conference afterwards. He said, because our favorite whipping boy, the linebacker, you know what I'm talking about, number 59?
Yeah, Kenneth Murray.
Kenneth Murray shoves guy out, on the sidelines and got this huge 15-yard penalty. And he's been messing up all year long, right? But he keeps playing, and they didn't take him out of the game. Shotty said, we couldn't tell from our vantage point looking at replays on the sideline what he did or not, whether it was warranted or not. You know how sometimes referees don't get it all the way right. He said, but we had in practice, if you get offside, you get pulled. So that's why that guy got pulled. And that guy's, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. By the way, the A17 says those shoes you're talking about, those cleats, they were Louis Vuitton. Yes. So the point I'm trying to make is you've got to show them in practice that you're ready for the game. Nobody's going to get anointed, and I like that part of his consistency. And unfortunately, it worked the other way. This is my three-level chess move that whatever the reason Murray was kept being played was he's so consistent in practice. That's the only reason he can play. Because in the games, he sucks.
Yeah.
I was like, this guy must be a hell of a practice player.
By the way, and just looking at Kevontae Turpin's contract situation, $2.4 million dead cap. He's owed 4 points. Well, his his cap hit is 4.7 next year. Mm-hmm. So you would, be saving a few $1 million if you wanted to move on from him.
Well,
I think that's a question. Yeah,
but
I think it's a definitive question.
It's a good point. No, there's no. It's the offseason, Will. There's no such thing as a bad question or a bad idea, because guess what? These guys are capable of coming up with a good or a bad idea. And so, again, you throw all these things out on the table because team building is a sport. And then when you gather more information, you find out, okay, I didn't know that was possible. Like Trayvon Diggs, we did not know at the time, had somebody picked him up when they cut him, had somebody picked him up before, he cleared waivers, that team could take over the contract, even though the Cowboys had no more dead money on it, and you'd have to wait till June 1st. And the Cowboys saved damn near $500,000. You didn't know those little things until. So again, when you get more information, it's like, And by the way, 214 says, yes, CA, it was Solomon Thomas who jumped off sides and was pulled. Thank you, Latrette from Dallas, because that's who I was thinking about. And Solomon Thomas is a stand-up guy. Mm-hmm. He's one of the leaders of the team. But, hey, I only made a note of that is because Schotty said after the game in the press conference, they do that at practice all the time. If that's the rule, if you go offside, and that's what you got to do. You got to be consistent with dealing out the punishment or handing out the rewards.
Right now, as it stands, the Cowboys, I believe, I'm looking here at Tankathon, they're going to have the 12th pick in the draft. Mm-hmm. Their pick, the pick from the Packers, as it stands at the moment, would be the 20th pick. So we're looking at right now at 12 and 20 with the loss today.
I got an idea for it. See if you know this off the top of your head, because this season has been like a roller coaster and it's crazy, right? Do you know the Cowboys' record right now this season? It's over now. What's their record?
7-9-1.
Do you remember what their record was last year?
They were 5-12.
Nope. How about 7-10? They won 7 games last year with Dak hurt, and they won 7 games this year when he had his best year as a pro. It's just nuts. The defense held them down last year, or this year, the lack of defense, rather. Last year, you didn't have Dak, but also McCarthy was dead coach walking the whole entire season. And it was like, why did he even have him out there? You knew Jerry wanted to fire him at the end of the last 12-5 season, but he couldn't. So my interpretation all year long last year was Jerry, and I said this with you. When Jerry said, I'm all in, the all in was, I'm all in on the plot that we sit on our hands and see how this shakes out. Like, I ain't doing nothing. I'm not helping it. Let's see him do something with nothing. Because he didn't make a damn move. Where the year before, they actually made a bunch of moves in the offseason. Making trades. They drafted some. It was like free agent sign. They did all those things. They go 12-5 the last year. I'm talking about the year of Green Bay knocking them out of the playoffs when they won all these home games.
Right.
And Jerry said, I'm all in. He was all in on that plot that I'm thinking Steven came up with it. We ain't going to do nothing. We're just going to see what McCarthy can do.
Yeah. Jerry on with KNC on Friday and saying that they're not going to be timid this offseason. We'll see what that means. Head coach Bryan Schottenheimer after the game talking about what are the priorities for this team.
Again, I think there's going to be a number of them. But, again, at this time, I'm going to, think about the guys in that locker room. I'm going to go love on them some more and tell them how much I care about them because I appreciate how much they put into this season. And then, we have time to get into that, And like I said to Clarence, we're going to start that on the plane. And but there's a number of issues that we need to address, and we'll do that.
Somebody tweeted out
we're going to do that on a plane, like fire Matt Eberflus on the plane, or is that going to be?
Put it like this. Somebody just tweeted out, happy fired Flus Eve.
Yeah. I mean,
is he going to have a job tomorrow?
Tomorrow is Black Monday.
That's the day that coaches get fired.
That's right. We're going to update you throughout on what is happening across the NFL. It has been quite a good one in Chicago between the Lions and the Bears. It was a 16-0 lead coming into the fourth quarter. The Bears have come back to tie it in the last minute. The Lions are driving it down the field and look like they are in a good position with about 33 seconds to go to kick a field goal to come away with a win, which would knock Chicago possibly into the number 3 seed. Now, right now, Washington with less than 2 minutes to go. They're at the 2-minute warning in Philadelphia. They have a 24-17 lead over the Eagles. If the Eagles lose as well, that means the Bears will get the 2 seed, the Eagles will get the 3 seed. But it's never too early now that we are officially in the Cowboys offseason to look ahead to next season's opponents. We'll do that when we return on the Specs Tailgate Show here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. Season 2 of Unrivaled Basketball is here, and the energy is off the charts. It's the best women's players on the planet running it back. Even bigger moments, bigger stakes. Do not miss it. Paige Beckers is in the league. Kelsey Plum is in the league. Nafisa Collier is in the league. If you love high-intensity hoops, this is the league you've been waiting for. More action, more highlights, more star power. 3-on-3 style keeps the game moving. Constant action, highlight plays, tons of stars, unrivaled, giving the athletes a high-quality U.S.-based offseason with better visibility, more support. It's going to air on TNT, True TV, HBO Max, high energy. Every matchup, every highlight, every moment that makes you jump out of your seat. It's all back bigger than ever. This isn't your regular season. This is Unrivaled. Games tip off January 5th on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max. Super easy to watch no matter where you are. Where the pace is faster, the energy's higher, and every athlete shines, it's Unrivaled.
Join Corey for the official Fan Cowboys away watch parties at the Bearded Monkey Sports Bar and Grill. Today from noon to 3 at 104 East Highway 80 in Forney. Enjoy $18 domestic beer buckets, amazing prizes, and more. BeardedMonkeyGrill.com.
Imagine there was more of you. A you working on custom retirement plans, while another you preps for open enrollment. When you partner with Paychex, we become an extension of your team. From AI-powered intelligent HCM to HR advisory and employee solutions, we give you more of you. New customers book a meeting with Paychex and get a $50 gift card. Visit paychex.com/you.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm.
on 105.3 on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. We're going to take your phone calls coming up at 6:40 on what you want to see out of this team, what's disappointed you the most this year. The biggest thing that needs to change, let's remove the Jones from that conversation because I'm too tired for that stuff. It's not happening.
You're saying the big thing you changed, Tolos are texting in Jerry Jones?
Well,
it ain't going to happen.
I just know that's going to be part of it, that it's going to be, we're never doing it without the Jones.
Excluding the Joneses.
Yeah, just some other thoughts outside of that. So we get it when it comes to that. The Detroit Lions have defeated the Chicago Bears 19-16 on a last-second field goal. So the Bears this year, after going 5-12 last year, finished the regular season 11-6. There are 3 other teams that finished last year with double-digit losses that will finish this year with double-digit wins, 3 of which have first-year head coaches with their respected program, 2 of which have first-year head coaches in general. Mm-hmm. The New England Patriots and the Jacksonville Jaguars both a season ago went 4-13. New England, if they haven't already, are about to go 14-3. The Jaguars with the win earlier, 13-4. Mike Vrabel and Liam Cohen there. And then San Francisco, after going 6-11, I'll finish this season at 12-5.
Let me tell you something. There's something to be said about, I don't want to call it mediocrity. Let's call it, what they call it when every team finishes 8-8, or nowadays it's 8-9. Parity. There is ridiculous parity in the NFL, which is why they have a lock on fans' attention.
I know, but,
every team has a chance except for the Cowboys.
You and I have been doing this now for, 6 years in off seasons, going, well, who's going to be, different this year as opposed to next year. And one of the things every time we do this that people are always like, you think they're going to win like 4 more games than they did last year? I'm like, yeah.
It's very possible.
You see so many teams that win 8 or 9 games more than they won the year before. So coming up in the final hour today, as we take you up to 9 o'clock, we'll look ahead to some of those teams ahead of next season as to whom may be making that big jump. And CA, are any of those possibly on the Cowboys' schedule next season?
Funny you should mention that. Now that the season is officially over, we have the schedule for the Cowboys in 2026. We don't have the dates that they will play these teams, but these are the teams. As you know, in the NFC East, they will play Philadelphia, Washington, and the Giants twice, home and away. You already know that part. Outside of the NFC East, your home games or road games?
Let's see where we're going on the road first here.
On the road, they will actually travel down I-45. Maybe take Jerry's bus. No, I'm kidding. They're going to take on the Texans in Houston. They will play the Colts in Indianapolis.
So we're looking AFC South here. As
they will play the Rams in SoFi, a.k.a. L.A. They will go all the way up to Seattle and take on Tank Lawrence and the NFC West champion Seattle Seahawks.
And number 1 seed.
Only, 14-3? First time they've won 14 games, I think, ever. And they will also go to the land of Micah and Trayvon, Green Bay. Now, we don't know when these games will be played. Also, you want the home games?
So the other 2 teams in the AFC South.
It'll be Tampa Bay.
NFC, okay.
And, I'm sorry, NFC South. And they're also going to play the loser of tonight's Baltimore-Pittsburgh game, because that's who's going to be second place in the AFC North. The other teams the Cowboys will host include Tennessee Titans. That means Tony Pollard comes back if he's healthy.
Jacksonville.
That means who's our favorite corner?
Sunshine Boy?
No. I'm not talking about Sunshine, the quarterback.
Jordan Lewis?
Yeah. That's right. Our favorite corner that they should have paid. All they do is pay him. He's going to the playoffs. The 49ers are coming back to AT&T Stadium. And there's this one quarterback who never loses in AT&T Stadium. Ever. High school, college, or pro. Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals, if he's with the Cardinals next year. Because you know how
that's a big if.
That's a big if. There's a lot. Like I said, team building is a sport. People love to project. They like to say, "Oh, can we do this?" And that's why right now, even though the Cowboys aren't going to the playoffs, there's something for people to do this offseason as you project and say, well, you know what? This is what they need to do. This is what they can do. This team's going to be too tough. This team's going to suck next year. People love that.
Man, I'll tell you.
And I'm not mad at it.
The 940 saying next year's schedule is going to be brutal. From what you just told me, that's a tough schedule.
Yeah.
I mean, for a team that is 7-9-1, outside of the NFC East. And look, I think that we all can agree that the Giants are likely going to be improved. With some more draft picks, it looks like they've got their quarterback. They're going to be drafting, it looks, number 2, I believe, at the moment. I looked at Tankathon, and I think that's they went, we're going 4 and 13. They're actually down now at 5, but they're, top 5 draft pick. Okay. The AFC
and
South.
And Jackson Dart's just going to be better.
Yeah. Washington, who knows? Philly's still going to be tough.
If Washington's healthy, you just never know. If Daniels is healthy.
Indianapolis will be getting Daniel Jones back.
I ain't scared of no Daniel Jones. He's going to get hurt. Phillip Rivers he's not going to play at age 45.
No.
He got a grandchild to support.
But Indianapolis has a good roster.
Yeah, they do. They're a good
football team.
That's why they rolled out Phillip Rivers to see what they can do, salvage their season.
And then Tennessee.
No.
Who knows? I mean, they'll have a new coach.
Yeah. Cam Ward is the quarterback.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, right now, that's one of the weaker teams on the schedule. So, okay. But be that as it may, and then your other, non-divisional games, the Rams, the Packers.
At the Rams, at the Packers, at Seattle.
At Seattle.
It's a long trip. Crazy things happen in Seattle. And Houston. Now, Houston's got that great defense. Cowboys got the high-octane offense. That should be interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, but here's another thing to think about. Dak Prescott owns the NFC East. You already know that. This year, winning only 7 games, 9-1. This is the first time he's ever in his career had a losing record when he played the whole season.
Yeah.
If he got hurt, the team had a losing record, but him personally, he always had a really good regular season. So what's the shame about this regular season this year? That nobody assumed what was going to happen. Nobody expected Dak Prescott to play all 17 games. He's coming off of an injury, and there are those who are like, you know what? He's older. He seems to have these injuries all the time, and he's going to go down. He's not going to play every single game. It might be a hamstring. It might be something's going to cause him. And he looked better than ever. Not only was his mind sharper, in other words, the things that he learned along the way, all of a sudden the defense is slowing down for those guys who are in their 30s. They know every little trick in the book now. And he was able to do those things. What's a damn shame is for everybody who rips Dak Prescott to shreds but what does he do in the playoffs? What's his playoff record? Well, guess what? The year he could kind of prove it, the defense let him down. You see what I'm saying? If the defense had just been average, I'm not even saying the defense is being as good as the offense. Balanced offense, balanced defense. No, if the defense had just been top 20, number 15 through 24, you could truly say Dak Prescott's arm got them into the playoffs. And could he, as a quarterback, carry a team to the NFC Championship game? This team has only won 4 playoff games this century. 4. They are the only team in the NFC who has not been to the NFC Championship game this century. And for those people who are always hating on Dak, because he doesn't go anywhere in the playoffs, well, this year, if the defense had just been average, you could have truly said Dak Prescott led them to the playoffs. And if they go through the playoffs and go somewhere, you can say, well, yeah, guess what? it all fell put together for him.
And it's going to be at least another year before we see what that is going to look like. Now, ahead into the offseason, of course, one of the biggest questions is going to be, what the defense is going to look like, not just from a personnel standpoint, but from the coaching element. And Bryan Schottenheimer, this is cut 4, Jet. His thoughts on the defense and Matt Eberflus following the loss to the Giants.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, as you look at the way the game went today, I mean, we put them on a short field and the time of possession got kind of flipped around. But, again, we're going to look at everything. And, at the end of the day, we didn't win enough games. And that starts with me. I'm responsible for that. And that's where we'll start.
And then
can I say something about him real quick?
Sure.
He doesn't speak in coach speak, where he doesn't say anything at all, but he never throws anybody under the bus. Mm-hmm. He just doesn't. And I give him credit for that because that's hard to do. When he tosses those word salads, he's very sincere. But he's also knowing if he's going to keep his locker room, if he's going to keep his coaching staff, he can't go on tirades and throw people under the bus. Because otherwise, he's having to spend time cleaning up his mess in the next press conference.
And later on in his post-game presser, Coach was asked if there is a case for his defensive coordinator.
At the end of the day, until we get all that information, we can't prioritize what we need to fix and more importantly, how we're going to fix it.
See, he does not throw anybody under the bus. But they know, and Flus knows. They all know. They know.
Yeah, they do.
Somebody cracked a joke. One of the beat writers, I can't remember which one it was, said that, might have been Bobby Belt. Yeah, I think it was Bobby Belt. Bobby Belt said, I don't think the Cowboys would be mad if Flus decided he wanted to spend some time with his family in New York and not take the plane.
Some other happenings around the NFL. The Washington Commanders on the road with a comeback victory over Philadelphia. 14 unanswered points in the fourth quarter. They defeat the Eagles 24-17. So you will have a matchup. Now it'll be the Bears and the Packers as Chicago will hold on to that 2 seed. We're awaiting really any moment now, right, as to what day and time next weekend for the for the wild card round of the playoffs to begin on who's going to be playing when.
As a matter of fact, keep it right here because we will have that information for you before the show's over. Tolos, we take care of you. That's why you Tolo. Turn it on, leave it on. One other note about that game, you were talking about Green Bay. Got a Trayvon Diggs update for you.
Okay.
He made a tackle, and the Packer fans went wild.
Oh, my God.
They said he sprinted across the field and had a big tackle. That's our number 2 quarterback. We're saved. You better get more sample size. That's all I got to say.
Boy, I'll tell you what. One of the funniest things I read on Twitter right after the Diggs signing with the Packers was if the Bears torch Diggs in the playoffs and giving the Cowboys that number 19 pick in the draft to be the only positive impact he's had on the Cowboys this season.
Fired. And by the way, that's very possible because the Bears defensive coordinator, Al Harris, knows Trayvon backwards and he can pass
it. DB's coach, but
Yeah, he was the assistant. He was the secondary coach and he was the assistant head coach. They threw some money at him so he wouldn't go to Washington with Dan Quinn. But he knows him backwards, which is basically, hey, and Ben also, because the Lions have gone up against him too, they know what to do. So it's very possible.
DBs didn't look great today for that squad, but that's a whole other story in and of itself. All right, let's come back. Let's get your phone calls. Light them up, 877-881-1053 on what you want to see in this offseason from this team. We'll do it as we return on the Specs Tailgate Show right here on 105.3 The Fan.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit StandByYouTexas.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with over 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process. helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit standbyyouTexas.com or call 888-672-2583 to renew your coverage today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
30 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. He finishes with a 99.5 rating.
He only threw 70 yards today, though. Imagine if he had played the whole game. He was leading the league in all of these categories and would have been the first Cowboy in history. Roger didn't do it. Troy didn't do it. Danny White didn't do it. Romo didn't do it. Would have led the league in passing yards. But I think Stafford got him.
Man, the Cowboys right now, and I believe it is official that they have the 12th overall pick in the 2026 NFL draft. The last player they selected with the number 12 pick was Micah Parsons.
We were doing the show that night. At least I know I was.
Yes,
we were. I swear to God, it's so funny.
I remember it pretty vividly, to be honest.
There were so many people mad that they didn't take. First, they couldn't get the cornerback.
Cortland Sutton.
Yep, they couldn't get him, and they were mad. The Cowboys need offensive lineman. How dare they get this linebacker who didn't even play that? It was a COVID year, and he was just a sophomore. I mean, they were livid. And then they calmed down and said, oh, wow, Mike is a generational talent. He's a disruptor.
Yeah.
He's
I remember we talked about it that night. I said, look,
they were losing
there
their
are
minds.
times when linebackers get taken by teams and they are franchise changers.
Yes.
And is it possible that this could be one for the Cowboys? And in a sense, it was, but certainly not to the extent in which, Cowboys fans wanted it to be.
To show you how these picks can go, as you know, the Cowboys have 2 picks in the first round, and the second one is probably going to be number 20. The Green Bay Packers pick's going to probably be like number 20, so they would have the number 12 and the number 20, and they know they need to fix the defense, right? You would think they would spend all of their efforts and push all their chips into doing everything they can to fix the defense. A couple of years ago, they needed defensive help, and that was a priority. And I think the pick was number 17. Tolos, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm just off the top of my head. And there was this wide receiver that was still on the board that just dropped. And the Cowboys didn't even meet with him. They had no relationship with him. And they said, you know what? He's too good to be sitting out there. We're going to take a chance. And they drafted CeeDee Lamb, knowing that they already had Amari Cooper, knowing that the offense was in pretty good shape. But they did it anyway. And I remember doing that post-game show. And, they weren't going crazy against it like they were against Micah, but it's like, well, why? Why? Why did you stick with your board? Why did you have a board for a reason? You never even met with the guy. You don't know if it's like he went to OU. He couldn't be that good.
Yeah.
So again, I only tell these cautionary tales because sometimes, and again, team building is a sport. I talk about it all the time. There are some people who overvalue draft picks. And Broadus was talking about this on the postgame show with Wilchuck a little earlier this afternoon, or later this afternoon. He was saying, but do you trust this team to make the right first-round picks? Because you keep talking about, I want the pick. We got to get the pick. We need to take care of that pick. Are you sure there's the same team that picked Mozzie Smith, Taco Charlton, did not pick T.J. Watt? I could go down the list on the guys that they picked that weren't a fit. You know, it's not like they bat 1,000 or bat 800. So just be aware, you can overvalue picks if you don't know what you're doing. And Broadus also said this. I'm giving him major props for this. He said one of the problems that the Cowboys have is they listen to too many voices in the room. They try to do these things by consensus. They should just go on ahead and let one guy handle it. We're not talking about Jerry. We're not talking about Steven. Who are we talking about? Will? Let Will do it.
Yeah, Will McClay.
Exactly. Ding, 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 ding. So, again, let him do it. That's his job. He's paid very well for that. But he is always trying to gather, and then he's getting overruled by Steven or Jerry, and the next thing you know.
Well, the consensus, the conglomerate that they have in the room that's, with personnel people and scouts and stuff.
Coaches.
No doubt about it.
It's just way too much. And one other little note on that, to me, that's like, okay, that would be stupid enough to do, okay, Shotty, you're the offense coordinator and you're calling the plays, and you'll ask Dak some things too. But what if he went all up and down the assistant coaches on the sideline? You can't do it like that. Somebody's got to be responsible for the pick. Somebody's got to be responsible for building the team. Somebody's got to be Howie.
Yeah.
From Philadelphia.
Right.
It's just that simple.
We've only been clamoring for that for a long time. All right, let's head out to the phones. 877-881-1053. If you want to jump in here in the Specs Tailgate Show, give us your thoughts on the season and this offseason, and head up to Wisconsin and Racine. Paul.
Hey, Paul.
What's going on? What's on your mind?
Good afternoon, guys. Well, what's on my mind is terribly disappointing season, and you're going to have a hard time convincing me that Bryan Schottenheimer is no different than Shan Gailey, Dave Campo.
Dave Campo, yeah.
God, who else did we have in there that were
Jason Garrett?
Jason Garrett, and then also Wade Phillips, right? Mm-hmm. Great coordinators. Mm-hmm. There's a pattern here, right? These guys are, great coordinators. They come from a lineage of, NFL heritage with fathers. But yet they just don't make good head coaches. And it seems obvious to me when I look at this first year of Schottenheimer, I can't think anything but train wreck. I really can't as far as a head coach.
Paul, what were your expectations coming into this year?
Basically what we've got, right? I mean, my expectations were 500, maybe a little bit above, maybe a little bit below.
So where has Shotty failed? Tonight, he's right where you thought they would be.
I'll give you one example. What happened with all the spirit of, we're going to play hard for Marshawn Milan. We're going to, and this whole talk about culture and about, I've heard this from Dak, about, the standard and culture. Stop talking about it and just do it. What I'm fearful of with Schottenheimer is, in some respects, as a head coach, you have to be kind of this larger than life persona, and I mean, and the examples would be Detroit's coach, Sean Payton, obviously. Historically, you look at Andy Reid, kind of these larger than life personas that get players to respond. And I just look at Schottenheimer and I think to myself, he's a good coordinator.
You know what?
Can he rally men? I don't think so.
Okay,
all right, Paul.
Okay, Paul.
Well, Paul, appreciate the call.
And by the way, thanks for the call. You make some interesting points and makes people think. And I've always said this when they talk, because I've been covering the Cowboys since 1980. So I did 9 years of Tom Landry to compare to the rest of the coaches that have followed before Jerry even got there. And it's all about styles. What happens is this. The players will buy in until you're not winning enough, and then they will tune you out. It happened with Parcells his last year. He quit. He would have been fired. I promise you. Jerry was ready to let him go because the players were hiding in the training room away from Parcells. I'm going to tell you about these styles just real quick in a nutshell. Tom Landry was very, very quiet. He was not animated. When he got fired by Jerry Jones, and they brought in Jimmy Johnson, a college coach where there was no proof in the NFL that a college coach could win. Jimmy was high energy. He wasn't stoic on the sidelines. He was always clapping his hands, snapping his fingers, and screaming and hollering. And the fans said, that S won't work, because they're used to Landry. And then guess what? You go to the Super Bowl a couple of years, and to this day, everybody wants another Jimmy. It's not about the style. It's about, are you going to win?
Well, I'll say this, that when it comes to first-year head coaches, I'm one of a believer that at the very least, what did you show on your side of the football?
Mm-hmm.
You know? And that offense was pretty good.
Yes, it was.
My expectations for the Cowboys were to win 4 games. So, and look, I guess you could say I was wrong on that. So, but at least from my standpoint, I thought Schotty got more out of this team than expected, at least from me. But yeah, look, you and I had talked a lot in the offseason about, at least where I stood with this. And I was like, you need to go out and get Mike Vrabel, excuse me.
Yeah.
Now, was he probably going to New England?
Destined to the Patriots. That's the only thing that probably blocked it.
But, did you make an effort? Did you talk to Ben Johnson?
Nope, they didn't talk to anybody.
They did not. Let's, in Dallas, Eli, you're on the Specs Tailgate Show. What's on your mind, bub?
Hey, Dallas.
Okay, so Dallas had a failed season again. It is what it is. It was what it was. So y'all talking about you always give Dak Prescott a pass. I'm just thinking that, to be honest, need to trade him, get us a quarterback, start fresh. He needs another start somewhere else. Get us a running back. I don't feel that it's the coaches. I think it's the players. I'm saying they stop playing. They don't want to play no more for that coach. I don't know what it is, but we need somebody that's going to be, a hard head coach. It's going to be discipline these players because, look at Micah, look at Trayvon Diggs. They quit on us. It's like that for the last 30 years. Something's got to change.
Eli, let me ask you something, though.
He must not have heard my answer.
Dak?
When I said they tuned out a hard-nosed coach like Parcells. He's won Super Bowls, and they tuned him out last year.
And Dak just almost led the league in passing.
Yeah, but I understand that. But see, y'all going.
So Dak needs to play defense too. Is that what you're saying?
No. I understand that, but y'all, it's the same old Dak. I'm not saying that he's not a good quarterback. He's not a lead, but he can have the lead. He's leading in everything, but the leading in everything categories as far as statistics don't get you a Super Bowl. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You got to stop trying to give him a pass. It don't matter if he's or not.
You keep leaning on the word pass. Nobody's been giving him a pass. They haven't won. I said at the top of this show they won 4 games. Listen.
He's no good. He's no good. It is what
you just said. He's no good. Wait a minute. You just said he's no good. No one has said you're going from one end to the other. You're saying either he's great or he sucks, and that's not the way to look at these guys. You said a pass. What is a pass to you?
Romo's had the statistics too, leading everything. What happened to that?
See, that's my point. Romo had arm talent, but guess what? He didn't have a defense either, did he? Except for the first year when Wade Phillips first got there. That's the only time
that. Don't say next year it happens again.
Hold on. If Joe, you know, damn it.
No. I said, what are y'all going to say next year if the same thing happens again? What are y'all going to say this time?
What do you mean? The same thing.
We're going to say the defense
sucks. So it's Joe Burrow's fault that Cincinnati doesn't have a defense, and that's why he can't go to the Super Bowl. Is that right? He went to the Super Bowl when the team was healthy, but when the defense fell apart and they spent all the money on offense and they stopped taking care of the defense, Joe Burrow sucks according to you, and everybody's giving Joe Burrow a pass because they can't win games now. Because Cincinnati's defense sucks. It's going to happen again, too, and you're going to blame Joe Burrow, right? That's according to your logic.
Might have lost him. I don't see him on here.
All right, yeah, that's
he might have still been sipping on something.
I think that's a pretty good mic drop. I hear my Hall of Fame cohort.
Well, what it is it's real simple.
Look,
people don't like the quarterback who's from number 6 to number 12, and they go up and down every year. Those 6 through 12, they love the top 5, and that gives them bragging rights to say, "Well, he got this arm."
No, it's a great point.
You can't say they suck if they're not below 12.
Yeah, and this is something that I brought up last week, that this was such a disappointing year for me for not seeing Dak in the playoffs because of the season that he had. Because the last time we saw it, and by the way, it was coming off of another tremendous regular season in which he was number 2 in MVP voting and was awful against Green Bay. And I so badly want to see him in that position again to get over that hump. But again, I think you're right. We look at only some of these guys. I mean, because if you go by that logic, there's only really 2 good quarterbacks in the league. Or I'd say 3, right? It's It's Patrick Mahomes, it's Matt Stafford, and Jalen Hurts. Those are the only ones that are good. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll take some more of the phone calls. We got some more people on hold. 877-881-1053. We'll also give you an NFL reset as to what happened today across the league in this final Sunday of the regular season. We'll do that next year on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you...
Did it with the Packers and the Seahawks. Tom Coughlin with the Jaguars and Giants, and Andy Reid with the Kansas City Chiefs and Philadelphia Eagles. The Bucs are out. It was kind of funny watching Baker Mayfield's wife posting on social media pictures of how Baker was taking in the Saints-Falcons game today. Very nervous, but with the Falcons getting the win over the Saints, the Bucs are out. Myles Garrett is your new all-time single-season sack leader.
Arlington Martin's own.
The Jaguars win the AFC South.
Can I say this real quick about Myles Garrett?
Sure.
Myles Garrett did this with fewer snaps, with fewer pass rushes, than T.J. Watt and Michael Strahan. He did it like with 467. Strahan did it in like 600 and something, and T.J. Watt did 22 and like 500. In other words, like 100 less opportunities.
We're still waiting to see the schedule for next weekend in the divisional, I keep saying that, the wild card round. Wild card weekend in the NFL next weekend. As soon as we have that, we will pass it along.
But it's something weird. Next weekend, the wild card weekend, and you still won't have a college football playoff champion yet.
No. You'll have a championship game set, because those will be on Thursday and Friday. But yeah, no.
And then a whole another week later.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right.
It's crazy.
Okay, let's head back out to the phones. And in Dallas, or I don't know if we got Jed is still. You got me? Okay. In Dallas, Dope 6 Dave.
Everybody's calling in, man.
He's waiting. I know. He's on the phone. He's
Team
waiting.
building is a sport.
All right, Dave. You're on the Specs Tailgate Show.
Hey,
What's
Dave.
on your mind?
Hey, fellas. First things first, Will, it's good to hear you back on the radio. It really is.
I appreciate that, Dave.
So two things. One, I don't know in what world this could possibly happen, but if there was a way we could trade Dak Prescott to the Raiders for the first pick and take my guy Mendoza, I mean, you could take my Christmas gifts for the next 20 years. It would be a blessing. I'm not even joking. It's just, there's no way it could happen. I don't know how with Gino's money. There's just no way. The second thing is, we get a lot of Dak hate and the kind of the rebuttal, or, it's not a defensive Dak, but the rebuttal is, well, the defense has just been bad. Dak did his part. Here's the thing, though. When the Dolphins and the Titans are putting up more points against the Chargers than we did, when we're outscoring the Raiders by a field goal against the Chargers, as in we scored 17 against the Chargers and the Raiders put up 14, right? When we're playing the Arizona Cardinals and we only put up 17, right? When we played the Bears, if the defense was better there, but we have beat the Bears 14-13, you see what I'm saying here? So we all want to say if the defense was just a little bit better, okay, yeah, maybe the Packers would have scored 28 and we would have scored 40, right? But it really isn't just the defense. The Cardinals game, all these other games, the Panthers game, Dak had an opportunity to win the game. And I understand that he can't have 8 straight, MVP type drives, right? 5 out of 8, sure, that's plausible. Going for 5 for 6 on 5 out of the drives, yeah, I get it. But against the Panthers, what was it, 6 games ago? And against the Cardinals, those are winnable games. And those moments, it's not just these playoff situations and these big moment games against the Lions where Dak doesn't get it done. It's these winnable games, right?
I got a question for you. I got a question for you, because I appreciate your thoughts and your thought process, and everybody's got an opinion and how they perceive games. Could you tell me the time of possession for the Dallas Cowboys offense in those games? Because sometimes the defense doesn't get off the field and the offense doesn't have the ball that often. And the only reason I bring that up is because one of the things this year's defense has failed to do, which Dan Quinn's defense did superiorly, is shorten the field for the Cowboys offense. And again, that's something that Dak took advantage of to go 12-5. Didn't do anything in the playoffs, but went 12-5. So these games that you're talking about with a defense that's ranked number 30 and giving up points and number 32 overall, all they had to do is be average, and then I'm all in on what you're saying.
I get that. I haven't looked at
there's some of these things you got to go. You got to take a next level analysis. It's like I was talking about coaches' styles. I mean, Jimmy did it his way. Landry did it his way. Neither one of them were the same. They weren't the same character. And both of them are great Cowboys coaches, the best two Cowboys coaches of all time. Neither one of them coached the same style.
And Dave, we appreciate the call.
Yes, we
Look,
did.
at the end of the day, it's really hard to win in the NFL.
Sure
and I
is.
don't care who you're playing. I really don't. And it's not to take away the point, because I get it. The Arizona loss was a bad one. But you're going to have those, throughout the year. Matt Stafford is coming off, he had, a win today. But last week, they looked awful in a really tough spot. The best quarterbacks in the league have bad weeks.
Yeah, it happens.
But if we're talking about the problems on this team, I just can't do it with are there things that need to be fixed on the offense? Sure. But,
Dak's
man,
not one of them.
at
Not
this point, you're looking at, from my standpoint, it would be, okay, what kind of, do you want to retool or a rebuild? Mm-hmm. Because if you want to start over at quarterback, you don't have a prayer for at least 2-3 years.
And you know what? I don't think fans, maybe Cowboy fans fall in this category too. NFL fans for sure don't have the patience to watch a rookie quarterback get better. Look at Sam Darnold now. I bet the Jets wish they had him now.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Sam Darnold, last year won 13 games. This year won 14 games.
Be careful what you ask for, too.
Exactly. And Baker Mayfield, guess what? He's doing well in Tampa, but guess what? Cleveland wish they had him back. The Josh Rosens, you pick the wrong guy sometimes. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
And this is what people like to do. If you don't have a championship, then you suck. And that's ridiculous. I can tell you right now, Troy Aikman won 3 Super Bowls. But do you realize there were Cowboy fans in the 1990s say, oh, he'll never be Roger Staubach. And Roger won 2. But they would say, he'll never. And then guess what they would say? Let me tell you what they said what the problem with Troy was. He doesn't have the stats like the current quarterbacks at that time. Elway, the guys that were there when he was playing. And then they would say this. Troy Aikman doesn't have any comeback victories. He can't bring a team back. Wait a minute. They would score and get the big lead, and then they give the ball to Emmett the entire second half. That was the formula for success and got on Super Bowls. But guess what? Cowboy fans back then were saying, he doesn't have all the stats, so he must not be that good, and he never brought a team back. So you're never going to make people happy. And especially, even if you win a Super Bowl, they're going to say, you know what, he's just the bus driver. Or that defense won it for him.
Let's go down to DeSoto. Norris, you're in the Specs Tailgate Show. What's on your mind?
Hey, man, how you guys doing tonight?
Doing all right.
Good.
Yeah, but I'm going to be real quick because, man, these fans, they really get on my nerves. Let's just say this. It's been 30 years that the Cowboys has not been to an NFC championship. Let's go to the NFC East. See, I have been there twice and to a Super Bowl. Quinn took them there in 1 year. It's one common denominator through Romo, through Prescott. There's one common denominator. You can't name an NBA team, a WNBA team, a hockey team, any NFL team where an owner get in front and the GM talk before the coach. The culture is screwed, man. I'm tired of people with all this nonsense. The culture is screwed up. You can go back and say, oh, next year we'll do this. Jerry still dreams. That's what he does. But let's be honest, man. You can't name in any sport, in any way, shape, or form, unless you go to WWE Wrestling, where the GM/owner talks before the coach and tell you about injuries, plays, who gonna play, why they not gonna play. This dude is the Donald Trump of the NFL, man. That's the bottom line. And if people don't understand what the real problem is, the culture is bad, man. You can't build any significant team, any significant business when the culture is flawed and people don't understand. Mike McCarthy was the best coach the Cowboys ever had outside of Jimmy Johnson, and if you want to go back to the Landry era. You know what? Because for him to go 12-5 with the BS that you want to deal with Jerry Jones, he did it for 3 years, man. And he was a football dude. He was no nonsense. He didn't dress the part. He was all about the game. I like Schottenheimer, but you got to deal with this idiot telling you who gonna play, telling you what, like the whole deal with Parsons. Maybe but how it was handled. And he's still mixing the stuff with Pickens. This dude is arrogant. He's a billionaire. His son ain't nothing but like him. There's no opportunity for the Cowboys to be great because you got to say, hey, man, name me, I'm going to get off the phone. Name me
You made your point. There is none. And thanks for the call, man.
Appreciate it, Norris.
We appreciate the passion. And by the way, the 817 says, you know what? Listen to this. Is distracted driving. That can hurt people like drinking and driving and texting and driving.
Yeah. I'm going to put Norris down as not a Jerry Jones fan. Let's go. Let's head up to NYC. Why not? That's where the Cowboys are in the area, at least in Jersey. Jared, you're on the Specs Tailgate Show. What's on your mind?
What's up, guys? I'm actually from Snyder, which is about 3 hours west of Abilene, but I've decided to bring my wife up to the game.
Look out. West Texas.
Enjoy the break. Yeah, it was good stuff, man. But I have all kinds of thoughts on the season and all that stuff.
Let's hear them.
I'm going to break it down to this. What I really think happened this whole season, because earlier I heard y'all say, you expected 4 wins and stuff like that. When they went up to Philly that first game and almost won and should have won, I think that just messed everybody over for the whole season. Just because, everybody thought, we're going to get blown out and stuff like that. They should have won that game. Then all of a sudden, everybody goes, oh, they got some stuff in there,
I agree. I did, Jared. I'll be the first one to admit it was game one where I was like, well, I don't know about what I was thinking on the 4 wins.
Hey, I picked them to win that game. I said they're going to steal that game and probably lose to Philadelphia once Philadelphia get it all together. I felt they would steal that game because Philadelphia would be trying to hang their banners and all that and be distracted. Who knew that the weather delay would mess them up? And CD dropping those.
That's right. Yes, sir. But they, I thought they had a decent season offensively. But the defense was, man. I'm an old football coach, played college football and all that stuff. But that defense, that defense was rough.
Yeah,
and sometimes sitting out there watching Kenneth Murray, I'm like, man, if they would, I think one of the things that turned that game was when Murray got that,
hitting out of bounds,
personal foul over there that hit out of bounds, and they went down there and scored. I said, man, you got to be kidding me. And boy, people all around us. There was a bunch of Cowboys fans at that game, a whole bunch of us, and
you kind of tell
Murray was
there.
killing them. Yeah. It was bad. It was bad. And so, but I thought they had a decent season. I mean, no, it's not the season that everybody wanted. I think they'll get it figured out. I did watch The Gambler earlier this season, or actually just a few weeks ago. Yeah, the documentary, man, and that makes a lot of sense when he said, Jerry said his wife said, you can't leave a good thing alone when he got rid of
that's exactly right.
Yep.
You know what? I'm going to let you leave the call with that because that was exactly right. His wife said you can't leave well enough alone. That's his problem.
Hey, Jared, travel safe.
Appreciate you making that trip, man.
And have fun up there.
I appreciate it. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year, man.
2026. It's the Cowboys year.
There we go. Happy New Year.
Right.
All right. Take care, Jared. All right, let's, we got a full bank of callers here. Why don't we just keep this going? A lot of people want to weigh in on this season, so we'll let you do that when we return. It's the Specs Tailgate Show here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Now, during the...
flat out mean. Grogan would rather fight than play football.
Yep.
He was
So was Eric Williams. Big nasty.
But they don't. I think the biggest problem, and it's not just with Dallas, but I think it's with the whole NFL. These guys are making so much money, they don't love the game anymore.
You know what? That's why you got to find the right ones. In other words,
that's right.
They want to do it beyond the money. They want to do it for the love of the game. And again, not every player's pacified with the money. A lot of them want to have pride and rings, and
they've always made the money.
Best.
They make more money now, but they were rich back in the 80s and 90s
compared to other people, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, getting all those guys to stay healthy, that's part of the deal. But they did have close to that great wall when they had Tyron Smith and Zach Martin and those guys. So it's not been a total drought. They just can't. Just like a lot of teams, sometimes they're healthy, sometimes they're not.
It's hard to do.
Appreciate the call though. Great stuff.
Yeah, appreciate it, Jim. All right, let's in Garland. Marcus, you're on the Specs Tailgate Show. What's on your mind?
What's up, Marcus? Hey, Marcus.
Hey, man, what's up? I just want to say, not worried about the offense at all. Dak's had a phenomenal year. You got GP, you got CD. I'm sure we'll sign GP. If we don't, it'll be some kind of franchise tag deal. You got Javonte. However, the defense, as we all know, Eberflus, not going to say he needs to be fired, but we know he needs to be fired. He's gone. I don't want to draft a secondary, like a DB player. I feel like we've drafted so many DBs, whether it's Robinson, Diggs, all these players that we drafted. You can draft an edge rusher, a linebacker. I think that would be great. Not going to be a Texas homer, but I'm going to be a Texas homer. Anthony Hill Jr. is available right there. I think that'd be a huge accomplishment right there to grab him late in the first round with that Green Bay pick. Other than that, man, I love Schotty. I know we need the defense to step up, but big fan of Schotty. Would love to hear what y'all think about that. So appreciate the call.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. And I'm a little surprised you're the first one to weigh in that way. Look, I get it. You didn't have a season in which, like Liam Cohen did, or Mike Vrabel, or Ben Johnson. My expectations for Chicago, they were higher than others did, but this is not a surprise to me. Vrabel in New England, not that they'd be winning, the manner in which they have won with that record is a bit of a surprise, but I think the Cowboys, honestly, to me, overachieved.
For real.
So, I think I do like Schotty, and I like what he's done here. We talked about it at the beginning of the show that one of the things in not seeing Jaden Blue until now felt like to me that, these guys are being held accountable. You're not just going to get onto the field because you've got some promise. You've got to prove that you're a professional, and that's something that's the reason why Trayvon Diggs is no longer here, because he was not acting professionally at a number of different levels, and why Jaden Blue, we hadn't seen him on the field until today.
And today might have been because of the injuries. He might not have ever seen the field. So back to Schotty, I think Schotty's the right choice, too. At the time, I was like, what the hell? But the more I've got to hear him and got to see how his style works, I'm like, yeah, he's the perfect choice in this situation. But I always caution this with all the fans. You can have a certain style, but if you don't win at the end, they will tune you out. They were tuning out Parcells, who's tough. They were tuning out when they brought in Wade Phillips, who throwing barbecues for him every week. They love Wade Phillips, and they were winning big for the first couple of years, and then they started tuning him out too. And when I say tuning him out, I'm not saying hide in the locker room. It's like, oh yeah, okay, cool, and just ignore it. You've got to win for them to give their all every single week. And you don't have to be Mr. Tough Guy, but you have to be consistent on the way you treat guys. And Jimmy Johnson, by the way, who was known to be tough, guess what? He was easy going on certain guys who gave it their all during the games and at practice. In other words, they practiced hard. They might have been doing crazy stuff off the field, but they practiced hard, and they showed it in the games too. And he said, I'm not treating an all-pro the same way I would treat a third stringer.
Christy is in Red Oak. Christy, you're in the Specs Tailgate Show. What's on your mind?
Hey, Christy.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys, for taking the call.
Sure.
Big fan of the show. Been a big fan of you, Chris, since the days with Tom Joyner.
Got you down. That's way back.
That's way back. Yeah, I'm telling my age. I didn't mean to do that.
Family for life.
But a couple of things that I have, guys, and I know everybody's talking about the defense, and I get that. I think I've been a Cowboy fan for a long time, and we try one or two philosophies, it seems. This year we had a mediocre team and a mediocre coach, and it really doesn't work out. Dallas thinks they can normally get away with one or the other, like they can't have a mixture of both. But one of the things, as we're entering the offseason, that really has me worried is I really just don't trust Jerry and company when it comes to addressing the needs that they have. We haven't showed up in the draft, and a big question I have is, where's Will McClay, right? These players that they're getting, and everybody wants Dallas, wants Jerry to start getting fancy and cute. We're not good at fancy and cute. We're really not. They're talking about trading back, getting more players. That's really not their strong suit. And again, I have to ask the question, where is Will McClay?
Well, he's there. Let me ask that question for you, because Broadus was talking about this on the postgame show, and I reiterated it about an hour ago. There are too many voices speaking in the room. And Brada says it's best if you just let Will McClay run it. Let him run the point, as opposed to everybody throwing out their ideas and then nothing gets done, or you wind up having a consensus and choosing the wrong guy as opposed to the guy that Will McClay knows all the pieces. In other words, let Will McClay be Howie Rosen. Just let Will McClay run it, but they won't do that.
Another quick question then, Chris. Here's the thing then. Then how is the team going to get better? Because everybody sitting in the room on draft day, everybody wants to be known as a football guy, and everybody's trying to float their own eagles, and we're making group calls. I don't know anyone who runs a company that starts asking the employees, I work for one, I go, I'm going to punch in tomorrow. The CEO is not asking me what I think.
Everything you're saying is right, but here's the deal. It's not going to change, because Jerry, when he got his divorce from Jimmy, and it was a divorce because Jimmy was tired of him and he was tired of Jimmy, Jerry had put so much money at stake, developed a heart murmur by buying the Cowboys. He wanted to be more involved, and Jimmy would not give him credit, even though it was Jerry that made the trade for Charles Haley, which was the difference maker, and got them. And he also got Deion in, which was the difference maker in getting past San Francisco. All I got to say is this. Jerry ain't going to change that part, but as far as the other parts, every time I think Jerry's going to do something, Steven pulls him back. And I think Steven's too far over this way, Jerry's too far over that way. And thus you have, Jerry's a hell of an owner, but the GM part, Let somebody be Howie.
So, Christy, to answer your question, we don't know how the team is going to get better.
It's a riddle.
No, we really don't.
Yeah,
And
we really don't.
And I love Shotty, too. I do. But sometimes Shotty has to stop trying to get voted Mr. Congeniality.
Put it like this. Put it like this. He's not going to throw any player or coach under the bus in the press conference. You don't know what he's saying behind the scenes, but it doesn't get out.
Point taken, for sure.
Thank you, Christy. Appreciate the phone
welcome.
call.
I appreciate it, guys.
All right. Have a great night. Happy New Year. Let's
New Year.
You got it. All right. Let's get one more quickly in here and head out to Rhode Island. And Jeff, you're on the Specs Tailgate Show. Jeff, what's on your mind?
Hey, guys. Just a couple points being up here surrounded by the Patriot fans and watching this Cowboy team year in and year out. This year, I think it just comes down to one thing. It wasn't complimentary on the defensive side. The secondary, they fixed the up front, but then the secondary, you didn't have the right guys out there. You're playing a 10-yard cushion off the receivers. The question I have is they need to do something. You guys hit on this. Number one, there's too many voices in the room. Number two, stop telling us about the cap because you just saved 14. You just saved $14 million on Diggs, right? You just saved 14, and if we go back a couple of years, we could have had Mr. Henry running the ball for us for $6 million. You mean to tell me you can't find $6 million?
Well, they could have. They could have. It's Steven. It's not Jerry. It's Steven. Jerry it used to be the Wildcatter, and now Steven said, nope, we're not spending this money. It's like it's his trust fund money. It's like, no, you can't spend that money. It's a lie. They were $25 million under the cap last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other point is this is not a deep draft for secondary. You got Downs out of Ohio State, and then there's a big drop off. What that tells me is you have to go after free agents.
Yep.
And don't get me someone that's on their second round in their career. Get me someone that's still playing ball. Get me someone that can do press coverage because that's going to help the front. The front's going to help the back. They're going to work complementary, and you got to re-sign Williams. I mean, I think, and you got to address the tackle position, find out what you're going to do with Guyton, and I think the offensive line. But you know what? Don't be telling me it's on Prescott, man. This man has no off the field problems. He comes in, does his job. People don't look at this. The yardage he threw for this year. Come on,
4,500.
He's untouchable.
Jeff,
in my mind.
Appreciate the call, man.
Jeff, I'm right there with you, and we appreciate it.
Yes,
for those of you on hold, stay with us. We'll get to you coming up top of the hour because we have to give way to the one, the only.
Let's go to New York.
Let's do so and talk to Clarence E. Hill Jr. from DLLS Sports. We'll do it next here on The Fan.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you're an HVAC service tech, then listen up. I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning, and we're offering huge sign-on bonuses to join our team. Our service techs enjoy top pay and plenty of work year-round, even in the winter. We don't have sales quotas, and we're proud to be family-owned and operated. To see how large of a sign-on bonus you qualify for, call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or apply online at ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Baseball is back. And so is Texas Rangers Fan Fest. Saturday, January 24th. You'll have a chance to get autographs from Rangers players and alumni. There'll be a baseball card show, run the bases, enjoy Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets are just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
This segment of the Specs Tailgate Show is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Breaking NFL news here in the Specs Tailgate Show. On your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold here with you, and Jet back there. We're going to talk with Clarence Hill in just a minute. We're efforting him in New York following the 34-17 loss for the Cowboys in the regular season finale in the Meadowlands, falling to 7-9-1, according to many NFL insiders that have just filled my Twitter timeline. The Atlanta Falcons have fired their head coach, Raheem Morris. So he is gone. So that'll join the Titans and the Giants, who'll be searching for new head coaches, at least thus far in the offseason.
Raheem is out of there. Remember, they chose Raheem over Bill Belichick because they didn't want Bill Belichick coming in and changing everything up. Remember that?
Yeah.
They said, okay, we know Raheem. He's going to let us do what we do, and he's just going to coach. Belichick's going to try to run the whole organization. So, again, that's one of the things when Cowboys fans are saying, well, nothing's going to change. Well, there's a lot of teams kind of like Jerry. They're just not the owners, but they want things in place, so to speak, and they want the coach just to coach. And there are other coaches like, you know what? I got to have a GM that's got my back, because GMs and coaches are going to be fired after a couple of years if they don't have any success.
No doubt about it. All right. In Sunday Night Football, the battle for the AFC North. And we're about midway through the first quarter. The Ravens, with their second possession of the evening, leading 7-0. They went down and scored on their first. So the win and you're in, lose and you're going home in the regular season finale of this 25-26 NFL season. So that's where we stand right there.
By the way, the loser of this game plays the Cowboys next season.
Yeah, that's right. That was, as we mentioned, next season's opponents earlier in the program.
At AT&T Stadium.
You had the Chicago Bears losing on a last-second field goal at home to Detroit. However, they hold on to the number 2 seed as Washington upsets and comes back from 7 down in the fourth quarter. They score 14 unanswered, and they beat the Philadelphia Eagles 24-17. So the Bears with the number 2 seed, the Seahawks with the 1 seed, and now Philly with the 3. So it will be the the Bears and the Packers. That'll be coming up next. We've got basically everything set to go when it comes to all the playoffs, obviously outside of the Steelers and the Ravens. The NFL, this is a little bit of a surprise because usually they're, buttoned up pretty tight. The belief was, or at least we were going to hear after the final afternoon games on this Sunday, what wild card weekend was going to look like from an NFL schedule standpoint. And they were just going to show, winner of this game, who is, going to be facing Houston next weekend. But it looks like they're going to wait until after this game is complete to give next wildcard weekend's schedule.
I think we got Clarence Hill.
Oh, okay. There we go. All right.
From New York.
Yeah, from New York, the longest tenured Dallas Cowboys beat writer now with DLLS Sports. He's Clarence E. Hill Jr. joining us. Chill. Thanks for carving out a little time here. I guess now it's time for the autopsy. What's first on your mind on what transpired this season?
Well, I'm trying to get something to eat. I'm walking the streets of New York. It's freezing out here, trying to get something to eat. But, yeah, obviously you got to decide what you want to do with the defensive coordinator.
I heard you ask Eva Flus that question right off the bat. I heard you ask Shotty that question right off the bat.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the decision already been made, but they have to do it. But you have to make a move. It's the worst defense in Cowboys history. No Cowboys defense ever given up 500 points. And one of the worst defenses in NFL history. And you could talk about the players, but you have to make a change at the top, and then you have to make a change with who you're doing it with, because they do need reinforcement. They do need players, and that's something that we've seen. There are no playmakers. You look at that defense. And outside of the 3 defensive tackles, Javon Clowney and certainly Ezraku, and you like the future of Overshawn, but who made the impact this year? Who was difference makers? There's no difference makers on that defense.
Those difference makers are playing in Green Bay and Seattle.
People forget about Tank.
Oh, yeah, it's Seattle and Tank. And no one cried about that at the end of last year. And certainly Tank, had some injury-plagued season toward the end, but he was a dog.
Yeah.
It was one thing that you listened to Kenny Clark last week. He talked about we need more dogs. We need more dogs. That's the thing I always say about Micah. Everybody complained about Micah, and he need more dogs to run with him. You don't get rid of Micah. You need to get him some help. And that's what Kenny Clark said. We need more dogs on this defense. They do need more dogs. They need more difference makers. You see what's going on, and I'm glad you brought up Seattle, because DeMarcus Ware is surrounded by nothing but dogs on that defense in Seattle. And that's why it's one of the best defenses in the league. But, yeah, they certainly got to make a decision on the coordinator. Everybody's exasperated. If you listen to Dak's press conference tonight, I've never seen Dak basically say, I did what I was supposed to do. The other dudes didn't do what they were supposed to do. And he was talking about the defense. I can't look at myself and I need to do much better. I'm frustrated. Sometimes you look at the game and say, I can do this, I can do that. But he, in that offense, played as well as they could play. They're one of the top offensive league. But when you have a defense, one of the worst defensive league, what can you do? And Dak is not a guy that throws the coordinator or throws another unit under the bus, but he came as close as I've ever seen him to do that tonight.
Yeah.
Chill, the Cowboys seem not necessarily, well, they seem reticent to go outside of either the building or whomever they're familiar with. Do you think that'll change in the D.C. search this time around?
Well, it has to. It has to. It has to. And I don't know who in the building there. I mean, that's proven that you can say is going to come and improve this defense. They certainly need to go out of their comfort zone. It can't be one of Jerry's buddies. That's what's frustrating about the whole situation is we've been here, and I remember when they were tired of the Rob Marinelli defense. Okay, they were tired of that defense because it wasn't imaginative and it didn't scheme and it didn't hide things. It didn't, do a lot of different things. And I remember when they ran that defensive out of here, and then to bring Influence back, who basically is the carbon copy of that defense, it made no sense. So you try to sell that it's going to be different this time. We knew it wasn't going to be different. And so they have to get out from under their comfort zone, out of their comfort zone, and go get somebody to improve this defense. You don't have to be a buddy of Schott. You don't have to be a buddy of Jerry, somebody Jerry's familiar with. They need to go get somebody who's going to get the job done, and then use the free agency and use the draft to bring in some players.
Right. Use every weapon in your toolbook. In other words, don't just say draft alone. Do the free agency, do the trades, do all those things you did a couple of years ago before Jerry said, I'm all in on keeping things the same and seeing if they work it out. I'm with you on this, all these different moves. My question for you would be, out of the different people who could be available, and we already know Brian Flores is probably wanting to be a head coach somewhere, maybe in Atlanta. You just never know where he winds up. There's some other names out there. Jim Leonard.
Well, you got Jim Leonard. You got Jim Schwartz.
Yep.
Who if they fire the coach in Cleveland, he could be available. Yep. I understand Raheem Morris just got fired. He was already the defense coordinator with the Rams. Atlanta just fired him, so he's the guy that should go at the top of the list. He's the guy that should be available, who's had success as defensive coordinator. So there are going to be some guys out there, but it just can't be somebody that Jerry's always comfortable with.
Exactly. I got one for you though. Okay. To me, those 12 and 5 years, Dan Quinn's defense helped that offense in so many ways. They shortened the field. They had the takeaways. They created the turnovers. They created it. So he's got a guy, well, put it like that. There's some guys that are out there like him, like Zach Orr, the Ravens defensive coordinator, or Carl Scott, the Seahawks.
Wink Martindale.
Just anybody that can create takeaways, as opposed, and maybe even do more man coverage and not just try to do this zone stuff when you don't have the players to do the zone.
Well, I mean, you have to also have players that can take the ball away. I mean,
that's what I'm talking about. Creating takeaways.
They need players.
Ball hawks.
Not just a scheme, but you also need players that go after the ball, that get their hands on the ball and take the ball away. And certainly, as a defensive coordinator, you got to put them in position to do that. And that starts, number one, with getting to the quarterback. You can't take the ball away. Getting to the quarterback means so much as far as strip sacks, deflections, made the quarterback hurry. Those add to those interceptions. And the Cowboys did not get to the quarterback because they emphasized run, stop, and run over thrusting the passer when they traded away Michael Parsons. And number one, that's the main thing they have to do. I don't care who the coordinator is. You got to find somebody who can get to the quarterback. You got to find a person who can get to the quarterback.
Before we talk about the offense, I got one more question about the defense real quick. Do you think Schotty has the power to pick his own defensive coordinator? Or is this going to have to be one of them group things?
He picked his own down special teams coach. He need to make a move there, too.
Shots fired. That's fair.
We haven't really talked about that special teams coach.
Yeah.
Who, the kicker got worse, the return got worse.
He ain't no Bones Fossil.
All of that. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be, he's going to have to give Fossil that decision-making, I'm not Fossil, but Schottenheimer that decision-making power. And let's be honest about it. The honeymoon's over.
Mm-hmm.
The honeymoon's over. You had your 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
Next year, Schottenheimer's on the hot seat.
Yep.
Still got it.
Here we go in the office now.
Okay.
How would you
there he is.
deal
with
George Pickens?
Here, let me add to that question real quick. Clarence Hill is joining us here on 105.3 The Fan, by the way, because
walking the streets of New York, by the way.
Walking it, trying to stay warm, trying to look for some food. I mean, if the Cowboys are to re-sign Pickens, my worry is, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that by any stretch, but my worry is that they'll use that excuse once again as to why they can't go out and get other free agents. What do you see this playing out?
Yeah, they can't use the excuse. I think Jerry already thought he brought the franchise tag up tonight. And I'm sure they're going to try to use the franchise tag on Pickens if they can't get a deal done. But Pickens, he can command on the free agent market, $35 million annually.
Yep, easily.
Started paying CD 34, and the market has gone up 2 years since CD got his deal. But, let's be honest, Max Crosby could be available, okay? But I want Pickens and Max Crosby. I don't want one or the other.
Yeah.
We're trying to, because it's about winning Super Bowls. It's not just about getting better. It's not just about improving. It's about putting a champion on the field. And what does it take to put a team that competes for championships? And so they need difference makers. They need difference makers on defense. Certainly you want to bring Pickens back to go with what you have. He and CD are such a perfect complement. I was watching him go to the game today, and CD's dressed in his fashionista stuff, and Pickens has got shorts on and the pullovers, like, the odd couple, so to speak. Right. But they work well together in how they look. Because Pickens look like he's just from the trenches, and CD's came out of France, and getting ready for the game. But and that's their play styles, They're just, one is finesse and one is all fire, but it works. And so you want to keep them together, keep that offense together. But definitely you need to put a lot of resources on defense, and I think they can do it. Quit worrying about balancing the budget. Quit worrying about the salary cap. What has frustrated me for years is a team that is the richest franchise in sports keeps crying about the salary cap and about money and about the pie.
It's a lie.
You got it.
It's a lie.
And no one cares about if you're at Cal 3 years from now when you haven't won in 30 years.
Like I said, look at Howie in Philadelphia doing everything possible. They ain't got a problem.
Rams. I mean, they're back competing again.
Yeah, what the Rams say? F them
picks. A lot of
picks.
teams have done it.
Yeah.
No doubt. Hey, Chill, thank you. Get warm.
I appreciate it, man. I got to get out of this cold.
I hear you, man. Appreciate the time.
All right. See you, Clarence.
We'll see you, man.
All right, that's Clarence Hill Jr. from DLLS Sports, formerly of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, the longest tenured Cowboys beat writer. Still with us there, Jed. All right, we're going to get back to your phone calls and also some more breaking news, some more firings around the NFL. We'll get
Sunday.
you as we open up Hour 3 of the Specs Tailgate Show next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239. 9239 or biglou.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. While Texas weather puts your roof to the ultimate test, even if your roof seems fine, hidden leaks could be causing extensive water damage, dangerous mold, and even structural issues. Don't wait for the problems to get worse. Schedule your free roof inspection today and enjoy peace of mind. With over 20 years of expertise, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Take advantage of our complimentary roof inspection today by visiting kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
All right, final hour of the Specs Tailgate Show here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. That man planting the flag is Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
He's in 3 Hall of Fames. I'm Will Chambers, still in 0. Jets back in the Pimp Cup. We'll have RJ Ochoa on loan from Blogging the Boys, hopping in here at 8:20. Some more breaking NFL news. The Falcons, as well as firing their head coach Raheem Morris, have also chosen to go a different direction with their general manager, letting Terry Fontenot go of his duties in Atlanta.
Because it was Terry Fontenot that told everybody, we don't need Belichick. He's going to try to change stuff. We need somebody that I can control. And so they got rid of both of them.
Arthur Blank ain't screwing around on this final Sunday of the regular season. 877-881-1053. A number of you have been patiently waiting to weigh in on the Cowboys, the 34-17 loss to the Giants in this 2025 season, which is now in the books. So let's start out with...
Back to the calls.
No doubt. Diamond Mike. He's been waiting for a while. Diamond Mike,
DM.
You're in the Specs Tailgate Show. What's on your mind, bub?
And I got 2 things I just want to put out there just because the season's already over. As far as defensive coordinator, I'm just hoping to get somebody who can just deal with all these leftovers, man. We got all these people that, just like Bryan brought us, man, he's been opening up the world for me and understand how these Cowboys work. There's too many voices in Jerry's head. So we got this whole defensive team that, this guy was from a defensive coordinator. This guy was Will McClay. This guy was Jerry. So let's try to figure out to get somebody who can make food out of leftovers. You know what I'm saying? That chef that can say, we can get this guy can make it happen. So that's my only reason that I can feel that we can win in the next 2 years. Just because at the end of the day, my next little gripe is I remember when Dak got that big old contract and we overpaid him. We made him look shiny. But one thing I was asking for him is to be a dog.
He's wearing that C, and he's just the nicest guy out there, man. He was not controlling that room. He was not controlling that locker room. Micah was just being toxic. It was just Micah and Diggs not doing what they wanted to do, and everybody was doing their own stuff. So I just don't even see Dak even taking it to that level because he ain't no dog. He's not like Michael Irvin firing up the troops. CA, you showed that great story how he got everybody at the bar riled up. You know, they listen to his voice. But Dak, every time he goes on an interview or anything, there's nothing that's making him mad.
Well, let me say this about Dak. Dak. Dak is really good at those interviews, not throwing anybody under the bus. So there's something to be said up for that. Just because you don't see the fire at the interviews, don't tell the whole story.
Yeah, and I was going to say this, and I'll yield over. Diamond Mike, appreciate the phone call.
Thanks for the call, Diamond.
I've been in that locker room with Dak Prescott, but it's been a few years. And I'll tell you right now, Dak does not mess around in that locker room. And he is and has been pretty much since day one, the leader in there. Now, you have been in there every single weekend, every single week. I haven't the last 5 years, so you know more of the recent.
This is the deal. Dak Prescott is a total leader. We're talking about offense, defense, the coaches, the front office. They all respect the hell out of him. You could not find that. You will never find any player dogging him out.
Yeah,
that's when you don't have a real leader. When he took over as the quarterback, Tony Romo was beloved in the locker room, but he was Uncle Tony because he's 30-something years old, spending time with his family. Dak was in his 20s. He's hanging out with all the guys, offense, defense, special teams, everybody, lifting weights, doing everything. He also has 2 degrees. One of the degrees is workplace psychology. He's prepared. Nobody can outwork him. He says all the right things and handles the media, which a lot of those guys cannot do. He does it all. He's got total respect. In fact, to show you how much respect he has, somebody asked Jerry this year, a couple of weeks ago, who's the leader on the Cowboys defense?
And you say Dak Prescott?
He said Dak Prescott. I swear to God, Jerry Jones said that, and he's not lying. Because the problem for the Cowboys defense, no Tank Lawrence. You see what I'm saying? There was guys on that team that handled their position group. Dak superseded all of that. So even though they didn't have, quote-unquote, that quote-unquote leader this year on defense, Dak was still the guy they all admire. I'm just saying what it is. It's kind of like people last year, I'm just switching to the Mavericks for a second. Last year or the year before last, they were all saying, that Jason Kidd, he just stands there. You'll never hear one player dog out Jason Kidd. They totally respect him. That's a leader. You can say what you want to say. They don't say anything in the press conference. Or if something was not funny or something was, they're talking in coach speak. But until these players start dogging somebody out behind their back, that's when you know a guy's not a leader. Dak Prescott is a leader.
In Kingsville, we got Coach Davis on the line. Coach, you're in the Specs Tailgate Show. What's happening?
What's up, Coach?
How's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Go for it.
Okay. I keep hearing that something in the background. So I'm a big Dak fan. I've been a Dak fan when everybody else hated Dak. I was always big. I'm a big Dak fan, but I feel like the Cowboys are spending just way too much money on the offensive side of the ball, and that's what makes the defense so hard to recover. I mean, you're paying Dak $60. You're paying CD $30. If you pay Pickens, even if you franchise tag him and pay him $28, you're paying $118 million for 3 players.
That is true, but let me say this, because a lot of fans are hypnotized by Stephen Jones constantly saying, but the cap, and the pie, and the pie. That's BS. And all you have to do is just look up everything Philadelphia has done with Howie Roseman paying his receivers, paying his quarterback, and yet they go to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, win 2 in the last 7, while the Cowboys have only won 4 playoff games. The cap is not the issue. The money's not the issue. They know that most fans would play for free if they could. So when everybody, again, I understand team building is a sport. When people say, let's look at the cap and let's make the numbers work out, ask Philadelphia how they do it every year. Ask Philadelphia how they paid their receivers, paid their quarterback, and still had enough room to pay a free agent named Saquon Barkley to take care of the running game.
Okay, but hang on a second. When Jalen just signed that contract about a year ago. So they had him on a rookie contract.
No. They paid Jalen. They played Jalen Hurts $50 million. So, again, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just arguing with the fact that people fall for the lie about the salary cap. The salary cap goes up exponentially every freaking year. Not $2 million. It goes up $25, $30 million. They just signed a $117 billion deal with all these streaming services, and 48.9% of that has to go to the Players Union. The money is there. It's how they decide to chop it up. And it's not about they can't. They won't. They won't make trades. They're doing it now, here and there. They won't do free agency because they overpaid too much a long time ago. All I'm saying is it's a lie. And people want to blame the offense or saying they're spending too much on the offense. They can spend the same much on the defense if they wanted to. They just don't. That's their problem, not the players' problem.
No, but you notice how like New England right now, they're doing well because they have a quarterback on a rookie deal.
Yep, and you know what? Brada said something very good this afternoon. I don't know if you caught him saying this on Postgame. So he said the smartest thing the Cowboys could do, since Stephen Jones likes to talk about the salary cap, is you get an edge rusher and a corner on a rookie deal, because that's who you have to pay the most money to. We know how the Cowboys don't like to pay no money. They haven't paid a corner. In fact, they paid the corners crazy money unnecessarily after a knee-jerk decision of not doing something else. In other words, they gave Bland all this money because they traded away Micah. They should have just waited till the season played out and then also make these deals at the right time. Dak got all that money because the Cowboys kept kicking the can down the road. If they had paid him at the time,
I agree with that.
I mean, this is them being stupid. So them being stupid and saying the cap, too many fans fall for that BS. Not you, but I'm just saying a lot of fans.
Appreciate the call, Coach. That, look, also in the manner in which they do these deals is in the last second when you can save so much money.
So
now, part of that is on the player and the agent too. But
let me say this, because I'm heated about this, because I talked about this for years, even before Dak even got big money. When Dak was on his rookie deal as a fourth-round pick, Dak kept saying he wanted a shorter deal. Jerry and Steven had the fans thinking Dak was being greedy. Dak wanted a shorter deal, and his agent, so that when that streaming rights deal came up, he could get paid on time or get paid the bigger money. Or put it like this, all these players now want shorter deals so they can go back to the well if they're position player, a quarterback or edge rusher, or left tackle, so they can go back to the well again. Dak and his agent, Todd France, knew that, and I kept telling people, he's being greedy. I said, if you pay him now and get the shorter deal, you're not paying him $50 million. They were saying $30 million was too high for him. I'm just saying, everybody's got this revisionist history, like Dak and his agent figured out the formula. And that $60 million, that's because Jerry and Steven kept waiting. All you had to do was give him the money. They waited. You want to say why the $60 million was $60 million? You can blame Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence got 55. And they waited till after Trevor Lawrence got his money. Trevor Lawrence ain't done the same. He's done the same amount of things that Dak Prescott has done. Nothing in the playoffs. All I'm saying is the quarterbacks are always going to get paid. It's just whose turn is next. And they need to get ahead of these things that they don't.
Jonathan in Arlington, you're on the Specs Tailgate Show. What's on your mind, bud?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First-time call, long-time listener. I see that the Dak hate has calmed down this hour. But let's kind of
this hour.
Okay, I'm gonna let you talk. My bad. Go ahead.
When the season started, we didn't think that we were. Everyone said we were a 6-win team.
Yep.
No one said that we were going to have the worst defense in the league. And like you guys said, if our defense was middle of the pack with that type of offense, all the commentators on ESPN and everywhere said you don't want to see Dallas in the playoffs. So we have to stop blaming Dak for this season because Dak doesn't play defense. Now, what I hope we can do is, I know Cowboy fans religiously have some trauma from the Mozzie Smith and Taco Charlton, but we need a playmaker on every level of the defense. Obviously, we can't get one, so that's why we traded and got Quentin Williams. I love that deal. Logan Wilson, I don't know. You've been on a milk carton since you've got here. I haven't heard your name called. And anybody in the secondary anybody in the secondary, I mean, Malik Hooker, you can come back, but all the other guys are young. Spend the draft picks on defense. If you were to tell me that we can bring back the same offense next year and have a middle-of-the-pack defense, and look at all the teams in the playoffs. What, 11 wins minimum?
Mm-hmm.
What can we do to get to 11 wins? And real quick, I'll wrap it up. We got to get a D coordinator in here. Eberflus, you get to wait till tomorrow. Raheem Moore's got his tonight. But Eberflus, you're probably good as gone because you have I've never seen somebody come back from the worst defense in the league, even when we have Mike Nolan.
Mm-hmm.
I know guys want to forget that. And then we got Dan Quinn. Get the defense to the middle of the pack. Fans, watch these teams in the playoffs this weekend. Watch these Ruben Baines. Watch these kids out of Oregon. Watch these defensive playmakers. Or just go get somebody from Georgia. That's what the Eagles are doing, and it works.
Yeah, great call, man. Seriously, you're nailing it.
Yeah.
Let's do the same thing and get a decent defense, bring back the same offense. Pickens, hey, maybe you take 3 for $100 with $70 million guaranteed. I don't know. I hope he's not a head case, but let's bring back the same offense, get a middle-of-the-pack defense, and hope for the best. Thank you.
Ding. Good stuff, man.
Thank you, Jonathan. Hear you there. Let's get Rich has been hanging on for a while here in Plano. Rich, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Happy New Year. So I have to tell you that I'm a New York Giants fan, living in Dallas for the last 20 years. So sneaking in behind enemy lines. I won't gloat about the win. The Giants have plenty of work to do on their side, and so I will keep my comments about the Cowboys. If you want to ask me about Giants, you can. But I think the time window you got to be talking about, there's the window for the quarterback, and Dak is pretty much at his prime. He's playing very well. I mean, he's playing like top 10 quarterback, maybe top 5 some weeks. It's the window you got to talk about is the Jerry Jones window. Like, how hungry is this guy for a championship team? How much does he want to have a championship before, he goes off to do other things, or I won't say off to pasture or whatever. But I think his hungry window is opening up. I'm going to give you guys some hope because you saw some trades. You saw him trade for George Pickens over the summer.
Quinn Williams.
And you saw him make some acquisitions during the trade deadline to address defensive flaws. I mean, there's a lot of flaws in your defense. So I think, okay, which Jones are you going to believe? You're going to believe the Jones Deuce, the guy behind the curtain, or is it going to be, or is it this guy that really wants to make changes? And I think you got to look at the off season, what trades, and what is he going to do with?
Good stuff, man. I appreciate the call. And by the way, you guys got a really good quarterback. That Jackson Dart is for real. Thanks for the call, though.
Yeah, thank you, Rich.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
you're welcome.
It is a good question. I think it's going to be one that we ask RJ Ochoa from Blogging the Boys because, when Jerry was on with the KNC Masterpiece on Friday, he talked about the fact that they are not going to be timid when it comes to this offseason going after other players. What exactly does that mean to RJ? We'll ask him next year on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. College postseason drama is heating up, and this weekend powerhouse programs delivered when it mattered most, with top seeds punching their tickets and surviving must-win matchups to keep their championship hopes alive. As the playoff picture tightens, every drive, every decision, every moment matters. Just like the athletes leaving it all on the field, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Join the Cars for Kids 30th anniversary celebration. They're giving away one kid's ride-on car every day for a year. To enter, send a video of your child singing their jingle at carsforkids.org/30.
This segment of the Specs Tailgate Show is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We're back. Will, we're back.
Oh, there we are. Now I can hear again. It's the Specs Tailgate Show.
Welcome to the new studio.
On your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Chris Arnold here with you. We'll have RJ Ochoa from Blogging the Boys joining us here in just a moment. We do have, wild card round. We know what the matchups are going to be outside of, obviously, Ravens-Steelers. Which at the moment is a 10-3 Ravens lead in the second quarter in Pittsburgh. But with what happened with the Bears losing to Detroit, but Philadelphia also losing to Washington, next weekend will consist of Packers at Bears, 49ers at Eagles, Rams at Panthers. On the offensive or on the AFC side, the Chargers, the 7th seed, will travel to New England to take on the Patriots. Buffalo will be in North Florida. With the matchup with Jacksonville, and then Houston will wait to see if they're going to either Baltimore or Pittsburgh at the end of Sunday Night Football.
Excellent. And by the way, did you know we're talking about the Cowboys and what they're going to do next year? You know, team building is a sport. Guess how many unrestricted free agents they have going into the offseason?
The Cowboys?
The Cowboys alone.
27.
No. Close. 15.
All right.
15, you know about the big three, Javonte Williams, George Pickens, Jadeveon Clowney. For those who aren't paying attention, Clowney, you got to bring him back. This guy has made an impact. He didn't get to the team until the middle of September. Yeah. Think about this. He didn't even have an off season. He hadn't been out to Oxnard yet, and he showed out. He had his best game in his career just today. Yeah, we know the opposition was just the Giants. Jackson Dart put on the show himself, but it was Clowney that was making some big impressions out there. So you got to have more dogs on that defensive line. And as soon as they sign him up, again, chop it all up. And Pickens, how would you do Pickens' deal? I think you kind of hinted on the way I would do it, too. Because there's a trust factor you got to add into the equation. I'm not saying he's the Pickens that the Pittsburgh Steelers fans were saying, oh, he's just out of control, he's Antonio Brown. I think you still want to see some good things out of him, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
So what kind of deal would you make with Pickens? And of course, you need to do this early.
I mean, I would try to do probably a 2-year deal, 2 or 3.
3-year. And let me tell you why I think that would work. Because in this day and age, and I mentioned this earlier, if you're a position player making the big money like a wide receiver, defensive end, quarterback, or cornerback, they'll want to go back to the well again. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't hurt you to give him a 3-year deal, and he won't be offended by that as opposed to a longer deal. I'm just saying, and use that tag for somebody else if you had to.
Let's head down south, shall we? And talk with our good friend RJ Ochoa, blogging the boys here on this Specs Tailgate Show for the Dallas Cowboys following their loss to the Giants 7-9-1. RJ. Well, we got some questions for you when it comes to whether it goes with Pickens, the defensive coordinator, and all that. But you're just straight up autopsy as to what went down this season.
Well, it's great to be with you guys. Worst part about season ending is, less frequent conversations with you all.
Well, thank you.
I think that, it's hard to do the autopsy when we'd all kind of said our goodbyes already. You know what I mean? Like the patient was in hospice and, it'd been kind of awkward and a bit of a bummer around the holidays. I think the finality of it all, I think, is really frustrating. And I think it's one of those situations. And I think this encircles the franchise in a lot of ways. Like, they can't win for losing. Like, there's a lot of people who wanted them to lose, obviously, for draft position, but they do it and they look all sloppy. And so it's like, well, don't lose like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's just nothing they can do right. And that's unfortunate and that's a bad break. But when you have a 30-year drought, like, those are the unofficial rules that are kind of how people evaluate you.
What do you think? Jerry was on with KNC on Friday, and he mentioned that what the Cowboys, in looking at this offseason, are not going to be is timid when it comes to adding to this team personnel-wise. What does that mean to you, and what would you like to see, or whom would you like to see them going after?
So, honestly, what it means to me, and maybe I've just been doing this too long, or I'm too much of a skeptic or whatever now. It just sounds like, okay, this is what the thesaurus said I could say instead of all in this year. Like this was the way I could frame it this way, to keep people interested with, whatever. But if we buy it right at face value, if there's somebody who wants to do that, I'd say that, maybe the Max Crosby trade isn't dead. That's probably the first thing that jumps to mind. Maybe they swing big. Maybe they think like, oh, you think we're cheap and we won't go pay for Brian Flores? We'll do that. Like, I know everybody makes fun of Howie Roseman because they think he just drafts players based off of what the
going to Georgia.
Yeah, let's pretend that's true for a second. The Howie Roseman thing, that's how I look at this. Like, even if that were true, you could argue that there's a benefit to doing that because of how it increases your reputation, right?
Yep.
It increases your reputation, and that becomes a leverage point against, whoever in argument or debate or trade X, Y, or Z. And so I think there would be something to, okay, what does blogging the boys say we should do, right? Like, what are they talking about on the fan? Like, let's do that stuff. Like, let's buy some public currency, and then we can bake in the things we want to do, and we'll get away with it, and everyone will think that the thing they wanted to do just failed, and it wasn't our fault.
You know what I think is also going to probably help them and make me kind of believe that they won't be timid? They saw the best year of Dak Prescott's career get wasted. In other words, they didn't even get to the tournament. And to me, Dak being 32 years old, that clock is ticking. It's one thing that, Jerry's older, is in his 80s or whatever, and, how long is he going to run it? He might be emeritus at some point. That means handing it off and just watching it. That's not even the urgency. I think the urgency of, okay, you have 0 other quarterback prospects. And Jerry used to always say when they were hanging in there with Romo, we had him on the show all the time talking about how it's hard to draft a quarterback because there's so many times you get the wrong guys. And they've tried it before. They got lucky with Troy and they got lucky with Romo. Well, here's the deal. They know the clock is ticking on Dak. And I think that might create some urgency where 2 years ago, not last year when they said run it, or excuse me, they said Jerry said I'm all in, and I think the rest of the phrase that he never talked about was I'm all in for running it back with the same pieces, and that didn't work. I think they actually had some success when they traded for Stephon Gilmore, when they made the move. And I mean, the different moves 2 years ago. It's like, and then the next year, which was last year, it's like they did nothing. I'm talking about not this past offseason. I'm talking about the last year of McCarthy. I think they feel good about Schotty, and they know they've got cap space. And that was another reason. I think a sign was they let Trayvon Diggs just go. That was the last straw. Let's go, as opposed to just sitting there and let's just not do anything and wait till the offseason. I think they might actually do a couple of things.
Yeah, I mean, I know that we often try to look back and equate, this to that relative to team history, like because the past is helpful in that respect. And the offseason it feels the most similar to for me is a decade ago in 2016. They were coming off of Romo having missed 12 games, but the point, I think it didn't even go 11 years ago. And I mean, you could speak to it more than I could say 11 years ago in 2015 when they came out, when Dez caught it and they were all pissed off and everything. I'm not here to argue the merits of it, but they took a football risk and signed Greg Hardy. They drafted Byron Jones when he felt them. Then they took a risk on Randy Gregory in the second round, and then they had Lyle Collins fall to them. And they did all these things, to your point, CA, in terms of feeling like, man, Romo was awesome in 2014. Like, we were so close.
Yeah, let's not waste it,
Yeah, like, let's cash in on this while the iron's hot. And then the next year, when Romo was injured and they were coming off of that, they did hedge their bet. But even then, I think that's it's some helpful history in that, again, not here to relitigate the Zeke draft pick, but they said, how can we extend Romo's window? What can we do to help the quarterback? And let's get him this all-world running back with our 4th overall pick. So to your point, that this might be the 2015-16 time for Dak Prescott that it was for Tony Romo.
RJ, is Jerry and company capable of getting somebody in here as a coach, even a coordinator, that they don't have familiarity with?
I mean, they're capable, certainly. It's just a matter now of, what do they want to do, right? Like, it's their shop, and that, I know that upsets a lot of people, but, this Raheem Morris firing could be a saving grace, right? If they can't get Brian Flores. The last time Atlanta fired a coach when they were looking for a defensive coordinator, it worked out pretty well for them.
Quinn.
And so I do think that they have a tendency to try to spit in our faces a little bit, and we've been saying you can't do this. You just want to hire your friends. So maybe we're pushing them to where we want them to be. But I don't know. Like, I do worry and wonder that you might be too late for some people, and that truly does sadden me. I think that a lot of people today experienced relief more than they did sadness that a Dallas Cowboys season ended. And maybe that's just because, this primary age group that, is feeling this callous more than anyone is at a place where, I put myself in there. I've got a young child, right? Like, your life is changing so much that you just don't even have the time to give to this team that you did, from a personal standpoint or whatever. And so they've got to rope those people back in. They're never going to want for fans. We all know that. Like, we don't have to be silly or stupid about it. But I do think that everyone is kind of daring them to do something, anything. Like, the bar is low. And so, pull the rabbit out of your hat. Like, saw the woman in half. Let's just see it one time. Prove to us you can do it.
So would you use the draft picks on defense, or would you do the best player that falls in their lap?
Well, obviously couching myself and saying that I'd need to see how free agency went and whatnot. I think that it would be foolish to just assume the offense is going to be awesome again in 2026. And I'm not here to doubt Dak, and I'm not here to doubt CD and George if he's back, and whatever they do at running back, but I mean, they've played that game, right? Like, they've played the game of saying, like, okay, well, the offense will just be the same. They'll just be a top 5 offense again because we want them to be, right? And that doesn't happen. Like, they will probably not be this good, right? Like, that's just life. That's the NFL. There will be some regression to the mean. And so I would not, by any stretch, just go at this offseason and say, okay, we don't even have to touch the offense. Like, let's just throw all of our resources at the defense. I do think that the defense deserves the lion's share of your capital overall this offseason. And so for me, I'd probably spend those 2 first-round picks there, presuming the board worked out and free agency, kind of walked in parallel with it.
What would you do with George Pickens?
I mean, I tell you what, Will, I'd have a brand new deal done before the Super Bowl. Like,
yes.
I do think that would really buy. And I do not like to speak for anyone other than myself. So if that happened, if they did not have to go to the franchise tag at all, even as a placeholder, dude, I would stand up and clap. I mean, I really would. I would sing their praises. I would throw their flowers. I would really give them some serious kudos. Now, I stand by, even though I was against the trade, that they should have gotten the extension done the moment that they did it, because they were betting against themselves the way they always do. But if they like that to me, that is going to be outside of whatever they do at defensive coordinator. So that's going to be the first kind of fork in the road that tells us, how they plan on attacking this offseason. And then if they were to be serious about the George thing and get the extension done, I would be really impressed. And I would say, okay, you know what? You might be done playing these little games now. You might be ready and willing to act like everyone else, and that's what we've been asking from you. So I would absolutely, unequivocally, without a doubt in my mind, have an extension done, market rate extension before the Super Bowl.
It would also show that they've actually changed their philosophy and they're actually doing something the right way, as opposed to deadlines make decision and waiting for somebody to blink. I mean, I love that. To me, that would be the true indicator that they're serious about changing their ways of doing business.
Exactly. And that's why, I mean, it would buy you so much favor. And that's why, look, again, I've said it before to you guys and on this radio station and all over, social, and I did not want them to make that trade. But even then, like, I'm talking 10 seconds after they did, I said, okay, get the extension done. And if they had, like, imagine how we would talk about them right now. They would look like geniuses right now, because they would have done something, anything at all.
Proactive instead of reactive.
There you go.
Exactly. We're just like, do one thing, that's on that side of the fence. And this would still not quite be that, but it would not be the 11th hour. It'd be the 8th or 9th hour, which would still be, early for modern times around here. So, yeah, I mean, or I would not franchise tag him. The worst decision to me would be to franchise tag him and just play the song and dance and let it go out to July and then blame the tag for, it being fully guaranteed and taking up all the cap space. Like, that was my thing with Dak, and I don't mean to be long-winded, but 2 years ago, I said,
you're right.
Okay, like, I obviously wanted them to sign Dak, but doing it the way they did was literally the most inefficient way they could have done it. There had to be a point where they said, okay, we're just not going to do it. We accept this. Like, we're prepared to live with the consequences. So then be prepared for something, even if it's something I disagree with. Have a North Star that you're moving towards instead of just living in, the treading water moment of it all.
Can I say this real quick on that subject? Because we already know that they keep backing things up and waiting. The longer they wait, the more money it costs. They knew they weren't going to let Dak go. They knew they were going to extend the contract. They knew this. Do you realize before he signed the $60 million, Jalen Hurts got his $50 million. The next quarterback that came up was Trevor Lawrence. He got $55 million. This was all in the same offseason. And then the hours before the kickoff of the first game, they give Dak 60. If they had done that deal back when Jalen Hurts got his 50, they could have got 51. I mean, I'm just going on and on how stupid they are about it.
Yeah, and that's why, and I know, Gavin went at Steven back at training camp, and I think he deserves a lot of props for that in terms of his conspiracy theory and whatnot that I share, to some degree. But it's difficult to believe that this is driven from logic. And I don't say that to be rude, right? Like, the only thing you can derive from this is that you have some sort of ulterior motive. It makes the conspiracy theory that you're doing this to lead First Take make sense. I mean, like, those are the conclusions we have to draw because you keep doing this over and over and over again. And that's why, to me, the George Pickens situation, whatever they decide to do, is going to really, show their cards to some degree. If they just, if they talk and they do their interviews and Dak and CD have to go on Radio Row in the car wash and say, yeah, I hope it gets done and everything like that, and then they tag him and then they don't do anything until the July 15th deadline, then, I mean, I understand the people who have developed the cows towards all this because it will be more of the same. But if they get a deal done, tomorrow, again, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but I saw Nick's tweet, an hour ago, 2 hours, whatever, that they're going to wait 10 to 12 days on Eberflus. Like, what's that about? And
you know what it is? It's not even a conspiracy theory about, the getting the publicity or is it out there in social media and the hits and what it is they feel like they have nothing to lose by waiting. because they're still going to get some pub. They're still going to have people having interest. There's going to be no downside to it. It's not a conspiracy theory. They just shrug their shoulders and have nothing to lose. But guess what? It ties your hand if you're going to, quote unquote, stick to this salary cap message you keep selling to the fans.
Yeah, and I would say the conspiracy theory online on the coaching thing is you're going to drag out the Eberflus thing so that, Raheem Morris can get signed to be someone else's defensive coordinator while you're waiting.
Yeah.
And that way you don't have the chance and that way you don't have the chance to be turned down or whatever, or you can throw your hands up in the air and say, hey, whatever. And here, again, I don't ever want to call for anyone's job, but if they want to keep Matt Eberflus, that will upset people. But if you want to do that, fine, but then decide that tomorrow. You know what I mean? Decide that, announce that tomorrow, and move forward. Again, it could be something we disagree with, but have some semblance of an obvious plan. That's the first step that I think people are hungry for.
By the way, the last time Jerry did that to the defensive coordinator right off the bat, that was when they had Rob Ryan here back in the day, and Jerry didn't like the way he had DeMarcus Ware playing in space in the zone as opposed to going after the quarterback. That was way back when, but he did it. He said, I'm going to make people very uncomfortable out here at the ranch, and he fired him.
So amen to that. Let's see that.
Do it again, Jerry.
RJ, great stuff, man.
Yes,
Happy
sir.
New Year. Thank you for hopping on.
Hey, guys, Happy New Year. We appreciate 105 through the fan at Blogging the Boys, and the season's over, but we encourage everyone to be a Tolo 24/7, 365, even though you guys believe in the worst team in the AL West. We all know the Houston Astros are coming back.
Nice parting shot. Get out of here.
Fine.
See you, buddy. Thanks,
you. RJ. Appreciate
you.
Guys.
That's RJ Ochoa from Blogging the Boys. Okay. One more segment to go. There is one guy, though, on this defensive coaching staff that needs to stay, and I have my sneaky pick for the pick at number 12 for the Cowboys. We'll do that here next on The Fan.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that
which was not to make assumptions that the offense is just going to be great again next year.
Right.
And how often do we see running backs replicating the season that they just had, particularly those that are like a Javonte Williams? Great season, bring it back, all that stuff, however it looks. But we know how most NFL teams are reticent to go with a high, first-round draft pick on running backs for the most part. Obviously, Ashton Genty last year was a little bit different. And I don't know if Jeremiah Love will be there at 12 when the Cowboys select. But when you look at, I was just reading from Matt Miller a day or two ago, ESPN draft analyst, and he had his first-round grades. And there was only one player from the defensive secondary in all of college football that got a first-round grade on his board, and that was Caleb Downs
from
Ohio State.
For those who don't know.
So
just played at AT&T.
Yeah, so, when you're looking at 12.
About a safety.
And,
They don't respect safeties no more like running backs.
No, but I'm just, I was like, look out for that, maybe. If he happens to be there, I thought that'd be a great pick for the guy. We know that they obviously need a lot of help on defense, but I think when we're talking about particularly the secondary, that might be something that they're going to have to do in free agency.
Totally agree. They've got to utilize all the weapons, all the things that you can do in team building to build this team. Like I said, I keep talking about Philadelphia. I can't stand Philadelphia, but Howie Roseman has been to 2 Super Bowls in the last 3 years. He's won 2 Super Bowls in the last 7 years, while the Cowboys have won 4 playoff games this century. There's something about using everything, the trades, the free agency, the drafts, and not just saying we're a draft and development team, because what you're watching is on-the-job training on draft and development only. And I think Stephen Jones went way far the other way after Jerry spent $50 million on Brandon Carr, the cornerback, and it didn't work out. And he spent all this overpaying offensive linemen who were backups for other teams, and it didn't work out. You can't just throw it away. You got to just be smarter about it and let Will McClay cook. That's the way I look at it. You got to fix the defense, but like you said, other teams start evaluating tape. They look at the tape and start taking things away from your offense, and that's what you got to be aware of.
We still have Sunday Night Football going on, which will determine the winner and final playoff team between the Ravens and the Steelers. We have just hit the half in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh had it first and goal from the 2 with 2 seconds left, and a flip to Kenneth Gainwell. No, sir. The Ravens will head into the locker room with a 10-3 lead.
You mean Aaron Rodgers didn't do a tush push?
No, he did not.
With his old ass?
No, he did not. So we are still awaiting that matchup.
By the way, the loser comes to Cowboys AT&T Stadium next year.
And the winner will host the Houston Texans next weekend. We will still have to wait for the finish of this ball game before we get the actual dates and times for wild card round that will start next Saturday, right? 10th, 11th, and 12th. We do know what the matchups are outside of that one with Houston. On the AFC side, you'll have the 7-seed Chargers taking on the number 2 seed New England Patriots in Foxborough. Buffalo will travel to Jacksonville to take on the Jaguars. On the NFC side, despite the Bears losing, they got some help from the Washington Commanders. They have locked in the number 2 seed. They will host their rival, the Green Bay Packers. The San Francisco 49ers will travel across the country to take on the Philadelphia Eagles in Philly. And Carolina, the 4 seed, and the NFC South champion will host the Los Angeles Rams, the 5 seed. Now,
when I think about the Seahawks real quick, I always, they've won 14 games for the first time ever. Sam Darnold's their quarterback. He was the quarterback Minnesota last year, and he did not win the playoff game, and they let him walk because they said, J.J. McCarthy, the rookie, we got this rookie. So I'm using this as a lesson for fans who always like, and again, team building is a sport. I'm not mad at you, but some fans overvalue draft picks, and if it's a first-round pick and it's a quarterback, you want instant results. Ask Jets fans now if they wanted Sam Darnold back. And by the way, when I think of the Seahawks, I don't think about Sam Darnold. I think about Tank Lawrence, who the Cowboys just let walk. Just let him walk. And I bet they could have used that dog this year on that D-line. I could go on and on.
Yeah.
Speaking of the defense.
Yeah, I want to, because you had this, there is one guy.
Yes.
That is, this was a shoddy guy, correct?
Okay, so we're talking about the T's going into this segment. Brad Sham was on the postgame show, and he was talking about if the Cowboys decide to move on from Eberflus, there's one defensive assistant that they might want to keep. Most of the defensive coordinators, most of the defensive coaches were Eberflus guys, except for one, a shoddy hire, who actually you might want to keep. If you bring in a defensive coordinator, and you might say to the defensive coordinator, do you know this guy? We might want to keep him. I'm not going to hold you to it.
I do not.
How about the defensive line coach, Aaron Whitecotton, who was a shoddy hire? I think they got him from the Cardinals. I think he's from I could be wrong. But I know this, the defensive line has not been a problem. And also, one of the reasons why Quentin Williams has been outstanding when they made the middle of the trade, he was being coached by Aaron Whitecotton at the Jets.
Interesting.
Just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
That might be one holdover that you might keep. And if you don't, well, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
If you get the Brian Flores or somebody like that, you let that guy bring his entire crew in.
Well, right. And then we'll see where, Tennessee, the Giants, and Atlanta, where they go, as they are now, all three of them have vacancies. If you're just joining us, Raheem Morris has been fired by the Atlanta Falcons, as well as GM Terry Fontenot. So we'll see. Because,
Black Monday's tomorrow, and Black Sunday's happening now.
I'd really like to see them get. I think Raheem Morris is a very interesting one, and Jim Schwartz as well. If the Browns move on from Stefanski, all that kind of stuff, getting a defensive coordinator that was a head coach, that's not exactly a hot commodity for another head coaching. Would I love Robert Saleh? Yeah. Robert Saleh is at most one more year as a defensive coordinator, if not a head coach next season.
Right. So you don't necessarily want to get somebody that's going to take off in another year or two, but there's a lot of hot coordinators that may be out there, including Jim Leonard with the Broncos, Clint Hurt with the Eagles, Mike Ruttenberg with the Falcons, who, by the way, got the new head coach fired, Zach Orr with the Ravens, Carl Scott with the Seahawks, Gus Bradley with the 49ers, and Denard Wilson with the Titans.
Yeah, and I throw Wink Martindale in there. He was, great with the Ravens when he was there. And
the Browns.
Martindale was now been the defensive coordinator for Michigan. So that'd be another name that you could keep your eye on.
By the way, props again to, if you missed this news, Myles Garrett broke the sack record with 23, Arlington Martin zone. He went to school with Blake Elliott, by the way.
I tell you what, man. I was, I had
Fan After Dark.
Had Cowboys on split screen with Red Zone, and every time, they're obviously tracking Bengals Browns, for the record to see if it was going to go down. And Myles Garrett hadn't gotten a sack in the last two games, and I'm going, man, Burrow is elusive, and they're doing everything they can. And it wasn't until I believe the fourth quarter in that game where he finally
came
got
around the edge, and Burrow's trying to run up the middle, and he grabbed him.
Yeah,
got him down.
I'm taking that record. That's all mine. So, all right, it's going to be a great week here on 105.3 The Fan, and looking ahead to what's going to be, one of the best weekends of the year. Wild card weekend in the NFL, terrific, in which you're going to have 6 games. It'll be great. We'll find out exactly when they will be playing, although we are seeing Chargers at Patriots. That'll be on Sunday night. I'm seeing that right now on NBC. So they could be revealing at the moment, as just looking at Maria Taylor and crew here up there, that they may be releasing that now. We thought it'd be at the end. But Sean and RJ, tomorrow morning on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Hey Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey Mike, yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes, and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. My business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho.